Hello again, Internet. Thank you for stopping by and watching us play some Dungeons and Dragons. Thank you for adjusting to the schedule with us since we're now streaming on Sundays. We appreciate that. If you're watching us on YouTube, thank you for watching us on YouTube. And on that note, Mr. Andronicus, why don't you go ahead and catch us up from last week?
Okay. First of all, it's Sarah's birthday, so I just want to go ahead.
It's not my birthday. He's diverting the subject matter.
Everybody, round of applause for Sarah.
My birthday's Tuesday.
33 years
on Tuesday.
Okay.
And now what happened, Andronicus, last week?
Well, we got into a little shit with the dude that looks like me.
Shit got real.
His name, I do have
real.
Ossian, my apparent brother from the same mother, who were named Oris and Imril, by the way, in case you guys didn't know that.
He did take notes.
Yes. And so anyways, that guy is dead by, I think, my hands, by our hands, everybody collectively. We killed him.
I didn't put a finger on anybody.
All right.
He kind of fell and hit his head in just the right spot that put the end.
I mean, it sucks to fall that way. What can I say?
It does.
You know, it's poor luck there. But anyways, he died. I gained a part of my soul back. That's like a pretty big deal. I got wiser. My wisdom went up by 1 point. And I mean, honestly,
really good recap.
Well,
this is really
I'm talking about me. That's all. I haven't gotten to you guys.
Bear in mind, this is the recap of like the first hour, 2 hours. Once the night goes on, it might get a little bit more hit and miss.
A little more dicey.
Yeah.
Dicey.
And so
I'm gonna roll and see what Andy's success will be on this. A 5.
You rolled that's a D12. That ain't even the right shit. You rolled me a D20. So anyways, after that, the guards, I recall, were like, oh shit, this is some serious shit. But because we're champions, we told them, hey, get rid of this, make it look good. Actually, we took everyone thinks that we took him with us. Is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened. And so anyways, we left. We're on the floating pedal, and we were heading towards the military camp. Apparently, I have a lot more souls to go search for.
Wait, one might say you're soul searching a little bit?
I might be soul searching a little bit.
He's trying to find who he really is.
Right.
So some serious shit happened with Clove too. Apparently Valeka was murdered by Silas, and somebody was looking for Clove.
Allegedly.
It's all allegedly. And then
I don't know what you're trying to insinuate, and it's insulting.
Yeah.
No, there's no proof yet.
But it's because you're shady.
Hutch had another experience
But that's why
with his candles, and found out some wild stuff about himself. He learned that the lady who he had love with submitted herself in his place as a sacrifice.
You had love with her?
We did have
There was love
relations.
there.
Yes.
There was love there. I didn't want to go too. Okay, it got weird. And then
Primo content.
Oh
right
yeah.
here.
And then before that happened, though, there was another rogue that showed up in town and delivered Clove some goods for your ceremony, and she was in pretty bad shape. She ended up dying, and
now I'm Rosemary.
Yeah, so she's incognito.
Clove also looted the body.
Yeah,
to return it to the family.
Did not.
Yeah, totally did. Who was a high-class noblewoman, no less, from another country.
Mm-hmm.
Well done indeed. Anyways.
On that rogue game.
Yes. And then we got another big deal is Flynn. We got a note. And it said, we have your friend. He will remain alive as long as you don't come looking. Good luck as champions. Your fate has changed if you so leave it alone.
And then you broke my fucking ship again.
I mean, hey, it could have been a lot worse. We're not dead. We're not dead.
Yeah, you don't do a very good job of keeping care of your ship if that's how you treat your ship, Kisar.
Wow, look at that script flip.
Yeah, his face was like, what?
He's like, what?
Out of left field. That was funny. But
You're-
He's
that's,
fine.
that's
Kisar will
about what I
simply
got.
jump off and feather fall himself and let you all die next time.
But that's what I got. So where we're at now is slowly heading towards the military camp because we can no longer fly. We encountered some little spiny devil little shits.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about them.
I was
Wow, I
slicing.
forgot about
I
them.
was slicing. I didn't even write notes on that one. That was all. I just remember because I was in there. Everybody was trying to fuck them up, and nobody
There
could do
was
anything. And I'm in there,
Wait,
slice.
There were 3 of them, and 1 got away.
One got away. We tried to shoot it with some imaginary rifle.
None
Oh, wait,
got
no.
away.
That's right. He got it with the imaginary rifle.
Ah.
I forgot about that. He blasted it in the smithereens.
Yep.
With an
So-
imaginary rifle.
Yeah, it doesn't really exist. As a matter of fact, we're all just high on peyote right now.
You don't let it with bullets. You let it with.
Out of body experience.
We wake up in the tortoise saloon.
Right? We never left. We're just.
They're like, can you please leave? You've been here for 3 weeks.
You keep screaming about shit that's not happening. There are not spine demons.
Andy
You're
was just
not on a flying ship.
Andy was just standing
Stop
in
it.
there shouting at himself, thinking it was a clone.
I like it.
And he didn't die. It was me looking at myself in the mirrors. I fell backwards and knocked my ass out.
Thank you for
From the
watching
night
that
that we had our bender, actually.
Just keep going. This is better than anything I have written.
I mean,
Well, that's the end of the story. We wake up,
Oh.
well, it's gonna continue.
things got awkward, you
We're
know.
gonna slowly.
We
I mean,
promised to call each other to hang out again, and we never did.
do we have any paddles? We can go
Kisar
paddle.
has stolen a small child's airship toy. He doesn't actually have a flying ship. He's just running around the inn.
We're all just suffering for some major psychosis. I've not made a pact with anybody. I'm in a padded room.
What the bartender served you was some really strong shit.
Right?
Yeah.
Like,
Remember,
what they
I
said-
cannot be misguided by magic.
No, it was 100% brewed naturally, but it's what they used to say that absinthe is. But it's what they said it's what they tried to say it was, not what it actually is. So it's
Yeah.
that psychosis is from like the alleged psychosis from absinthe is actually
Yeah.
what's going on.
Had that worm root. Whew.
Anyway,
Well, that was crazy, guys. Good job. Good night.
you find yourself coming up on the camp. You can see it. You can hear people training, shouting going on off in the distance.
What is this island called or camp?
It's part of the It's just part of the mainland. It's just a little cove on the sand sea, a little oasis right next to it that they've set up as a training barracks for Railway military. It's Rotcroft Ocean Fort.
That's right.
Should I pull up that map?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
We may not need maps at all today.
Woo!
The map is in your mind.
I hope we
You
get into
can't
some
fly.
Well then.
Well, I guess I kind of reckon, hey, Andronicus, I think this might be all you, man. Does any of this look familiar to you?
Yeah, totally. It does.
Yeah, this is where you were trained.
Yeah, this is over here. As we start walking off, I point and I show them area for sword fighting and close quarter combat training, and I tell them that's where I learned how to kick ass and take names.
Before you're
Where do
actually,
they keep their ammunition?
as you're pointing from the ship, before you get off the ship, there's a dwarf walks up to you. It's kind of, he's not short for a dwarf. He's a little tall for a dwarf. Very stocky, dark skinned, fully bald, but he has really bright blonde beard that's been braided and it's tied up around his back. He was shouting orders, like you could hear his voice coming a way away as he was shouting orders to people, and he gets down to the dock and says, "Hey, who are you?"
Hey, Andronicus, what if you assumed the personality of our lovely friend who we accidentally murdered, so then you can go right into the camp?
Oh. Guys, I think that's a pretty good idea.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? I'm Ossian. I recently trained here, if you recall.
Why are you back?
I use telepathy. I'm like, you do realize that this means you have abandoned your post, and that's probably not good at this point.
Well, you see, I found some
Diplomats.
Diplomats. Who I found some folks of diplomatic tenure, and I think it would be beneficial if they came to observe the
Trade agreements.
the
Stock
the
market.
reputation of the training
Bonds.
that this training camp has been renowned as one of the best, and so foreign eyes would like to have a glance at this and marvel, if you will, and perhaps
I put my hand on his shoulder, and I'm like, I think that's good enough, buddy.
Okay. Well,
Diplomats.
anyways, you get the idea. So I'm back on assignment, actually. To escort these folks.
I take my slingshot and I just like launch a little pebble at his ass real quick, just like
Yeah! I mean, I'm back here. That's it. We're here.
How many?
What's that?
How many do you have with you?
How many? Well, there's 3 diplomats.
All right. On whose order?
Davenport's.
And where are your diplomats from?
Well, hello, sir. I'm one of them right here. Got my little fancy signet ring here. Here on orders for Davenport. Champion fell down. Thank you very much. And we got our friend Clove. Come on over here, Clove. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello, sir. I am our ship navigator, and yeah, we are the Knights of Valdon. Nice to meet you.
Andy, go ahead and roll a persuasion.
A bullshit roll.
I'm not gonna. I'm not deception. It's pretty accurate. Just as persuasion.
Strength.
Oh, man.
I'll even give you advantage on it because they have their rings on.
I mean, that's true. We did flash it.
Ooh.
So you have a +2 to that.
Did they kiss my ring?
You roll a natural 20.
You're still
That means they kissed our rings. Mwah.
okay, so he's like, I didn't get any message, but all right.
Trust
Well,
me, this is
come
from
on.
the top.
I mean,
come
they
on
would have
down.
want people to know we were coming.
well, I'll have somebody show you around. You said you were champions of Vollarune, yes?
That is accurate. Yes, sir.
I mean, this is very quiet information. I mean, this is why we're keeping this so quiet, so you must not tell anybody else about this.
I need this.
The right people already know.
That's fine.
That
Let's
we
go
are
with
here.
that. Yep, that looks like that.
Oh, that's a lot of 20s.
Fine, ignore it. Okay. Clove, you notice as you're walking down what would be the plank that they lay out to let everybody off the boat. You notice on one of the banisters at the end of the little pier that they have on the sand sea, you see this symbol carved into it.
Okay.
Oh man.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I need to check.
Take your time.
We're going to have a terrible time. Apparently, they only have satellite TV around here.
As he's kind of showing you around, and just kind of giving you the general, this is the barracks, this is the mess hall, this is the training grounds, this is where we train this and that. You hear different noises off toward the training grounds, and he's like, different animals. Military captures them, brings them here for training. It can never be too safe these days.
Is he blowing smoke?
Roll an insight. Also, as he kind of walks in front of you to lead the way, you notice his shield, that his beard that's like this really bright blonde that he's got braided and tied around his back is actually being used to hold a giant shield that's as big as he is.
And
That is a 3.
and what are we rolling to check his thing?
Oh, you can roll insight. The shield has like it's just a giant tower shield, and whenever you're walking or whenever it's looking at you, it's actually the face of a dragon looking at you.
Ooh, fancy.
I got a 16. Are we still getting a +4 from
No,
Hutch?
those aren't. It's only on saving throws.
Saving throws.
Okay.
Real quick question: what was that gentleman's name again?
He hasn't given his name yet.
Oh.
Because you haven't asked.
Oh shit, sir. May I ask you your name?
Sergeant, I recommend you remember your post.
Yes, sir.
I'm like, oh, well, excuse me, sir. Before you get all, lippy and wild, like, you may also want to call attention to the signet that feller's got there. So maybe he's here outside of something, perhaps you might say is your jurisdiction. So if you'd be ever so kind of treat him with a little bit of respect.
Whew.
I pulled that card.
Are you going to show your signet?
No. Shit.
Because you came here under the pretenses that you were still in the service.
Well,
That's
how
what
about
he
we approach it?
thinks.
How about can we rewind and approach it differently?
No.
I have an idea.
Can
So
Tara walk up?
He says that I want to walk up to the guard and be like, my apologies. We really appreciate your discretion and how kind you've been to us since we've arrived here pretty much unannounced due to the secrecy of our mission. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Clove, the navigator. And what's your name?
To the dwarf that walked up?
Yes.
I am Commander Rezug Fire Shield.
It's lovely to meet you, and I do really appreciate how helpful you've been.
Type that in just a second for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wanna pull the group off to the side. I'll say, hey, pardon me. We're just gonna regroup now that we've arrived here after a very long trip, and we'll be chatting with you in just a second about how we need to proceed as we've arrived. And
Bates,
then
is at your discretion. Make yourselves at home. If you need anything, you need food or anything, there's the barracks. There's anybody will clear off a bed for you. The mess hall's over this way. Latrine's over that way. Kind of goes through everything. You kind of know where everything is, and he just kind of walks away and goes back to what he was doing.
So I want to make sure he's out of earshot, and then very quietly say to everyone, hey, when I was coming down the ramp, I found a symbol, and it was hard to tell what it was, but it might have said marked for death.
Does that ring any bell into Hutch's past with investigation and knowing about any of that stuff?
And I was wondering, on the same token, if I would know if that's typically used in reference to like people coming or people going, or like how that usually is used.
Given the context, you feel that it might be meant as you are marked for death, or somebody in the camp is marked for death. You can roll. Hutch, go ahead and roll a history. Maybe we'll see.
Okay.
Whatever.
And I share that information that I know about what that mark typically means with everybody.
Yeah. Also, so the thieves' cant is specific to each thieves' guild.
16.
Okay. Those are the symbols that your guild has made. Nobody is to change those symbols. It being different kind of gives you a pause for a minute. And,
yeah, that's why I wasn't sure if that's what it meant, because it had an extra line.
extra lines usually show more importance.
Oh, okay.
or more severity. Usually, anything like that that's supposed to be used has to be approved by higher up in the guild. So, like Valeka could approve one, Silas could approve one, the person above, the in between those two could approve one as well.
I share that with everyone. I also share with them that it seems to be, like underlined essentially, and that since this is a mark of my group, someone in my group has marked it.
So does that mean that you all may have some rogues like either kind of here incognito or just kind of low key, just being low key? Chloe?
I just realized I did something very stupid.
What's that?
I don't want to tell you.
Oh.
Okay. What were you asking?
Well, what I was saying is like, well, if that symbol is a representation of your guild or your crew or the group that you come from, does that mean that there is likely a chance that there are more people that you may know here?
Somebody must have gotten the go-ahead to make this mark. So somebody from my group is here, whether they're on Silas's side or not, I don't know. And whether we're on his side or not, I don't know.
Oh man.
Well, I think we might even be able to use that to our advantage because at this point, if they're them not knowing whose side we're on or what we're doing here, maybe you might be able to use that to find some information about, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Might be possible.
What was
Also,
that
that roll on that history check.
16.
Yep.
I don't even remember what the question was.
I wanted to know if that marked for death thing meant anything.
Anything in your past, that's
Yeah.
right.
If I've
It's
seen
not
it or...
something that you've seen before. It's not something that you're really familiar with. You've heard of different guilds using different markings and different signs and things, and you've seen a few, but with each guild being a different one and each guild having their own unique flavor and their own markings, it not something you're familiar with.
Okay, sounds good.
This one up here.
Well, I mean, we might want to start doing some recon on our own here, right? And trying to see if we can get some more information on these clones or these whatever the hell you want to call them pertaining to our friend Dro here.
Yeah, I mean, I almost want to just look around the camp myself and just see if I spot anybody. But I also I saw
What?
that. I
mean, we could also find out where the ammunition is and check it out.
Or
Before we
take
leave.
some, maybe?
yeah,
Perhaps. I
I'm
mean,
just
if
saying.
some fell off a shelf into my bag and I didn't notice.
I'm very much into the pirate life type thing.
But we should do it at the end so
Mhm.
we don't blow shit up before.
Yeah.
So you get to information.
Andronicus, I do have a question for you. Why? I mean, before I ask why, let me put something in perspective for you. So you told this Commander Fire Shield here that well, for lack of a better word, the man that is literally hanging in the front of our ship. Which, look over at Kisar. I was like, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, no, they're not going to look at it and
Right.
notice.
So, but for all intents and purposes, even I know with what stint I spent in the military that it may, for all intents and purposes, look like you've abandoned your post. Why would you be afraid to flash your signet ring as proof that we are here on something outside of this gentleman's jurisdiction?
I don't know if I necessarily want people to know just yet that I'm much more than a sergeant. I don't know if they're ready for that.
Why wouldn't they be ready for that?
Because I could easily, I feel, take over command of this entire barracks.
But this dude right here obviously is, for the lack of a better word, he outranks you by definition.
As a champion of Valdon, we all outrank him.
Right, but you are not.
Currently, you are not the champion
Exactly.
of Aldan.
That's the point I'm getting to.
Well,
But he could trump card surprise. I'm a champion of
Yeah,
Aldan.
that's a valid point. Yeah, trump card. Yeah, I can dig it.
yeah.
But I think we might need to flex this muscle that we have that we don't use too often and try to get some.
To that end, while Hutch is talking, Kisar grabs the Dockmaster
Mhm.
and says, "If anyone but the people who have just come off of these ship go onto it, their life are forfeit to the champions of Aldan." I'm sorry. Go ahead, my friend. And turns back to Hutch.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Well, do y'all want to split up and kind of start poking around here? You guys want to stick together? I mean, Andronicus knows this place better than anybody, and that's kind of, I reckon we might want to take, the best, approach this with caution because, I mean, realistically, I mean, like, this is a military camp for Christ's sake, and we're 4, and they are a fucking lot. So,
I have an idea, actually.
Before y'all decide to split, the size of the camp, and given the size of the capital and that this is the main military barracks and the main training grounds, there's probably a few thousand people here, like up to 10,000 people being trained here and staying here.
Woo!
It is a massive camp.
well, Clove, it looks like bombing this place ain't gonna work out, so maybe we need a plan B.
I have an idea. So my idea is we find a very high-ranking officer and pretend that Andronicus is a malfunctioning clone.
I do-
We'll be like, we're the champions of Aldan. We've captured this malfunctioning clone, and we're trying to figure out where we can get another version of him to replace him.
Well, here's a little espionage action I feel that could partake. So,
I thought that was a pretty good idea.
no,
It
that's a
is a
very good
good-
idea.
very good idea. But your expertise in sneaking could be even more beneficial because we could go to the offices in which they have the paperwork on all enlisted officers that would have information.
I don't know if I'd have enough time to look through years of. I mean, that's like what 200 years difference of.
Did-
But if you
Dude.
know how to,
Kisar has a question.
yeah,
We are here in our capacity as champions of Aldan.
Yeah.
We don't have to sneaky.
No, apparently, if these people honor that, right?
We could just walk in. Surprise inspection. Get your shit together.
Yeah,
Pull
this
out all your
is
files.
no, I agree, and this is also kind of doubling back on one of two things. One, kind of touching back on Clove, what you said. One, this is assuming your plan works in the fact that they even know that Andronicus is a clone or is not a clone. Problem one. Problem two, we're not exactly sure that they may even honor these rings here. I mean, we can try whatever we got, but I feel like I think the sneaky approach might be the best option.
Kisar has a second question. Are we here looking for more fake Andronicuses?
The
Andronici.
plural vernacular as Andronici.
I believe that
I
was
think
the
he's
main reason.
trying to capture or murder each of them to reabsorb his soul.
Yeah.
Then, perhaps we just do a barracks inspection, so you can walk through. Like you and Hatch, or you and I go through, and we inspect each barracks, looking for handsome. And Kisar starts gently stroking his face. Handsome gentlemen such as yourself.
While this conversation goes on, Andronicus, you get the where you had been in the ether after the dude had died, and you could feel this other parts of your souls out there. You start being able to kind of feel them. You can't discern where, like which direction or anything like that, but you get the vague sensation there's nothing close.
Nothing? Damn.
Well, it seems like what I'm gonna now canonize and call Cerebro is not working here.
But what's close?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that a couple feet? Is that like on the entire camp?
Roll a wisdom check. Let's see how accurate it is.
Him or me?
Him.
Oh, him.
It's his senses.
It's my wisdom.
It's me.
It's his soul reaching out to find its other parts.
Clove just walks over, sticks a finger in his ears, like, and wisdom.
Watch his eyes go roll into the back of his
like
head.
Andy was defective. I thought that would be really
13.
funny. Be like, look at him. He doesn't even blink right.
You get the impression that
His
there's
legs
nothing,
are all out of order when he walks.
there's nothing in the camp. There might be something still in Rayori.
Well, guys,
Wait, let me see if I understand. We sailed basically a week to find out we went the wrong way.
No,
doesn't
this
mean-
was
that
a
doesn't
6-hour
mean
trip
there's
from Rayori.
But that doesn't
Well,
mean there's
you
not
could try.
information here.
Valid point.
There could still be information.
It's a couple days by boat.
It just means there isn't an actual clone here, but there could be information. Or we could poke the beehive and get into a fight with an entire squadron of. Well, actually, you haven't shared any of this with us yet, so
well,
sorry. I
No,
got really
There's-
excited.
Uh-oh.
that's not supposed to happen.
goodbye, music bot.
Nope. Goodbye, stream windows.
Nope. What? Work, please. Okay, fine.
Clove, you've become Kisar. This was your plan all along to become captain.
That
I'll
was-
just use this one.
My whole plan was to steal the music.
Andronicus, do you want to
Now
start
there's-
with
there's
Adjust the
too
volume.
many.
Son of a bitch.
Wait,
do,
say
you,
that again?
do you want to
Sure.
start with inspecting files? Do you want to go look at the personnel?
Fixed it.
I would like to perhaps see information. I want to try to find information on outposts, because if there's an outpost in Rayori that potentially has somebody there, it would have that information, and I would be able to ascertain for sure, because I could almost put money on the fact that, well, it's a gut feeling that the name would begin with an A.
So do you want to get a list of every trainee who has come through?
Well,
with the
like,
A?
that might be a problem because, well, I mean, you might not know this, but my middle name is Aaron, so you're literally taking into account that you want to go through this list and see how many are just posted in Rayori with the first initial starting with A.
No, I think he's looking for locations, right? Different
Yeah.
military locations, or would he already know the different military posts just by being trained?
Well, knowing where someone would be stationed.
We would need like a secret, like if they have any secret stations where they're making clones or something.
I would say if you
Um,
want to narrow it down, why don't you start looking at that and just take an approach over the last couple years at this point? Because if you've been around for
could
200, that last guy's been around for 50.
I could see if there's a location where all the new trainees start. Because that's probably where they're being cloned. I mean, if they all start in one place, that's the factory.
But
I mean,
the
you're in it.
The issue being, this is where the military training begins, and his backstory was that he was from Rayori. Yes?
I mean,
So,
yeah.
we were either in the factory already, or we are at the factory already. Hi.
Mhm.
Andrew has
Oh
Andronic.
no, a
shared
street
with
dog
us.
has attacked me.
Oh my goodness! Roll for defense. There is
Roll
no
for
defense.
kisses.
That's the trick. That's the trick question. There is no defense from that.
all right. So I
but
propose this.
Has Andronicus told us that you don't sense anything nearby, or do you decide not to tell us? Because I don't know how to react to you, because I don't know if you told me or not.
I'm gonna go ahead and let everybody know that, like, I had an experience just now with the ether, and I felt that I could feel bits of soul out there, but it was not close by.
Be the
All right.
ether of the
Somewhere
astral.
out there.
I think, and this is my suggestion, and you guys are all welcome to counter. I think what we should do is, I think maybe Clove, that symbol means something to you. I know what it represents. So
What?
why don't bless you.
Bless
Yeah.
you.
Why don't we see if either you or you and maybe another one of us maybe pals around here and see if you can find anybody here that might be able to share some information on not just Andronica's situation, but possibly even your situation as well. And you might be able to knock two birds with one, if you know what I'm saying.
Wouldn't Andy know, or Andronicus know where to find a person like that?
Well, I'm referring to the sigil that we saw on that mark, and it's pertaining to your group specifically.
Yeah, I guess I could search around for someone from the guild.
You
I don't
think
always know what everybody looks like, but I could search around and see if I can find any more marks.
I mean, these are things that perhaps maybe are around the quartermaster's office or perhaps the supply depot, so that your people have acquisition capabilities,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could go.
but not
I could
because
go-
you're sneaky.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're-
not because I'm sneaky.
It's because you're a thief.
but exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth. Well, I mean, you should. I mean,
I
like,
haven't stolen anything from any of you.
this is true,
but
and I appreciate
you,
that.
Offensive.
Y'all have a
But not-
way to kind of like.
but not inaccurate.
Do you
Now
have
you
a way?
both owe me favors.
That's fine. Do you have a way to where
Oh, you heard that? They owe me
where
favors.
y'all can communicate, like showing that you are part of something without putting words to it? If that makes any sense, Clove. That you are all part of the same group without saying it.
Sorry, I'm just marking down that you owe me a favor each.
That's fine.
Kisar starts unbuttoning his shirt.
Kassar,
No, I decide what the favor is.
not different favor.
Oh.
Bud.
Kisar is the best at everything, but they'll use
I
the favor now.
decide what the favor is. So, yes, we do have a way of communicating with each other, but at this point, I wouldn't want to call on my leader because I have been told that he may have double-crossed everybody.
No,
So,
I think you and I might be on different pages. I mean, showing like a symbol or like something that says when you're walking in a group, if you walk by possibly another person that is part of your group or your guild,
I mean,
that says you're part of it without physically saying "hey," to kind of like
There
trigger.
was
Kisar shows
there was that symbol that I showed you before when you thought I murdered your brother.
I don't think you did. I hope you didn't. I just know somebody did.
And
Kisar
then you
shows
called
off.
me sneaky, and then you called me a thief, and then you asked for my help.
Hey, that's
Kisar shows the signal. It means do have something like these to help you identify each other.
exactly.
Yeah, it's the sigil that I showed Hutch, and I show Kisar. We found this on the fancy lady who passed away.
Maybe
So
if
when
walk
you're up-
around
That's
with
the
that
symbol.
thing and just kind of see if anybody's like, hey, welcome, blah, 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 and maybe kind of poke them for some information while maybe.
If
you-
I'm marked for death, that would be a pretty quick way to get us all killed.
You think that symbol is
So-
representative to just you?
Possibly that's part of
representative
why
of
we
the-
left.
But how would
keep-
they even know we were coming?
I keep telling you that's the symbol of my group. So
But-
if we split and I'm marked for death, I'm not going to run around identifying myself.
Conversely, you could keep your hood up and give Kisar the symbol,
Ooh. Then they would
because
think
I too am the sneaky.
Kisar is you, and they would go after him. and
So
we could
what's
be
the
ready
whole
to
point of
pounce.
this? Just
To
to
find-
see if anyone
No,
else
no,
remembers
they
here?
would think that I am perhaps a different member and that I could be approached, and then we could find out if anyone's around.
Gee, sorry. I
Okay.
mean, you are a little bit
Sneaky,
taller
sneaky.
than our friend here.
But it doesn't necessarily denote her specifically.
Yeah, he's not trying to impersonate Clove.
It's just I am a part of the organization.
It's a
Well-
symbol of the guild.
Yeah.
Roll a d20.
Isn't it a symbol of the
Ooh.
guild?
Yours is,
Clove.
yeah.
Clove, roll a d20, please.
D20.
Oh, d20.
Oh. 2.
In your time, you were probably, I don't know, 10, 15 years with the guild. You've met maybe 20 other guild members total.
I
Given
mean, I
the-
know they don't really introduce us to each other much, so there's a good chance if you flash that symbol, they won't be surprised if they don't recognize you.
and that's in a guild of probably, math is hard, a few hundred people. like between 300 and 500 people.
I mean,
so 10 to 15 years with the guild, I've seen maybe about 20 people out of how many?
Somewhere between there's I want to say somewhere between 300 and 500.
Okay.
So it's more like
Hold
chapter
on.
houses then.
3 to 500. I've seen about 20
Damn.
out.
I can.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm sorry. I need to correct that. Right? Hang on. I have all the numbers here. I just haven't mathed it out.
if you don't feel comfortable with flashing that symbol, Kassar, I got an idea, and we can do this
Yes.
one of two ways. But it's gonna involve a little bit of magic. But I can help us with that because I can create that symbol and that exact sigil to a T, with my illusion skills. I can do that. So if we want to try to pull that off, I mean, if Clove, if you don't feel comfortable with that, I understand, and I don't want to put you on the spot. But
You could say that you're here to join up in the March for Death
lynch mob.
process. Yeah, like,
Yeah, you're here
and
for
you
the hit.
and you can find out who created the hit and who they're hitting,
Well, yeah.
Damn.
and then you could let me know what's going on.
I was way off. My math is not good today, apparently. So the guild can support and fully function and fully work with up to 3,000 people,
Woo!
and she's met maybe 20,
Oh wow.
including the ones that she's met while she's been with you.
I mean, we can even go as far as to if Clove, and feel free to say no, if you were to let us kind of go with what Kassar and I are thinking, if you let us use that sigil, I can essentially duplicate that image, and there would basically be two of us representing that guild here.
I think so. And if you act as if you're here for the March for Death, like you're here to assist with that, you can find out the details of what's going on.
Where are you having this conversation?
We're still on the boat.
As
in
we're
private.
slowly walking. Oh,
You're
are we on the
walking.
boat?
We never left the boat.
I thought
Yeah,
we were
I was under the
walking down
impression that
dock.
we had left the boat.
Oh,
Yeah, we have, because we talked to that dwarf.
okay,
He showed us around, yeah.
sure.
I would say we're in wherever he showed us to our barracks where we can stay. That's where
Okay.
we're at.
Okay. That works.
Do you all reckon we should try this, and then that way, Clove, you can stay protected, and maybe you can sneak off and do what you got to do while we pretend to be a part of your guild.
Honestly,
or your squad.
I don't know what you'd want me to pretend to do.
I think maybe running around and trying to get some recon on some information about maybe some newcomers that may or may not have some type of coalescence, or what's the word I'm looking for here? Some
How
kind
am I
of
going to find that?
common ground with where Andronicus came from and what he's about. Like, they're next of kin. There you go. In the military, you got to have a next of kin. See if you can find anything related to a next of kin about where something would happen related to his parents.
Well, that's kind of what I was essentially saying, is looking for records that
Do you guys
show.
hear that?
I'm
Shh. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. Quiet.
Kesar runs over and slowly opens the door, looking outside to see who's around.
Roll a perception.
Kesar will do this because Kesar is the best.
I want to scan the room for any kind of like listening devices or.
Go ahead. Roll a perception.
15.
Yeah.
You don't see anybody outside the door.
Can I try to pick up on anything?
There's nobody outside the door. Whatever is there is gone at this point.
Yeah, I mean, anybody, yeah, like all of you can roll perception at this point.
Can Kesar roll investigate for footprints or bootprints?
14 for Hutch.
And you don't find any listening devices. You don't sense any scrying or any vision divination kind of stuff going on. Whoever was outside the door listening is gone.
Well,
Whoever was outside the door listening, so there was somebody there.
Oh shit!
I
We're
think
going now, so let's finish our plan.
I think that we go with, if you guys aren't okay with it, come up with a better one. But I think me and Kassar can kind of go off and do the thing that we were suggesting, while you and Clove go look for some kind of information on anybody that might be pertaining to, your family, your name, any type of registration, anything where they, well, God forbid, might have to send a corpse to for proper burial.
My concern with this is that it will only be the story we have already had repeated to us from Ossian and Andronicus himself.
This is true, but once he finds that post in Raori, if that's where this is coming from, we'll know exactly who we're looking for and where they're at directly.
So, more you're looking for the recruiting station where he joined up.
If that's where that information is going to be, yeah.
Okay.
What if he didn't join up and he was created from within?
They got to have some kind of paperwork.
Paperwork. He would not simply. There we go.
Yeah.
Another one.
Unfortunately, I mean, even in me being drafted, I got paperwork based on me too. Are y'all okay with that?
We should just get moving because apparently someone might be able to notify people that we're coming. Use the comm systems if you get caught. And good luck.
Yeah.
Side note, DM, can our comms do we have to speak into it or can we hear it in our heads?
Hard questions.
It is a very hard question.
Roll.
Oh, flip a coin. Call it heads or tails.
Yeah.
Roll a D1. Roll a percentile.
Me?
Sure.
Okay.
Actually, just roll D10.
D10?
Do a good job.
All right.
You
here we go.
ask the question. Go ahead. Yeah.
Take it.
Do a good job.
10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
3.
3. It will do
No, here, just take a new
telepathy out to 3 miles.
3 miles? Okay, cool.
No,
How big is this place?
out to 30 miles.
30 miles? Okay, cool. That works. I'm going to pee. I think we
It
get
would
this
do-
ball on the road.
It will do telepathy for the whole camp. The camp's not that big.
Oh,
It's
sounds
big. It's not that big. It would do. It would have a hard time doing all of Raori. It would be like a sixth of the Raori that it could reach. If it has to reach further than that, you have to verbally express it.
So Andronicus, where are your very first memories of being at camp? Like, where do you first remember being here? Because he and I are leaving together, right?
That's up to y'all.
Yeah.
I'll say if I need to correct something, I will, but pretty much anything you speak is going to make it canon at this point.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Well, first things first, recruitment was outside of this place. I was recruited by a traveling commissar.
Good word.
When I got here, the first thing that happened, I was led through an intake office where they process you. That's where they took information on like birthright, birth mother, and father, and all of that kind of information. However, I remember it being heavily active during the day, so perhaps in the evening it's not as active.
Hey, Andronicus, I remember briefly you were speaking about coming here, and you said there was a gnome while you were in processing who checked out a manual on how to fix most flying ships from this base. Do you think he's still here with all the appropriate tools? Since you can make things canon right now
No,
to fix
we're
our
not.
ship?
We're not
Remember
twisting
how
that,
our ship magically repaired itself?
right? Like we're not.
No, I remember that guy, but they sent him away because he was making bombs.
He was
That
there
got dark
temporarily.
really fast.
He wasn't supposed to.
Okay, sorry we asked. Okay, change the subject. That's kind of dark.
Good try.
But
I mean, do you remember where the House of Records are? Is that where you're saying you gave all your information? Would that be the same place?
yeah, the intake office. That's where I remember giving all that information and filling out paperwork.
Are we close by?
If I remember correctly, it's just about a 10-minute walk from this area.
How
You might
not
also-
heavily guarded is it, Andronicus? Like there are no guards there, right?
Like I said, during the daytime hours, it's heavily active.
But also, you have this lovely ring to help you get through things. I would also maybe you ask around and say, "Have you seen this beautiful face of Andronicus?" You saying, I think I have brothers or cousins who might have come through. Have you seen anyone with this face?"
That's not a bad idea. Perhaps we can.
Wait, did you share with us that you couldn't sense anyone nearby or not? Did you ever answer that
Yeah,
question?
he did. He shared it with us.
Oh, okay, well, Andronicus, didn't you tell us that you don't sense anybody nearby? I think I'd rather not flag people down that were looking for your clone.
But
Well,
they might.
What about if we talk to the outpost officer, the person who's in charge of
Assignments after training?
assignments and stuff like that? They can tell me where my fellow brothers have been assigned.
I mean, why would you be allowed to ask that, though?
I mean, their family. I don't know.
That man didn't even recognize you when you saw him.
Yeah, champion of all time.
I feel like we
Well,
should be just looking for your
Not
next.
you not you because you're a weenie boy sergeant, but her. Anything you want.
I think we should just split up eventually so we can start getting this done because that man possibly listened to us and ran off, or whoever that was.
Before you go, Kisar has a question. Would marking the symbol of your guild somewhere on our door to our barracks, if there was anyone around, draw attention?
That's a big no-no.
I don't have any clearance to do that. And furthermore, I don't know where this person who's here using our guild symbol stands with the guild. Putting a symbol of that on there could help us or it could get us killed, and it's just not worth the attention.
But Kisar might be someone who is authorized to do this. Because isn't that what we're going to do? Kisar is...
I wouldn't do it personally. I don't think we need to alert people of anything with the guild. I mean, I personally wouldn't be flashing it around town personally, but if you want to recreate it, flash it around, that's your life.
No, that is fine. It was opinion. So this is good news. Have fun. Bye.
All right, so Kisar,
Yes.
how do you want to do this?
I don't know what we're doing.
I thought that we were going to go for the whole idea of being incognito and using that sigil as a symbol that we are here for.
But she just said we probably shouldn't go around
The
flashing
death
that
symbol, yes, but we're talking about the guild sigil.
No,
I was
that's
talking
what I
about
was
the guild
talking about.
sigil.
Yes.
So the guild sigil, you can flash it to get somebody's attention, but you don't want to put it anywhere. Like it doesn't need to. It's against protocol for it to be like a engraved or
Yeah,
anything
no,
like
that's what I'm
that.
saying. Like something where you could just walk around very incognito, like the cliche stretch, and hey, by the way. Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Or like you're
Flexing
Aaron
your
X
jacket,
coat,
exactly.
and it's on the inside of your jacket
Exactly.
or something like that.
That's literally my intent.
Then I would say around the supply depot for acquisition purposes.
All right, that sounds good. And I tell them over comms that we're headed over to the supply depot. If y'all find any information pertaining to Andronicus's clones or whatever, don't hesitate to reach out. And if shit hits the fan and things are gonna pop off, let us know where you're at so we can get there post haste.
Mashed unicorns.
Mash unicorns. All right, let's go.
Over.
Kisar comes over the talking ring and goes, Operation Mash Unicorns is in effect.
Who do we want to start with?
We'll go with Cloven Andronicus.
Flip a coin. I don't care.
Oh shit!
Cloven
Well,
Andronicus. There it is.
The
you
bus. Under the bus.
Daytime or nighttime?
Oh yeah, y'all were gonna wait until it was later, wouldn't you? Yeah, we're
There's
gonna
less
wait till the.
people.
If they
What
want to
time
wait,
of
they
day
can
is
start with us.
What time of
It's
day
around-
is it currently?
It's around midday.
Midday.
So we'd have to wait a minimum of 6 to 8 hours.
Maybe it being more active would benefit us. They'd be distracted, busy. It'd be less unusual for people to be walking in and out.
Clove. As they're walking away, I'm talking to the rings of communication. Is there any information that we might want to be using should we run into anybody from your guild that will basically convince them that we are part of this information that only y'all might know.
If I were you, I would not declare any outright affiliation to Silas or against Silas. We don't know if these folks that are here are on his side or not on his side. So I would put the feelers out
Okay.
and try to see which side they're on and try to acquire some information on what's going on. I feel like if we say something like, "Oh my God, I heard that."
No. No, definitely. I definitely agree with the omission. All right, so play
Yeah.
dumb, say you haven't chosen sides, and maybe we just kind of heard of what's going on if it gets to that point.
So,
And are we called here to respond to the death mark, I suppose?
Okay. I relay this information to Kassar.
So Kisara wants to make sure he understands. Fuck Silas. Fuck him in his stupid head. That's what we're going to say?
No, but if they ask for you to hand me over, we could always use that as a ruse. So.
Okay.
A ruse. Ooh.
I do like myself a good ruse. That's a good one.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll be like, "How could you? Oh, my friends!
A pox upon you all. Damn you. Damn my eyes.
All right. So
Damn you,
are
traitorous
Clove and Andronicus waiting till nightfall?
It's up to them.
What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna say over the comm systems. Hey, pros and cons, real quick. We enter during the day. They're busy. They're distracted. There's lots of people going in and out, but there's a lot of people there. We go in the evening. It's quieter. It may be easier to get in and out of without. I don't know. What do you think?
Kisara would like to get a feel for the base. Does it seem like it's particularly busy, or is it just like a regular amount of hustle and muscle, or is it people running back and forth at high speeds?
It's what you would expect on a military base. It's busy from sunup to sundown, and some barracks are even after sundown still training into the night. Some people are, oh, okay, you went to bed. We're going to get you up in 4 hours, and we're going to do some training, or you go to bed now and it's the middle of the day and we're going to get you up at night and we're going to train the late shift and all. Like, it's round the clock. Somebody's doing something all over.
Okay.
Somebody's always on a field. Somebody's always marching. Somebody's always like constantly.
I think we're going to investigate this intake office during daylight.
Okay. Get to it.
We'll start there. The intake or the processing office is right next to the base commanding officer outpost. It's pretty much just right dead middle of the camp.
Okay. How do you want to play this?
Like, not a problem to find.
Do you want to be the one seeking information as a champion of Aldan, or should I be the one requesting information on family?
I think I should be requesting on your behalf for sure, because you don't have much standing here.
That's true. I'm just a sergeant.
We could approach it this way, there's a missing. Shoot. We could pretend there's a missing soldier and we're trying to find their next of kin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if it's widely known among higher ranking people that there are clones, then we might be outing ourselves. But then again, I'm a Knight of Vollarune and I'm not a part of this, so fuck it, let's do that.
Okay, we're gonna go in there. That's gonna be our story.
Hello, sir.
Okay. You walk in and you see a little halfling dude, scrawny, doesn't look like he can fight really at all. Like, there's no muscle on this guy. He's just super skinny. He's super small. He's just super diminutive. Like, what you would think of as a kid. He's that size. And yes, can I help you? Sorry, I'm very busy. And he's like grabbing paperwork and putting paperwork away, pulling out notes and looking, writing stuff down, and he doesn't even look at you while he's talking.
Thank you, sir, for your time. I can see that you have very important business and that you're very busy. I'm here on Davenport's orders to look into some old records, family records, for the Knights of Vollarune under Davenport's service. So if you could point me in that direction, it'll be greatly appreciated. Davenport would certainly appreciate it.
Who are they, or where did they serve, or what family? Just any name. I just something to start with.
Well, there's a group of them, so I was just hoping to kind of mill around and not have to waste your time. We're not quite certain.
The birth mother and birth father. It would be Imril and
Well, we could certainly start with those names for sure. I mean, there are others I'd like to investigate, but if we're just looking for a place to start, that would
Orist.
certainly work.
Perfect.
I'm sorry, dear. What names?
Imril and Orist. Those were the parents.
I can relay that you're still. I mean, you can share that information if you want, but you appear to be more of a guide and a sergeant than you do as some. He is higher ranked than you, so her asking for questions on these people and then you answering might have.
Okay, I'm sorry. I would like
No,
to
that's fine.
retract that and
You can tell her.
Yeah, you could have been telling her these things
okay.
telepathically.
Yeah, I'll.
I mean, do we want to share your parents'
Yeah.
names?
Yeah. At this point, I
Okay,
am out of the military personally.
I share those names.
Okay, all right. Just a moment. And he kind of walks behind him, and you see him almost like ritualistically going to each of like these massive file cabinets that are what you would expect to see in kind of a trophy library with the ladder that kind of goes up the wall and then slides back and forth. It's that, but with filing cabinets. And he goes to each one before he pulls the drawer, and he kind of does this, almost looks like a ritual where he like rubs his pocket watch. No, it's not. He keeps climbing it, and he kind of pushes, and he works his way down, and he goes over and up and over and down. Oh, here we are, and he pulls the drawer.
That's so cool.
And he grabs 2 files, and he pulls out the 2 files, and climbs back down, closes the door, climbs back down. He's like, and you said you were with whom? I'm sorry. It's been a very busy day.
Davenport.
Right. Do you have any papers or anything?
I mean, this is pretty hush hush, so he told us to come in here and make as little a splash as possible. This is our guide throughout this whole process here. He's been trained here.
I am but a mere sergeant.
Well, without some letter or something signed by Davenport, it's...
Sir,
Don't
if I
forget
may,
to use your ring.
I know, I'm waiting to speak.
Okay, go ahead. I was going to introduce you as a.
I show him the ring and I say, you know, as I said before, I'm with the Knights of Valdawn.
Oh, my apologies. Right. He reaches over and grabs a little lighter and a stick of wax. He holds it over a logbook and he kind of melts it. And he's like, "If you would sign, please."
I sign Rosemary.
No, you don't even have to sign. You can just like stamp it with the ring.
Oh.
Oh man, I was like, yes, Clove, yes.
Right, but no, like he grabbed the wax and like poured you a seal to where you can just thunk with your signet, because that's what they're designed for. Cool.
Thank you so much for understanding the discretion. What's your name?
Smallfoot.
Aw. Well, it's lovely meeting you. I couldn't help but notice that beautiful pocket watch you have. Quite amazing how it works.
It doesn't work. It's more of a nervous habit than anything. Here, and he walks the two files over to a little desk and sets them down for you. I'm sorry, they can't leave the building, but you're welcome to take your time with them. He backs off and gives you your privacy.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I hand the papers over to Andrew and ask him if any names or things look familiar to him.
I would like to inspect those.
By his rank, and just as given his size and his demeanor and everything else, you are completely what the fuck about it. He's actually a master sergeant.
Who is?
Littlefoot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He definitely outranks you by a few stripes, my guy.
He's one rung up the ladder from what Andronicus was somehow. So as you go over the files, one of them is clearly Andronicus, from the date of service, the release form that was signed in the back of it, or not the top page, the next page is the release form, and then just his kind of years of service. And 98% of it's redacted.
Damn.
And it's not that it's blacked out, kind of, but it's like the words are just erased from the page. As far as like it'll say, went on a tour of service, and it will give where he was, but then any information relating to it is redacted. Even the trade negotiations that y'all went on, like you find that page near the bottom, and it says went to on a real political relations mission, and outside of toward Utrenin, and outside of that, the whole thing's redacted.
Is that unusual as far as other records that we've been handed, or
when you look at the other file, it's Ossian's. It's the exact same way, and instead of there being discharged or anything like that, at the top it has a big AWOL stamp on it.
Oh,
okay? So don't tell people that you're Ossian.
yeah.
Which you already did.
I need to get back to the ship.
You didn't use your name. You didn't use the name.
Did he give us any other files, or is there any other files that we can see to see if they're all redacted?
I can show you another one. He grabs the one that he has, or one that's kind of under a stack on his desk, and he kind of pulls one out, and he folds over the first page so you can't see the name or anything. It's a precaution. Anybody who's AWOL or anybody who's been discharged, it's just the files themselves have enchantments placed on them to protect privacy, to protect the country. I'm sure you understand. Only people of a sufficient rank can see each redacted thing, depending on what they have information for.
Oh, certainly. Please excuse my discretion. My what's it called? Word. I didn't mean to be rude.
Fine. Andronicus, when he says this, you get a kind of a flashback to whenever you were in Davenport's office and some of the files on his desk that were open, and nothing was redacted on his desk.
Can I scan the room? I scan the room for any kind of symbols from my group or guild, anyone that might be watching, listening, anything like that. Anyone who's paying too much attention to us.
Since you've come into the camp, you've been on the look for it everywhere, around every corner, on every door entry, on every door post, on every porch front. Like you were just like seeing the first one, and almost like it was put there because they knew that you would be coming by boat and having it ready for you. You don't see any more anywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if that's all the information that we're going to be able to get from here, we should probably head back.
I mean, we could play the fact that we are, and I'm communicating this with the comms with Andy, Andronicus. I could really try to be a bit more forceful about the fact that Davenport has sent us, and see if that gets us the clearances for these papers. I mean, when are we going to be in the middle of these barracks again?
I mean, yeah,
I could pretend to communicate with Davenport through our comm system and walk back up and be like, Davenport's really upset, and he said that we came here for this information, and we can't come back without it, or it's our asses.
Good luck.
Okay. I walk up to him, and I'm like, well, before I walk up to him, I'm kind of in the corner, and I'm having like this conversation. I'm like pretending I have a comm or something, and I'm like, sir, I'm sorry, sir, I'm trying. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. So I walk up to him, and I've been very loud, kind of theatrical about this, and I'm like, Master Sergeant Smallfoot, I really need your assistance. Davenport is quite upset with me. I didn't realize the gravity of the situation. He has ordered me to not return without this information, and has requested that these protections on these papers be lifted so that we can get the information that he needs back to him as soon as possible.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I can't. I can't do that. I'm sorry.
If I call her on my comms, is there a way that I can visually, like, light up her ring or something? Anything like that? Like, if I really try,
light up my ring.
I want it to be like there's a call coming in, and that Smallfoot notices it, and I want to essentially say to Clove over the comms, be like, I'm Davenport, and be like, what's his name? And then she'll be
Excuse
like, Smallfoot.
Sorry, Davenport. Yes, I mean his name. I don't think it's his fault. He says he can't do it. He can? Well, I don't think he can. He says he can.
Well, it's his ass.
I don't want to give you his name.
I'm not trying. Excuse me. I will be. Excuse me. I'll be right back. And he kind of runs off and to the door on the side of the room. And there's a little hallway that connects his office to Fire Shield's office. And he runs over and he knocks on the door, and you can hear it like he's knocking like really loud and forcefully. He's like, "Sir."
I'm trying.
And you eventually hear the door open. What?
I do not want to give you his name. He's been very nice to us. I don't want him to be punished.
They need your help, sir. They need your help. It's on orders from Davenport. And you see this, the bald dwarf guy just kind of walk over, and he's like, what?
Davenport, yes. Yeah, okay, hold on. No, they brought someone else here. Please come down. Okay. We've been sent here as the Knights of Aldon under direct orders from Davenport to receive
Champions of Aldon.
Yes, the Champions of Aldon to find very specific information. It's highly classified, and we just need to be able to access these files. He says it's of the utmost importance. Sir, yes, yeah, I'm speaking with them now. Hold on.
And you watch as he like reaches, and he grabs a bracelet, and he slides his hand into the bracelet.
Does the bracelet look like the bracelet from the lady I took?
No. Excuse me, sir. Yes. Yes, this is Fire Shield. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have some people here who say that they are the Champions of Vollarune, and they are here on your behalf looking for records. Oh. Well, she's about half my height, and
tell him we are on his floating pedal.
She said that you're on, or they're on your floating pedal. The other one
is looking for your clone also, so it's true that we are looking for what Davenport has asked us to look for. He just probably didn't think we were going to be there asking for papers.
It is Kisar's
like a
floating
normal
pedal.
Human. One of them was some kind of. One of them was tabaxi. The other, they have some sergeant with them. They have some sergeant with them. That's some.
Did you hear that? Kisar's going to fix the boat. It's his boat.
All right.
I'm gonna write that down.
All right. Yeah. We could. Yeah, that sounds like all right. Thank you, sir. And drinks are on me next time. I appreciate that. Slides the bracelet off and puts it back in his pocket. And you wanted those unredacted, yes?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, given what Davenport has told me directly, and given that y'all showed up here on your own without his authority and are using his name like that,
he told us to look for Andrew's twin.
And he also told us to come here if we wanted to look. This is where we should go.
Yeah.
He said it. He said that it might be a place to start. He didn't tell you to go here. He said that there might be answers here, but he didn't know. And he was doing everything under the cuff. So he's just like, I don't fucking know.
Tell us it was under the cuff?
Yeah, he did.
Under the bus.
fine. So we're gonna have some fun. You say you're champions of Voldon, and I'm assuming you sir, are not a sergeant by what he said.
I'm sorry, there was a loud firework. Could you repeat that?
They were asking if you're a sergeant.
I'm assuming you're a champion of Voldon as well.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. I look like a sergeant, but
Hey, Twinkle Toes, sound the bell. We're gonna have some fun today. And you see
Okay.
Smallfoot walk over and like go to the other wall, and there's a rope, and he starts pulling it, and you hear this bell going off outside, and like all of the normal
What
training
were
that you
we
can hear,
supposed to do? You sent me off to the records room.
everything that you
I
can
don't
hear
know why
outside.
we're going there.
It's fine. It's fine. We're having fun. It's fine. All of the commotion of normal training, like the different clashing and the different people marching and everything, it all stops, and you hear just this massive rush of people toward one area of the camp.
I automatically calm everyone and go, those bells are for us.
Go get your friends. Meet us at the back of the camp.
Kesar will talk to Hutch even through the comms, even though he's like right with him. He's like, this is partly your fault because you didn't send one of us with them.
Well,
You said,
and I
the
just
two
turn around and look at you
talkie-talkies.
and your face like, well, forgive me for having faith in our companions, you
Hey,
I'm
furry
sorry
bastard.
that we did such a
They
terrible
have
job.
they
with
have
no instructions.
skills, but the talkie-talkie is not among them.
Hey,
What?
if we're about to get into a scruffle, you better thank the
Well,
Lord
with
I'm
all
there with you.
the disc talking, I'm just gonna dip and just look out for myself. So
So they radio for us to go to the back of the camp. So that completely puts our whole idea on hold. I look over at
Is
Kassar.
anybody actually going to go to the back of the camp?
That's what I'm
first
about
off?
to
Are
ask
you-
Kassar. I was like, should we go to the back of the camp like we're being requested at this point, or do we just want to say fuck all and do whatever we got to do?
I mean,
Well, Kesar thinks that there is a chance that these will earn us respect amongst them and might
I got a
open
feeling
door.
that's right too. This might be a you do something for us, we'll give you the information you need kind of thing.
a trial.
No, I think this is about saving face. How tough are you, kind of thing.
Yeah, asking that.
How well can you hold your own against us? That sort of thing.
I mean, we can
Street cred, as it were.
What the hell? I mean, I think you're just going. I think the word I'd be using most common at this point would be like backing up. Writing checks our mouse can't cash kind of thing. I think is what you're going for. But
Sure.
I mean, I guess we can just go ahead and go. I'm like, far be it for me to turn down a fight at this point. So I guess we'll go ahead and go down. Clove and I radio comms her. Are you going or are you not? Andronicus, that goes for you too. Because we're about to head down there for what they're requesting.
are they gonna literally just let us walk out of that room and make sure that we walk ourselves to the back of camp, or are they gonna escort us? I mean, we're in a room with them, so
yeah.
Right now, you see people walking past. Like everybody on the base is walking past, going toward the back of the camp. The only people that are still like even the guards that were out front that kind of nodded as you walked in and flashed your signet and walked in, they've left and are walking to the back of the camp. The only people that are still in the room or even still that aren't walking that way is Smallfoot and Fire Shield, and they're kind of waiting for you to walk in front of them.
And Donicus, do you recognize this drill at all from your training?
Ooh, good call.
I mean, from what I can remember,
Do you want to? Do you want to know? Do you want to know? Because you would.
Yeah,
I can
believes
tell
that
you.
we are fucked and we're going to be pit fighting monsters. Because they have been capturing
what
monsters.
in the heck else you would have wanted us to ask them in the records room? Like literally.
Keystar's correct. It is. It's not so much a pit fight as it is a. Somebody thinks that they use it both as just a way to blow off steam and also as part of the way to move up in ranks. It's a trial by combat.
Who's our champion?
yeah. I mean, see, this
they
could
have
be,
I think it's all of us.
There is no weapons that are used are wooden weapons. It's non-fatal. There's always like healers, multiple healers on standby. That way, if anybody gets wounded, like really injured on accident, it's like, oh nope, you're okay.
Okay, then I'm
I
down.
say we obey and we follow suit.
Yeah, and we go kick some ass. And
Is
get
that
some
information shared with me and Kisar?
It's up to Andronicus.
Yeah, I will let you guys know. So it's kind of like a trial. You know, a lot of times it's when folks that go AWOL, which I guess my Aussian file is currently marked anyway. If they ever get captured, to earn the respect back and be able to potentially serve again, this would be one of the trials that they would have to undergo. So essentially, I would normally be doing this on my own had I been caught. But if they're going to allow us to fight as a unit, then...
I start walking over that way, and then I radio with Clove, and I'm like, so has Davenport had any type of, part of this? Does he know that we're here officially?
Yeah, they use this for court martials. They use this for promotions. They use this
I'm asking Clove directly if she's spoken with Davenport.
Right. They use this for Bob and Steve had an argument last night in the tavern, and they're going to settle it today. Like, they use this for everything.
And I turn around, and I look at Kisar, and I'm like, well, it looks like our friend Davenport is trying to have a little fun with us. He's part of this.
Kisar will contact Andronicus. Is this a purely martial event, or is it you bring everything you have?
It's a non-fatal, generally. I mean, there's been instances where people have been pretty close to death, being bashed in the face.
But if I start slinging the magics...
I mean, you don't want to kill anybody. You don't
Magic is okay?
Anything's on the table.
As
long as it's intended in a not, like, as long as you... it is not...
okay, yeah, because you don't have to attack in D&D as lethal. That's right.
Well, as long as it's not a power word kill, or like, I'm going to murder you. Like, if you fire a fireball at somebody, it's expected that the fireball is not at them directly. It's at right next to them and that kind of stuff. So
non-lethal combat, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's fisticuffs in high fantasy, so...
Check out this beard.
Okay, so we make our way to the back of the camp. This is going to be fun.
Not a sponsor.
Ooh, that's awesome. The art.
Is that voodoo?
This is Tired Hands Brewing. They're in Ardmore, Pennsylvania. This is called Round and Round We Go. Awake Minds Coffee, which is a local roaster out there. Maple and Coconut Imperial Birthday Stout, because it's her birthday.
So what's the name? Oh, that's a birthday stout? That's so funny I picked it. Real quick, is the goal to knock somebody unconscious like boxing, or is it more so to be like, ha, gotcha, like?
Oh no, it's like the fight doesn't end until somebody dies, submits, or is unconscious. And if they're on the cusp of death, you have to finish the fight. If they won't submit, that you have to finish the fight, and then they bring them back. But it's all done with like wooden weapons or magic that's not direct. It's like tangent magic, that kind of stuff. As you go, like as you're starting to walk toward the back of the camp, Andronicus, you see it, and your stomach kind of falls for a second. What used to be kind of just a ring that was dug out has been turned into more like a small coliseum. The whole camp is there. Everybody's in the stands. Razu is walking in front at this point, and he goes, "Their other friends will be here soon. Take them to their corner. Bring them out when I call." And you see him kind of like Twinkle Toes, my oil. And Twinkle Toes hands him a little vial, and he freshens himself up, and he like, when you first got to camp and the whole time you've dealt with him, he seems kind of just like, what now? And just every day. And now he's like full of energy and life and like, yeah, let's go. He walks in and he goes, "Rotcroft, welcome. we are in for a treat. We have the few special people here today. A few of you have seen them around the camp. They come looking for information, and I have been given clearance if they choose. And it's their choice. They can walk away if they want. To put them through the gauntlet. And everybody just...
I look over at Kassar, I'm like, really? Gauntlet? Can they be any more fucking cliche? And I just cross my arms.
Well, I mean, at this point, nobody has said, there are no rules!
Right?
And he goes, as everybody's just like, yeah. Today, I bring you the champions of Uldan. And everybody's like what starts as kind of like this, what starts as kind of like this whisper, like, wait, what? Oh. And like Smallfoot's like, go. And he kind of pulls open a gate and he's like, go.
Kassar walks out with this like tough guy expression. He goes, hi, everybody!
Yes,
Should I be hiding on one of your persons and I could pop out like a secret
I mean,
attacker?
I want to just put out there.
Does someone have a cape? I could just kind of.
Well, you have a cape, and
I
we've
could
done
jump out like a crazy spider monkey.
If on a regular basis, if Clove
Not a
ever
bad
wants
idea.
to hide on my persons, can she jump on my
Backpack?
shoulders?
Yes.
And
Yes.
yeah, because
She
Can
can
I
hide
backpack?
behind us. She's small enough.
They're
she can
going
hide
all
behind us.
Master Blaster on us.
Right.
her cloak, yeah. He's just a child.
So he calms everybody back down again, and everybody kind of gets quiet, and you hear like everybody, like the excitement's palpable. Like you can hear people whispering, and at this point, like the whispering that you could hear through the gate coming from this small coliseum arena that's been set up over years is now like people are trying to whisper, but they're too excited, so everybody's talking at full volume almost. But he keeps trying to quiet everybody down. It's like they're not from here. It's important that they understand. This is a fight to submission, or until you can no longer participate. There are no rules.
Turn
Ah!
around, I turn around, slap Hutch on the. See, no, we've hit it. Now we've gone full cliche.
I look over at I look at Hutch. I look over at Kassar. I smirk,
Mirror. Mm.
and my eyes just like just fade to pure black.
Okay, that's creepy.
And should we address the crowd? Should we address
When
the
he
crowd?
says that, he's like, yeah, everybody's again. And he's like, the weapons. And like these people kind of wheel out a couple carts, and everything on there is, if it's a bladed or a blunt instrument, it's made out of wood. I can tell you, it won't break. They're enchanted. They're never going to break, but they do limited damage. Roll damage as normal. It's just non-lethal.
I want to
There's
kind of
anything you could ask for on the table.
My
I
dwarven
wanna-
sword of strength.
I want to smack my whip really loud to catch like the crowd's attention and be like, "It is true. We are the Knights of Uldan. We've come
Champion.
here."
Stop
The-
downgrading.
I
us.
like
Champion.
how I started that.
Look what
It's
you've
all
done.
me. It's
Look at
all
what
me
you've
because
done.
I was doing it on purpose initially, and now
I
it just
know.
took over.
Now I can't say it right.
You are a champion.
Yeah.
You are the champions, my friends.
Can I have a dwarven sword of wood and strength?
Just to keep it easy, whatever weapons you pick have the same stats as what the weapons you actually have are, unless you pick something that you don't normally have.
They're
Okay.
just the wooden versions.
I just want my sword and shield.
It would just be for the purpose of this, just consider what you have non-lethal, and we're good.
That's basically what I was gonna go for.
Even for yours, there's firearms on the table that are they shoot blunted, like they shoot beanbag rounds and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I'll roll whatever you want me to roll. However you
Kesar
want.
will pick up a wooden rapier.
Oh, let's do this. Start picking up a wooden rapier. Hutch, what are you picking up?
I'm just gonna walk over and see if they got some firearms, and if they got two 2 pistols. I'm gonna go ahead and pick those bad boys up.
Okay.
Start kind of
You're
twirling
grabbing-
around a little bit.
You're grabbing 2 pistols. Andronicus, what are you picking up?
Wooden dwarven sword of strength and a shield.
Can I say that I've got my shield too? Am I allowed to do that? I'm only gonna use 1 pistol anyway, so I'll just grab the pistol and whatever.
It's up to you. You can grab both and then like sling a
Okay,
shield over
cool.
your
That works for
shoulder
me. That's fine.
if you want to do it that way. That way you can do like because the pistols would have holsters if you prefer hip holsters or
Okay.
chest
bandolier.
holsters or however, yeah,
Gotcha.
however you would prefer them to. They
Cool.
would have appropriate things.
Cool.
Clove, what are you grabbing?
Is the nature of this a close range, or it seems more like a grappling, beating?
How big is the?
Neanderthal.
I think that's a good question. How big is this arena?
Okay.
I don't know if I want to do like a short bow if it's going to be close contact.
To fit everybody in the camp, it would be roughly. So if you go halfway up the Roman Colosseum and cut off the top half, it's that big.
So it's pretty damn big.
Like you just take the top half off the Roman Colosseum and the whole floor of the Colosseum and the first half of the stands is how big it is.
Yeah, you can use range.
It's massive.
Yeah.
So as
Like you're looking
as I
at a few
notice-
hundred. You're looking at a few hundred feet from one end to the other.
So as I notice what everyone's picking up, I kind of look over at Hutch and go, short bow, magic sickle.
Well, I mean, you are really good with your range. I mean, at this point, from what I'm gathering, we can basically use whatever we have on our person. It's just non-lethal, so you can use either or. Is entirely up to you.
I mean, if you're going to use your crossbow, just get the blunted
The
tip.
flat tips, yeah.
Yeah, that would be what was there. If you like the arrows and the bolts that they have there, have
Yeah, you've been doing a good
little
job.
pouches attached to the end of them that are essentially beanbag rounds, but they've been
Yeah, but
made
it's
to
all
where
like
they fire
my weapon midway
normally.
through if I get in a close fight, and then I'll
You
be
can.
like,
You can unequip and re-equip and all that stuff.
You
change
can grab
this
more
on
than
the
one
fly.
thing.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well
Yeah.
then I'll take my magic sickle wooden version and also my wooden version of the short bow.
Okay.
And a little mini shield.
Okay.
Yeah,
For
we're
my-
basically using our equipment. They're just non-lethal.
Yeah, pretty much it's just asking. Is there anything that you take that's not on your equipment list that I?
Oh no,
need
I'm
to,
sorry. Yeah,
throw
just-
on there real quick. Okay.
Question: is it regular armor, or are they like padded armor?
The armor that your normal equipment armor that you would have,
Sweet.
like your normal traveling armor.
All right.
I immediately move to like the back of the group and try to shift my line of sight behind somebody so I'm unseen.
After everybody kind of sits there and talks and everything for a minute, and everybody's kind of grabs their stuff, and everybody eventually turns back around. They have chosen, on top of what the information they seek as their reward, I offer my shield as reward to their cause. And everybody, like, you notice everybody just kind of like the whole place is just dead silent.
I want to investigate what the other opponents have chosen and what they look like, their stature, that kind of thing.
You don't see them yet.
Oh, okay.
He kind of he waits, and he's like, he waits for somebody to say anything. He's like, this comes from what is Davenport's title? The Grand Marshal himself. He has approved if I have to hold up the arrangements, somebody else shall take my place as the training field marshal.
So you're saying if we win, you're out.
Yes.
Can I be the new field marshal?
And at that, everybody, like, the whole place is just dead silent. Like, what's going on? Like, it went from like super excitement to like everybody's afraid to talk.
Damn.
Kisar hits Andronicus with the Flatter's Blade. That you have things to do. You can't be here.
True.
Champions. Choose two. And he turns around and walks away back toward the middle of the ring.
Yo.
What do you say?
Wait, choose what?
Two.
We need two.
Kisar.
We have a close range. So wait, Andronicus is close range, Kisar is close range, and then me and Hutch are long range, right?
I can be
Yeah.
close, but mostly play range. Yeah.
Same here, but we could maybe pair
I'm
up
okay with
long
that.
range, short range.
You want me to go in with Kisar, and then y'all take the next round if you request it?
But then they don't have any magic support.
While y'all are discussing this, he walks over to the wall and he
Clove, why don't you go in this round?
Okay, cool, got it.
while,
Here,
while y'all are
you-
discussing this, he walks over and he pulls the two files out of his coat, and there's a spot on the wall where it's like a shelf, and he puts the two files on each end of the shelf, and then you see him grab his beard and reach behind him and pull, and then grab his shield and set it up on the wall as well, and he ties his beard off behind him again.
All right, Andronicus and me are just gonna go sit in the back and pucker our butt cheeks and watch.
Okay.
So I stand behind Kisar just a bit to keep my line of sight out of anyone's way who's entering, and like ready my bow and my shield.
You have chosen. Excellent. Interesting combination. Smallfoot, come.
I'm so scared.
Go bring in the sisters.
The sisters. Ah!
He walks off.
It's Twisted
when
Sister.
When he says the sisters, everybody's like, "Yeah."
It's just like
He walks off.
WWE.
Right?
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
You see Fire Shield walk up, kind of leaning against you see him lean against the wall and put a foot up and just kind of cross his arms back against right under his shield where he set it, and just watch.
Kisar real quick turns to Clove. My friend, this is most important. When we walk in there, heads proud, and we walk in like this, together.
Oh, you're already in there. You're already in it.
Well,
No,
we're
but-
gonna get in
So we
place.
start strutting back and forth doing the British
Oh, okay.
bulldog.
In place.
Hutch and Andronicus, you're kind of motioned to the opposite side from Fire Shield, kind of in the same spot that he is, just on the other side. After probably 5 minutes, you see Smallfoot walk back in, open the gate behind him a little bit wider.
As that's
into-
happening, I use my ring, and you guys hear in your head, "I am a real American."
Oh,
I
the Hulk Hogan
I want to
song.
talk over that music and ask Andronicus if he has any memories of his sisters.
I mean,
Does Andy have any memories of his sisters, like how clumsy they are and how they always mess up and you can make up all kinds of stuff?
Cry with that one.
is this
They so
something I'm
ugly.
allowed to go off of, or do you want?
They're always drunk.
This would be something you would have heard rumors about. They are called the sisters. They are a couple of dwarven sisters that have been in the military since they were kids. They were raised in a military family. They are what usually is like a 5 to 10 person ranger crew. They're a ranger crew on their own.
Andronicus, Kisar is curious. Do we know if there is a captain and one of them submits, or they independently have to submit?
It's a full team submission. Like everybody on the team has to be out.
Okay.
The battle royal.
The rumors I heard was that their skin was made of stone.
And their
Why
teeth
would
of
you say that?
diamond.
You're making it harder for us.
It's only a rumor, though.
I'm gonna make
It's only a
up
rumor.
details when you fight them.
And
only
it
a
actually
rumor.
it's only a rumor, and it plays into it really well.
I heard it. Was,
No!
I heard it was bullshit.
As they walk, as the shadow of seeing them walk toward the ring and the light starts to hit them, you notice that they don't have boots on, that you can see their toes first. Their hands are empty. They're not wielding any weapon. The weapons table is still out. They start to walk out a little bit further and they start to actually get into the light, you see wooden armor that's been carved into like slits all along the armor. They're full plate completely. Their helmet has like lines carved into it to where it's like the whole thing is ribbed with like running lines of spikes, more or less. If it was metal armor, it would be terrifying. Like you wouldn't even want to be within 5 feet of this person if it was metal armor, because they could just grab you and shred you to pieces.
Woo.
So they have the dwarven spike armor, effectively.
They're battle rangers.
I'm gonna communicate with Kisar and Clove and tell them, yo, extremities on this one. They're gonna be way too heavily protected. Go for things like their toes and their feet. I know it sounds silly, but just beat them nasty.
When they walk in, everybody again, and that goes on for a while, and then eventually you see Smallfoot kind of just pick your weapons, and they both just kind of start laughing and spit on the ground, and they're like, okay. And he motions for the weapons to be taken away, and he walks over and stands beside Fire Shield. Fire Shield reaches up, rings a bell. I need you two to roll for initiative.
Oh, fuck.
Initiative save?
No,
no.
Go back to your main.
It's whatever you roll plus your dex.
Yeah.
It's that one there, right there.
I don't know if it was a save.
Ooh, nice.
The way he said it.
7 and 19. Clove on 19, Kasar on 7.
This is why I don't sit around and make characters all day, because I just all kinds of stuff. 7. Wait, what was it? Sorry.
10.
Kisar has a 10. Clove has
23.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
because of her modifier.
okay.
I just rolled super shitty.
No, that's fine. Clove, you're up first. He rings the bell, and you see these two stout dwarven women put their head down, like looking straight at the ground, almost like a bull charge, and they both just start running.
Shit.
Like they are shoulder to shoulder, just coming at you.
Are they like running toward the center, or are they like?
So you're kind of like behind Kisar a little bit. Kisar's closer to the middle, and y'all have backed up toward one side. Whenever they walk in, they were on the opposite side.
They're there. Kisar's here.
Yep.
I'm here. I'm
There you
making a diagram out of my dice.
Perfect. So they're side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and like even like each foot is in unison. Like they both step right foot at the same time. They both step left foot, and they're running straight at both of you, like just straight across the field.
So as they're charging towards Kisar, I'm like right behind him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna kind of do like a pretty slick like springing flip off to the side, the right side.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take a shot at the one on the right's feet with my arrows.
Okay.
I don't know what else I could really do.
Roll that attack.
And do I get the sneak on that? Because if I don't, I could use my insightful fighting to try to look for a different tactic.
Given that they're not in combat with anybody yet. Oh, no. It's first round of combat. You're going before them. You do.
You get the drop on them. You get to roll sneak attack.
Cool, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure I wasn't being presumptuous.
Yeah, you go before them in the first round. You get it. Trying to think. Just leave it like that.
Oof, I don't like this.
I know, because it's like, I don't...
But it's fun.
Ugh. I don't know where to shoot it there.
Whoa, 20.
20.
That's plus. She didn't have the plus on there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the plus would have been. Or like they should have had a plus on it.
Whoa!
Why didn't they have a plus?
That's the most metal.
Yeah, it could have been a plus 6. I don't know why it wasn't.
It has a plus 6. Yeah, it was a 14 plus 6.
Yeah, I don't know why it
It
didn't
just
show
didn't
the
add
plus
it
6.
on the in fantasy rounds.
Oh, weird. I see it on my screen.
I see it on mine too.
I do not.
The attack with the short bow?
It didn't add the damage up either.
So that's going to
Because
be.
you rolled a 2, but you had a +4, so it should have been a 6. So that's
Yeah, they're all
18.
showing in ours.
Yeah, mine are
Yeah,
showing.
her short bow. The first one is 6, and then she rolled the sneak attack. Did both. She rolled 18 for one bow
it's just
attack.
not it's just not showing on my end. I'll have to pay
Yeah.
attention.
So her feet come clear off, right?
you do land the hit. You notice like it hits. She kind of both put their head down like an actual bull's charge. How they put their head down and then charge. It hits her square at the top of the dome. There's actually a shaft of the arrow sticking out now, where it's kind of wedges its way in between the ribs of the armor. You notice it's like either it's an extreme amount of training, or it's like a twin kind of symmetry thing, or something's going on. Because when she gets hit, like she doesn't stop and she doesn't go backwards, but it definitely slows her down, her momentum. And the other one slows down the exact same amount, and their feet hit at the ground at the same time still. And they just like everything is still just perfect unison, like they're one person machine.
Oh shit.
So I still have some movement, but I don't want an opportunity attack, and I still have my bonus action.
DM, do we have a map for the arena or no?
I do not.
Okay.
I was just going to do this one with the theater of the mind, since it's
Theater
not
of
gonna
the
be-
mind.
There's not going to be many things in combat, and it shouldn't be too confusing just to keep up with.
Okay.
How does using my whip work? Would that be essentially like using a weapon, or could that be a bonus
Yes.
action?
It would it'd be a weapon.
Okay. At that point, I'm gonna comm system Kisar and be like, "Did you see that? They slow down at the same time," and then I'm gonna disengage.
You don't have to disengage. Disengage is
Oh,
for
that's right.
melee
Sorry.
combat.
That's
Yep,
if we're
you're
in
good.
combat.
You can pull back a little bit further though if you'd like to.
I don't want the opportunity attack.
They're not close enough
They're
for
still
one.
far enough away.
They're not.
You're not in
Okay.
melee combat.
I can't imagine how close I am. Well,
Right now they would probably be 30 feet in closing.
30 feet. So maybe I don't know, maybe I pop back behind Kisar
Well, they're
as
heading
like
for him.
backup. Yeah, I'm gonna pop back behind Kisar at a respectable distance
Okay.
and just ready for the next one.
So we'll say you're like 10, 15 feet behind Kisar.
Yeah, kind of like pop out, blop blop, get back.
Take a couple steps back, give it a little bit more room.
Yeah. Thank you.
Kisar.
Kisar will cast Crown of Madness on the left sister, and she must
Okay.
make a wisdom save.
Must make a wisdom save. Okay.
Kisar with the
Be
hits.
one of those. Yeah.
This is me because it's the little in space.
I need to look something up.
The D4.
D4.
So many books.
Roll the D4. Two.
If I remember correctly, my DC is 15.
It's 15, yeah. You're one above me. Is your charisma 20?
No. It is 19.
Then it should be 14, because that means you should have the same attack DC as me for spells. Because mine's 19 as well. Plus proficiency, we should have the exact same
8
one.
plus 3, 11
Mhm.
plus 4.
To people who don't know how to
15.
play D&D, it sounds like
It's
we're just
15.
making stuff up.
Okay, so ours is both 15 then.
Making stuff up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn lights on.
Let's make a wisdom save. I was incorrect in my thing. How about a 18?
All right,
Fail.
saved.
Same thing. You notice, like, as you send out your spell, and as you focus on the one that's already been shot with the spell, they both kind of slow down like half a step in their speed, and then they're at like in unison, both slow down a little bit, and then they're back up to full speed after that.
Okay. Kisar will move to the left 30 feet.
So, Shady, so yours should be 8 plus your proficiency plus 2 plus 4, right? That's only 14,
It's 8
right?
plus 3 for proficiency.
We're only plus 2. We haven't gone to plus 3 yet. We're only level 4.
Oh, I'm
right.
sorry. Then it is 14.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute, I'm getting confused now. All right.
What'd you say?
I don't know why. I thought it was all right. Yeah.
It's fine. It's
I'll
fine.
eat as much of one as I can.
I mean, it doesn't matter. They
No,
saved
no,
it.
we're never
Either
gonna
way.
land spells anyway. It doesn't matter. This is 5th edition.
I'll say for the sake of this, Clove, do you follow behind Kisar since we're doing mostly a theater of the mind? Like when he goes to scoot over to one side, do you also scoot behind him to one side?
Okay. We're like synchronized swimmers.
If you want to be like, if you see him start to move and you want to follow behind him, I'll allow it. I'm fine with that.
We're like, choo.
Okay. That puts it to them. Did you move back at all, or did you just move tangent? Kisar.
Just straight to left. Because
To
with their
left,
head down, I'm hoping they don't see where I'm going.
Okay.
Truth.
You see both of them run straight out to
Fire.
where you were,
Sorry.
and so for lack of a better way to describe it, it's almost like the outside shoulder on each of them is a wheel of a chariot, and you see like the one that's in the middle just stand there and kind of pump in place, and the other one go around her, and then they're back charging straight at you. You moved 30 feet off to one side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So at the end of their movement, they are probably, we'll say 15 feet away.
All right.
It puts it back to Clove. You are doing. I'm going to do this.
I wish I had something to light their armor on fire. Just light them on fire. I mean, they're covered in burnable material.
Isn't it? It's wood, right?
Wait, I still have that bomb from like the beginning of the
Not
game.
lethal. Fuck them.
Do
There
I
are
use
no
a wooden
rules.
version of that?
I mean, there are no rules, so people can use
Okay.
their magics. I mean, it's not a bladed, or it's not a what you would typically consider a weapon replacement. It's just something you have on you. So that's up to you. I mean, you're a champion of Oldan.
I mean, I could lock the bomb at them, or I could use my whip as a lasso and try to get their feet all tied up because they seem to be like this like thing with their feet. I could net them, and that might slow them down physically. I don't know. I think I'm gonna lob the bomb at them.
Oh man.
Go for it.
I mean, the bomb is not reliable. I understand this, so I apologize if this does not go well.
Guess
But
I'm
I
gonna
see
get
me in the
blown
background,
up.
just like.
I like.
Clove
I
reaches into her coat behind her
Blah,
on her
blah, blah.
side and pulls out this little pouch with a fuse on it, and you watch Hitch goes,
I just kiss the sky and I lop that shit.
okay. I don't remember how these work. It's been a while.
I had it written down somewhere in my million notes.
It was a D8. Within 5 feet. After the 5 feet, it drops.
Right. They'll both be on a D8. I want to say it's a percentage die, and they have a 20% chance to fail.
Yes, that was right.
I would like
Okay.
to use my movement to get within the optimal range of this unpredictable device,
You're
and
fine.
then to get the hell out of there.
You're fine right where you are.
Thank you, friend.
You kind of followed behind Kisar with your movement. You're fine right where you are. Roll a percentile.
Where are my
So,
notes?
yeah, roll a percentile. This is man.
Okay, percentile. This one.
You need.
And this one.
Yep,
Yep.
you got it.
8 and 20.
28. That's more than 20.
Yay!
It does not fail. Roll.
And I blow them a kiss, a pizza kiss. And then
That's
I
actually-
out the crowd.
As close as they would be. And giving you, I'm not even gonna have you roll an attack. Just roll damage for it. Because it's
D20.
literally, you could be like underhanded, toss it at them while
She's
it's
gonna
lit, and it
float
would.
Like Rook
Yep.
of the Year.
Is it a D20?
What's
Got
the
it.
No, just roll damage. Damage was
D8.
D8?
D8.
It was. I'm pretty sure it
Sounds
was a
right.
D8.
Yeah,
That's the
sounds right.
That's a D8.
That'll be on both.
4,
And one more time for the other.
6.
Nice.
Well, all right.
I want to use my cloak like a bullfighter.
Toro! Ole!
You pull back. You take
And
out
I'm
this
Hispanic, so it's okay that I did that.
little
Just
pouch
for the
of
record.
gunpowder, and you take it and you light it real quick, and everybody sees Hutch go.
You
And
just
about
feel-
that time, Clove goes and just kind of lobs it at them, and it just kind of, and then it right as the impact happens, it starts to flare out a little bit. You see just a little bit of black powder come out where it was tied off, which hits the fuse, and the whole thing just.
And they're wearing really embarrassing, like, polka dot underwear.
Oh no, their
And
armor,
they've got,
their
like,
armor's
Sid's
okay.
chair like Looney Tunes.
Actually, you know what? Let me roll.
Okay, striped underwear.
Let me roll a percentile.
SpongeBob.
So I'm curious. Plus, I just want to roll my new dice. Okay.
I'm glad that bomb never blew up on me randomly.
Their armor looks fine. They both stopped right where they were. One of them, you notice one of them kind of takes a step back from the impact, and they're out of sync.
Okay. So that was my. How much of my movement did I use?
I would. So they're coming. So you and Kisar are kind of squared off with one of them apiece. Instead of being behind them, or behind Kisar from them, you're kind of off to the side at this point. You would be able to readjust and be behind Kisar again if you would like.
Could I readjust and like while they're disoriented, dart behind them, or would they notice that? I don't know how to like messed up they are.
Keeping up with Kisar, shifting that far to the side, you wouldn't have that much movement left.
Okay, I'll just keep up with Kisar and maybe just back up a hair.
Shift back behind him. Okay.
Yeah.
That puts it to Kisar. You've watched Clove try to blow these ladies up and kind of stagger them backwards. They're no longer in sync for some reason. One of them actually moved a foot back, and the other one didn't. Another one's just kind of ducked down and bore it. Clove kind of shifts back around behind you again, and it's now yours.
Let's do it one more time. Crown of Madness on the one that's out of sync.
You got it. On the one that's out of sync. Okay. That is the one on y'all's right, for the record. No, I'm doing it here.
Just as a sidebar, why would you pick one over the other? Wouldn't you want to pick the one who didn't? Not that I'm trying to change, just out of understanding combat. Wouldn't you want to pick the one that was like not dazed?
No, you'd want to pick the one that was dazed, because if they're dazed, more than likely they would roll. Situationally, they might have like an effect that would make them roll lower.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering as a sidebar.
An 11.
Sweet.
What does it do? Post it for me. I want to read it.
Okay.
Because now I'm actually curious what it does now. Because I'm like, okay, this happens.
The first thing she does
Wait,
is use
what
her
happens?
action, and then she moves.
You can see within range. Must see on a wisdom saving throw, or become charmed by you for the duration. While the target is charmed in this way, a twisted crown of jagged iron appears on its head, and a madness glows in its eyes.
Ooh.
Charmed target must use its action before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. Target can act normally if you choose no creature or if none are within its reach. You must use your action to maintain control. It is concentration. You can make a wisdom save at the end of each turn. Okay.
Okay. And I choose the sister that doesn't have the Crown of Madness.
Okay. Is there anything else that you're going to do on your turn?
Yeah, now I'm going to back the fuck up.
Okay. So how far back do you back up?
20 feet.
20 feet. Okay. So you're like right, like your back is up and like almost up against Chloe. Like y'all are right beside each other again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's to them. You watch as this jagged iron manifests from the ether around the sister on the right's head, and you hear the crowd go, ah! And everybody, like, there's just a giant roar go across the crowd because it's like, oh shit, because they didn't know you had magic, and now it's like, yeah, there's a magic combat, yeah.
Magic makes it better.
You watch as the one sister like puts her foot forward and the other one steps forward, and instead of being in unison, whenever she steps forward, she plants her foot, turns, and jumps at the other sister. As the one on the left tries
harder, not harder.
The one on the left takes another step forward and then just gets plowed by the one on the right. Ooh. Okay. This is weird. I'm gonna roll one on my. I'm gonna roll the one on the right in my hand, the one on the left on on fantasy grounds.
Cesar, Clove, watch what's going to happen here.
21.
We're a good team.
Okay.
Because we're both turds.
Okay. So the sister with the crown of madness tackles it, like full body straight jumps and tackles the other sister and wraps her arm around her and just starts like twisting her body and moving up and down with her arm, like trying to shred her with her armor.
Oh shit.
You notice as the other sister like starts like trying to punch and twist and like do anything to get out of it. I need to roll a percentile die. There is a chance.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Sorry, if they stay this way, we should have some fun. I can net them, and we can just like give them a couple whacks and give the crowd a good scene, you know?
You should 100% net them after this. Because they'll keep fighting on the ground.
There's a small chance,
Net them.
Net them.
a very small chance that given the serrations in their armor and the way their armor is designed, that their armor could lock up together and not be able to be separated.
Their sisters become sister.
What's the chance?
There's a chance.
I don't know.
I always wonder how much
When magic breaks combat again.
Do we want it high or low?
Clove, high or low?
Whoa.
always high.
Going high. Okay. It has to be if it's above 83.
God damn, that's
Okay.
a high DC.
I mean low.
The armor's designed not to interact, but it's two of the same serrated kind of armor. So if the serrations hit just right, they could lock up.
I'm sure if I netted them, maybe the percentage could be higher or lower.
So the first roll is going to be the tens place. The second roll is going to be the ones place.
Okay.
What can I attach to my net to make it heavy?
10.
One. So
Okay,
No.
it doesn't matter.
be below. So right now they're just like the ones wiggling all around and moving constantly, trying to shred the other one with her armor, and the other one's just trying to get her off, figure out what's going on. I need to roll another versus strength because the one on the left is going to try to break free.
He doesn't have to do that.
I can just do a flat roll. She rolled a 15, and the other one rolled an 8. Using like her full, she eventually like gets her head tucked down, and about the time that the arms come up to start trying to shred again, she's able to like get her head down underneath the arms, and when she does, she shoves really hard, and the other one kind of stumbles back. The other one is going to make her a wisdom save now.
Okay.
19.
Damn. It was good for one round.
I mean, it did some stuff. It did some stuff. Which is that? Okay. You watch as like when she gets shoved, the crown starts to slowly fall and rusts and crumble around her, and she shakes her head, and they look at each other, and the one on the left goes, and she goes. And she puts her head down again, and they're like they're shoulder to shoulder again, and they start running. That's the end of their turn. They don't make any movement.
Kizaru's curious. What is the wall behind him?
Stone, like sandstone.
Okay.
Sandstone, adobe, one of those kind of things.
So it's an earthen.
Yeah, it's either I don't know. I mean, it could be.
No, I was just. Was it some sort of earth stone? Yes. Was it wood?
We'll say that it's what you would consider Middle Eastern stonework. Okay. Mud layered with straw, layered with mud, layered with straw, layered with mud to make a brick. Yeah, that puts it back to Clove.
Now I could throw a hooded lantern at them, and that would be extra fire. Or maybe I could light one of my arrows on fire and shoot it at them.
But the intent is not to kill.
There are no rules.
They seem pretty hell-bent on killing us, friend. I think I'm gonna jump up on Keith because I can't really get around him. He's like right in front of me. I'm up against the wall, like
The intent is to subdue by any means.
If you could,
it's with blunted weapons. But if that if they die, hopefully the medic can get to them quickly enough to say, "Hey, no, you're okay, buddy, you're okay."
I feel like they've got extinguishers. You know what I mean? Like I could.
Kizaru would say, "Go split."
What do you say?
Split. It'll be fine. Get around, shoot from behind or something.
So I'm gonna light one of my arrows on fire.
Okay. Are you moving?
Kizaru would say, "Let me have your net."
My neck?
Net.
Oh, net.
Yes, give me your neck. Kizaru the vampire.
No, I don't like it. I mean, I could lasso their feet and you could net them if we're going Looney Tunes. I mean, Looney Tunes been working so far. No?
It's up to you.
The arrows don't seem to make much of a difference.
It's heavy armor.
Do I have enough time to inspect their armor and see what's burnt away and what's not?
During combat, the adrenaline and them kind of getting themselves sorted out and starting to run towards you again, everything going on very quickly. Their armor from the blast doesn't appear to have taken much damage. At a glance, you see a rib or two on each of them that's kind of folded over a little bit, or where it's broken off from the blast on the chest. But for the most part, the whole armor's fine.
I wish Sarah and I could set a trip line. Like we could take my whip and just hold it on each end and just trip them and then net them. But that would take acting at the same time.
Your turns are right beside each other, and if you want to set that up, that's up to you.
Do you want to trip them and net them? I mean, they're like a bulldozing head down charge. We could jump off to the sides.
Kizaru was going to.
They trip over the rope, hit their heads on the wall, and then we net them.
Kizaru leans down and kind of whispers real quick. Kizaru was going to flip off the wall and throw the net over them as he tumbled through the air.
But we could trip them, and they'll knock their heads off the wall, and then we can net them.
But that's you got to make a choice.
They're going to run at me, flip off the wall, they slam into the wall, now they're covered in a net. And you can go over there and be safe.
While y'all are discussing this at length at this point, Kizaru, what's your AC?
It is 14.
14. All right. You're discussing this conversation starts to take on a little bit longer than what you would expect, like what you could do in combat. You look over your shoulder and try to get across your point a little bit better, and about that time you turn back around just in time to see one jumping at you.
This is why we just do what
I said go, and you just like, well, but we could do this. I'm like,
17.
That's a hit.
That's a hit. This
It's my fault.
stout battle ranger dwarf woman is flying through the air at you, and just as you turn around and catch it, and it's like slams you to the ground. Roll a strength check.
This is not use our strength.
Be a,
Strength save or strength check?
I'll say you can use athletics or acrobatics. You're essentially trying to escape or counter a grapple right now.
Okay.
You have to beat a 17.
Yeah.
18.
23.
Okay, I need a die.
Used to be. No, it's just.
So, I want to use my. Okay, I'll roll over here. Kisar takes 4 damage from the impact and the serrations on the armor and everything. But as you hit the ground, you're able to like slide yourself back across the ground and escape the grapple. At that time, you see you back up just enough that the other one jumps over the one that hit you first and attempts to land on you as well. This one is a 11.
Miss.
Don't think it hits. You see it coming, and so you roll off to one side. They both start to pick themselves back up to go again.
Clove, net.
Puts it to Clove.
Net. The stats didn't really give me what to roll. I wrote down the dash.
Roll a dex-based attack. And they're close enough together that it could cover both of them.
Plus your
what's your
dexterity
dex-
modifier.
Yeah, what's the
That's
total? Because it's only showing a 14.
total.
18 total?
Yeah, 18.
Okay. So they need to... opposing roll. That doesn't make... That definitely doesn't
Nice.
They are both on the ground under the net, considered entangled and grappled and immobile. Like the only thing they can do is work to escape the net at this point, or try to shoot something from under the net. If they have like a crossbow or a firearm, they could do that under the net. Okay.
They
So
take no weapons.
anything else? They don't have weapons.
Clove.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at my thing real quick.
Okay.
Because I was told we don't want to light them on fire. I could light them on fire.
If you want to.
Okay, I'm gonna just
Just remember, there are no rules.
I grab an oil flask and I just start throwing it on them, and I hold up the match and I'm like, submit.
Oh.
Damn.
Roll that intimidation check.
Roll an intimidation with true advantage. So roll
2d20.
yeah,
2d20.
or you can just hit the advantage on the bottom.
So yeah, click advantage to the left.
Yep.
And then roll your intimidation.
Wait, roll intimidation?
Yeah.
Okay, ignore whatever that was right there that I just did. Okay, now don't ignore that. That's a 19.
That's right. So 19 total. Okay. That would be.
That's a bad
Okay.
situation for them to be in.
Yeah,
That's
we're
rough.
And they're trapped.
I look over at Kisar and say, my apologies.
It is an elegant solution. It is fine.
You watch both of them.
I meant for you being injured.
It is elegant.
You watch both of them as their eyes go wide, and they both go. They look down at their armor, and like you see them struggle for just a second, and then they look at the match and their armor, and they go. They hold
They
up
just
their
went to
hand,
the door.
and they just hold their hand straight up. The fire shield from the back goes, "We have a winner!" And the crowd.
I blow out the match and I help them out and shake their
Kisar
hand.
will also help.
They're both are like, yeah, okay, good job, yeah, and they both kind of walk off. Fire shield walks over back to the middle and kind of motions for you to go stand beside your friends, and he says, "Champions, choose another."
Dang. Just one?
Just one.
Oh. Well, Hutch is gone.
I mean, far be it for Kisar to take all the fun, but Kisar will go again. If...
That's up to y'all. There is nothing that says you can't go more than once.
Well, will Kisar be healed before he goes back? Because you took 4 damage, right?
Like it's a consistent consecutive fights.
So you would go in with 4 damage.
Yeah, no, Kisar is fine with these.
I mean,
unless somebody
you're
else wants to go.
technically an AWOL.
Oh, we are past that.
No, they've waved their hand at that. Andronicus or Hutch or anybody can go in if they want to, but y'all have to decide. As you are, like, he kind of like motions for you to take a minute, and as you take it a minute, like he's giving this big show and this big talk and everything else about they have bested the Rangers and da 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 and
Halftime show.
like a little intermission show as y'all decide who it gets to be.
Fireworks.
No, you're fine.
Lucy
But my friend, whoever.
a round 2 sign in a bikini.
Actually, Smallfoot walks out and he actually is holding a little thing that's he's being very careful to not show you who it is, but as it goes around and he shows it in front of the audience, almost like a wave is being made across the crowd. You see them go, because they know who's coming next.
Are they doing Zombie Nation?
So who's going in next?
Hutch, they're asking for one person to go in next, and there's no ban from someone making multiple turns. So in theory, Kisar or I could go again. So we're trying to figure out who's going next. But they're fighting by themselves.
So they can swap out one teammate, or they can both stay in.
No.
No,
One
they're
person.
One person going back in.
I just said that.
I am so baked right now, I'm a potato.
You're fine.
I say if it's a one-on-one fight, realistically, I think Kisar being in there solo is probably a bad idea. I would
There are
say
arguments
maybe
to be made for that.
Andronicus being a frontline fighter in a one-on fight might be the best option, or I can go in.
Yeah,
It's up
I
to you.
mean, I'm ready to rock.
Let Andronicus go.
Okay. As Andronicus steps forward, you see Fire Shield look over. They've chosen. Bring the weapon.
Walk over to Kisar, like, no offense against you, but I feel like a one-on-one fight would be better that way.
I mean,
Uh,
Kisar understands. The argument can be made either way.
So it's just me.
Just you, buddy. What you see after bring the weapon, and everybody's like, yeah. The gate opens and they bring in on a cart, and it takes 2 of the people, like 2 what look to be trainees, kind of walk over to it, and one grabs each end and they dump it on the ground, and it just thuds. And then he walks over and he says, "Sir, if you would, please lift the weapon." When you get to it, is this massive battle axe. Like, it's made for what would be an ogre size or a small giant size battle axe.
This is what I'm given to fight with?
No, it's what you're given to pick up. Like, they want
Oh.
you to pick it up.
Okay.
Roll a strength check.
You know, not to say that Kisar could not have done this, but it's probably better that Andronicus is doing this.
You can't pick it up.
Oh, I didn't see it. Sorry.
You got a 9.
That's fine.
You got an 11.
Andronicus walks over.
Why isn't it
and he
showing that on
presses-
my end? I'm not getting the bonuses.
I don't know. It might be an update. We might have to update. It might be the different things, but I'm not worried about it right now. Andronicus reaches down with both hands between his legs, and he goes,
I let out a fart.
and he gets it, and he's holding it straight up like this, and shoulders it with 2 hands. You kind of just shoulder it over and thunk, and even though it's like made out of some kind of ironwood or something, it like the edge of the battle axe sticks into the ground with a thud, and the handle kind of sticking out at an angle, and you're like, yeah, yeah.
Test your might.
And Fire Shield walks over and he goes, "Oh, you're not done." Like he's saying it pretty quiet. That's what your opponent's going to use. And he motions for you to take your place. The gate opens. Smallfoot walks out in front again. You see a kobold, little bitty guy, like 4-foot kobold, walk out. This
Nice.
dude is freaking jacked, like world's strongman kind of jacked, but he's a kobold, right? Where'd he go?
He is as wide as he is tall.
As he walks out, Faust, the undying rage.
It's Lucita.
Oh, no.
He's
He's a
black
luchador.
skin. He's not wearing any armor. He's just has on like a little kilt. What you can see on his torso and on his legs and his arms, he has like blood red scars all over him. He walks over and he grabs the battle axe with both hands, and he just kind of like his whole body moves, and it just shunk
Oh,
like it's just a
Lord.
normal size thing.
Eek.
He walks. He's just kind of standing there near the middle of the ring with this battle axe and his little grin on his face.
Ooh.
He's like half your height, by the way.
Kisar messages Andronicus. My friend, you are a very, very brave man. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah.
Fire Shield, like the crowd is just, like you can't hear anything at this point. The crowd's just ridiculous. And Fire Shield just walks over and ding. Go ahead and roll initiative.
Come on, Andronicus.
Oh man.
Oh, Lucy's piecing it. Let me see.
6.
You can go first.
All right. I mean, it's only me. All right.
You're about. If you wanted to close and make an attack, you could close and make an attack.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm ready with the shield and the sword.
You got
and
this.
I'm going in hot.
Okay.
So I'm gonna attack with that sucker. I'm gonna basically charge at him, and I imagine that he's got it shouldered, and he's gonna, try to defend of some sort. But I want to kind of slash upward and under, and hopefully connect chest and under the chin.
Okay.
And
He's just standing here like this,
yeah.
weapon at the like he's not even like wound up for a swing. He's just holding it. As you start to charge with him with your shield up and your sword in the other hand, getting ready to go, you notice he just kind of like the grin gets a little bit bigger and he just closes his eyes.
Ooh, mistake.
I mean,
Do it.
It is what it is.
Woo.
That's gonna be
Ew.
12 total.
It hits.
Yes. All right.
Uh-oh.
Do I get my magic? Do I get my magic abilities?
Uh-oh. Low AC. Wait for these attack rolls. I'm scared.
I'm waiting for the reaction.
Right?
Yeah, you can use you're talking about your cantrip, right?
No. The magic abilities that my sword would have. Is this like an incarnate version?
Your cantrip that we designed. Your reaction.
Well, I'm.
Like
my weapon.
the bonus stats. Yeah, that's on there. It's
Yeah.
fine. You can just roll the weapon and it'll apply at the same.
It's all the same.
So
Oh, wait, what?
that's my
He
attack.
rolled a 1.
It's 5 total. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
You come over and he's just kind of standing here and he's got his eyes closed and you feel it kind of sink in. There's a little bit of resistance when it sinks in. Like he's actually, you can't tell if it's just from him being a kobold and the leathery skin or if it's just like something's like, or it's just the muscle density or whatever it is. But he's standing there and it just like this spray of blood just comes out of his arm and like across his neck a little bit. And his grin from one side turns into like a full tooth smile.
Ooh.
And he opens his eyes and you're like face to face with him at this point.
All right, I need to really quick communicate with my teammates and be like, y'all ever fought one of these before?
Nope.
Just a kobold, man. You should be all right.
Yeah, let me know.
Just don't get
what's
that
the deal with-
opportunity attack.
What's the deal with the cobalt?
they are
again?
midget dragons. It's fine.
Yeah, it might eat you. You'll be fine.
No breath attack.
Talk for too long. We made that mistake
All right.
before.
Okay, so
No, he's already taken his turn. It's fine.
With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to
Action surge.
action surge, and I'm going to re-hit him.
Go for it. Roll an attack.
Shield bash. Knock him out.
Does he have? Do we play where you need a feat for shield bash?
You don't need it. He has military training. He's used to using a shield. If he wanted to shield bash, he could. It'd be like a D6.
All right. Can I haven't told you what I rolled yet. May I change it to a shield bash?
It'd be the same roll.
Okay. So that's going to be a 10 plus 6, 16.
That hits.
And
I mean, D6 versus the D8. I mean,
So yeah, it's still a
8.
4. It wouldn't matter either way. So 8 total. You use the shield, right?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you come across and whenever you look at where you cut him, he's kind of got his grin is turned into a smile. And he's got his eyes open, and you kind of come across and just full body check him with the shield. Roll an athletics.
Because you're big and he's small.
Oh, that one.
It's like hitting a brick wall. He doesn't move.
I'm so
Yikes.
strong. Oh shit. I think I just pooped myself a little bit, guys.
One doesn't
Maybe
matter.
next time he's not so strong.
The one doesn't matter. It was just a versus. He just rolled higher. Yeah, it's like hitting. Like he just it's like trying to push a wall of a building. Like he just doesn't move. Anything else?
You know, say prayers to your God.
I am going to go ahead and
Moments for less regrets.
I'm going to prepare defensive, and I'm going to be ready.
All right. He takes his turn. He kind of looks at you. He puts his hand on your shield. He's holding it with one hand. It's the hand that's further out, so he's holding it further on the end of the handle, kind of counterbalancing. He takes his other hand, he sets it on your shield where you kind of bumped up against, and he just pushes you. I need you to roll another athletics.
Do better this time.
Come on, Andronicus. 12
12 plus 4
plus
is 16.
4 is 16.
The force that you feel come from this push doesn't make sense. Like he's a little dude. He's jacked, but he's still a little dude. It takes everything you can't have to not be pushed back. It feels like you're being pushed by like a giant.
Damn.
Like it's literally everything you can do. Like you're kind of whenever you push, like you push with both feet and like your back foot, you have to take a step back and plant yourself to keep from moving.
Wowee.
Whenever you don't move, he starts laughing. And he tries to he keeps pushing, but you're just bearing it.
We should be friends with this guy.
He hasn't moved his weapon yet. It's your turn.
He should join our crew
because he's
instead
got
of
a
that
big
other
battle
guy.
axe. He's too close.
You know, perhaps maybe Kisar should have fought him.
I
I'm
tell
gonna go ahead.
Andronicus, I'm like, Andronicus,
Andronicus
stay
can
in
do
close. You're
Yeah,
too close for him to use that axe.
I'm going to go ahead and shield bash him downward as hard as I can on top of his head.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
You can just jump on your shield on top of him. Ah! Squish him.
Yeah. Roll an attack.
Oh, 11.
That hits.
Yes. All right.
Roll some damage. A D6 this time.
D6.
You can do it, Andronicus. Squish him. That's an 8.
Oops.
That's a.
Where's the 6?
That's the
There it
square one.
is. Oops. 2.
2. Plus 4, 6 total. Okay. Same thing. Like he kind of pushed you back, and you pull the shield out from under him. You bring it over, and you just lay your hand down, and just wham with the back of the shield, and it just stops. Like it keeps going because it kind of scrapes down from the top of his head. It kind of scrapes down his nose because they got a pretty long snout and everything, but it just kind of falls in front of you again and back into defense position. He's just like, he's got blood running down his forehead now. You've opened up a pretty good little crack in his forehead, and it's just like his teeth are getting red from the blood and everything. Just...
Woo. Ah, he definitely struck a crew.
It's his turn. After he's tried to push you back, and you're giving him an actual challenge. He's like, he puts his other hand on his axe and he pulls back, and he goes to swing. 17.
17.
What's your AC?
That is my AC.
It's a hit.
Meets it.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and use Scout Evasion. If I am hit while wearing medium armor, which I am, I will expend a superiority die as a reaction to the hit, and I will add the number rolled to my AC.
Well done.
Roll that superiority die.
So that is going to be...
Could be a D6, right?
It's a D8 for me,
Oh
for
my
Scout.
Jesus.
Yeah, and Roncos.
That is not the right
Looks like a
one.
soccer ball. Or
That's-
no. It's the one that looks like a small D10.
2, which puts me at a 19.
Yes.
Okay. He rears back, and like you see what he's about to do, and you instinctively pull your shield up and start like backpedaling a little bit as he swings, and he just lets the weight of the axe bring him around. And his whole body is just this whirlwind coming at you. So every time that he comes forward and like he keeps swinging at you, you just keep backing up and keep putting your shield in front of it as it glances off your shield.
Yeah.
It's your turn. He is currently a whirlwind of an axe coming at you.
Looney Tunes.
I am going to try to stay. I'm going to try to stay as close as possible to him, and I am going to take my shield and do kind of a shield bash, but low, like kind of scoop under him. And
Okay, so you're trying to like push the axe up and try to get in closer.
yeah,
Okay, go for it. While as soon as he starts spinning, the crowd just loses it.
okay.
This is riveting.
Hold on one second. Sorry.
What is that? That's okay.
Okay. So I need to roll. Eight plus 6 is a 14.
That hits.
Okay.
Roll a d6 plus 4. Plus 4.
I'll be right back.
Oh, you're fine. Interesting.
That's going to be an 8 altogether.
Okay. Ooh, that's good. Roll a strength check, or an athletics. Sorry.
Ugh. 6 total.
Okay. As you go, like, you successfully get underneath, you use your shield, and you like take a little bit of strength, and you pull out the bottom of it. You pop the axe as soon as he swings around again, and whenever you do, you slide underneath it and shield check him again. Still doesn't move, but you can feel there's a little waver there. Not enough to move him, but just enough to get him a little off balance. As he comes back around again, he actually he's almost a ballerina. Like every time he makes a turn, he turns his head first and looks at where you are, and then brings the axe, and then turns his head and brings the axe. He notices that you're like right underneath him and like super close, and he kind of just plants a foot instead of doing the spin, and stops his spin and lets the axe just kind of fall into the ground and drag him along the ground to stop it. Yeah, he takes his full turn to reset his axe and get it ready again.
And so he's stationary currently?
He had to stop his momentum because he knows that you're too close and there's nothing he can do about it because he's pretty much just a top. And it's forward momentum, but he can't really back up just due to the size and everything. So he drags it in the ground to get the momentum to stop. and then he resets.
If all of us start cheering real loud for him, can we get him extra amped and he get extra points when he rolls?
You can try. It would be hard to hear over the crowd because the crowd's just like lost it at this point.
I'm gonna try to get our group together with a chant. Like, what are we gonna chant?
Andronicus.
Andronicus, 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 Andronicus. Okay, no, you.
I am gonna continue with the bashing of the shield.
Try to knock him out. Okay.
As hard as I can, and I want to swing. So if he's got his axe up on his right shoulder, I want to swing from the right, come across on his left side.
I want to use my my little sigil thing and Black Andronicus. Why are you using your shield if your sword's going to do more damage?
I don't know. You guys were all yelling shield bash, so I thought I was on to something.
Once. I'm just
No,
saying.
we're saying Andronicus,
Okay.
Andronicus, Andronicus.
All right.
I'm trying to cheer.
You?
No, I'm not.
I'm just
blaming
asking.
I'm not blaming
I
anybody.
I don't
I
wanna give
will
information.
adjust that then and ready my shield and swing full throttle with my sword.
Okay.
Right, left. Oh God, my nerves.
From
right
where we're
now.
standing, is this little gremlin dude looking pretty messed up?
It looks like a stalemate.
No.
Like it looks like it looks like it's going to come down to who has the more energy and who can just last longer.
Well, I don't.
That's why I'm trying to cheer.
I don't think I hit.
Cheer.
I
What's
got
your
a
roll?
9.
That hits.
What about our cheering?
Oh shit! It hits.
And our cheering.
Oh my God.
Let's go, Andronicus. Let's go.
For the sake of this,
Oh.
You see me and Clove in the back doing the wave.
Andronicus.
the crowd behind y'all starts to get into it too, and they're kind of mimicking what y'all are doing a little bit. It doesn't take over the whole stadium, but there's a few, like the crowd right behind y'all starts doing it too. You notice on this attack, you start adding in little feints and everything because he's not trying to defend himself at all. You no longer have to roll to attack. You just are guaranteed to attack at this point. Like you're not. You realize you don't have to be fancy. You just have to play defense and hit him because he's just taking anything you throw at him.
Damn. So I don't have
You
to
bring the
roll
sword
at him
across and
anymore?
it cuts him. I'm sorry.
So I don't have to roll to hit him anymore. Just damage.
You bring the sword across his abdomen and kind of halfway at the lower end of his ribs and give him like a cut from. It's not angled high. It's kind of straight across almost. Kind of cuts him open pretty deep, and he looks down and his eyes just get like wide and they start to like glass over white. He is in like full just adrenaline mode at this point. He's just taking it, getting ready to attack you again. That is a 17.
What happened?
You got hit.
Oh no!
He rolled a 17 to hit you.
Scout evasion number 2.
Okay. Doesn't matter what you roll, you're gonna have more than 17 at that point.
Right.
So yeah, you just in time get that shield back up, or just get it placed just right again to where he's just gonna keep skating off of it as he spins. It's your turn. He's back into his little spinning momentum ball.
Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing I did before, except this time I'm gonna also add in my sword to kind of give like an extra spot for him to hit, and I'm hoping that he locks up and that it just throws him off balance.
Okay, so instead of popping it with the shield and trying to charge him, you're just gonna pop it with the shield and kind of try to stab him in the legs.
Yeah, or yeah, essentially, I'm trying to break him and then get in there and hit him.
Yeah, trying to close the gap again.
That is going to be 15 total.
15 total damage. Okay.
Oh shit! No! I'm sorry. I rolled the attack. I fucked up there.
Nope,
so
you're
that is going to be. Now, since I'm using both sword and shield, do I roll sword?
It'd
damage
just be just the sword. The shield's just using it as a deflector. It's more of a flavor thing than actually attacking with it.
I got you. Well, here, I'll roll it in here then. 7.
7. You come in and you stab him, and it goes clear through his thigh. Like you can see it coming out the other side of his thigh, or his calf muscle, and where he was like doing the ballerina and turn his head and spin and everything. He kind of like just stops and he falls over. He's not moving currently.
I look down at him, and I mean, if he's not moving, is he responsive at all or to just visually?
How long do you wait to see?
5 to 10 seconds.
No.
I'm gonna check his vitals.
Okay. As
Could you just ask for submission?
how close do you get? Like, are you like leaning down and checking his pulse, kind of thing?
While he's contemplating, wide-eyed, I want to say either finish him off through my telepathy. Is like either finish him off or ask for submission. Do not wait. Go now.
Yeah.
Choose.
Don't touch him.
All
Don't
right.
touch him.
Then I'm gonna go ahead and ask for his submission.
He doesn't respond. He's unconscious.
I look around at the crowd. What's
The crowd's
reaction?
losing. The crowd's losing it. Where
Is there like a
Fire Shield had kind of after they submitted, kind of walked out and gotten ready for the next fight and everything. He's still standing there with a grin on his face with his back against the wall.
Okay, I'm gonna drive my sword through his skull.
Okay.
through his skull?
Yeah.
Okay. You take the wooden sword and you take the point of it and you just on the back of his neck as hard as you can on his spinal column. Right as it starts to hit, you like see one of his eyes open up as it's coming down, and then he's out. Like he's done. And you see like the crowd just goes dead silent. Fire Shield just starts walking out, clapping, and like there's a bunch of medics that rush out really quick and start casting healing magic on him. As you walk away, it's a couple, like maybe it's 30 seconds before you see him start moving again. It's like 2 minutes, and then they get him up and they walk him off. And on his way out, he looks at you and he goes, and he walks out.
Good game, good game.
Woo! You scared us there, Andronicus. Now you got all murder lust on us.
Murder hobo. Murder hobo.
No murder lust. We need to be able to get out of here afterwards.
I really, really hope you weren't about to just stand there and wait for him to do something.
I was
There's
like,
a reason
he did a zombie dance, and then you like
Well,
killed the man.
kobolds can
Like,
get back up, right?
So-
Stories I've heard.
we're gonna step away from the action for a second. So he was a full frenzy rage barbarian.
He was raging. That's
Damn.
awesome.
He was unconscious,
Raging barbarian.
but he was about to. He was unconscious, but he was about to pop back up with one.
Wow.
Had you been down checking on him, he was gonna pop back up with one, and instead of like taking a, he was just gonna come at you and go
Just
and go for the throat.
Lord.
No, he was going for the throat.
Oof.
Wow.
Yeah, he
Not
was like
today,
going
bro.
feral dog, rip your jugular out kind of bite. So
Not today. I
Yikes.
pierced his skull.
all right. At that,
Cool.
Fire Shield's like, yeah, trying to get the crowd amped backed up because like a lot of the rookie trainees and the older officers and everything in the crowd haven't really been getting into the excitement much. They're kind of used to it, and the trainees were not expecting that level of like, oh, this is serious. And then after he tries to get them back into it, they're like, yeah, again. He says, champions, you've done well. Choose again. 1. And turns around and walks back to his wall.
Hutch.
Hutch, you're in, buddy. If you want the action.
Sitting there picking my teeth with a toothpick. Well, I guess it's my turn. All right, well, wish me luck.
Do you want my
Show-
net?
Show
That's
these fuckers what
It's not a bad
champions of
idea.
the
I'm gonna go ahead and
I
pocket that
chucked
real
my
quick.
net at him.
Tuck my back pocket.
So you kind of just take the net and you put an arm through the larger the where the coil, where the end of the rope that you would coil up and hold like a lasso. You put your arm through that and let it hang over your back like a cloak. As you walk out, you see Fire Shield go and nod at you and reach over and ring the bell, and the gate opens up and you see this little man, human but smaller, probably like very, very old, like in his 80s at least, like nothing but gray and wrinkles and age. Looked like he might have been a sailor at one point in his life. His skin's like full tan and he just looks like nothing but leather. He walks out, and when he walks out, he's using a cane to walk. Every step he puts the cane down, takes 2 steps. Cane, almost like a walker. He's using the cane. He's like fully hunched over and everything. Just kind of
Sensei.
Dude, he's gonna be like that guy.
I messaged you as like monks.
Fatal Fury, dude.
When he gets to the middle, he just kind of stands there and he looks over at Fire Shield and he shakes his head and puts his stick down. And Fire Shield walks up, and everybody's like, the crowd's just got like kind of went quiet, and they're like, "Who is this guy? What's going on?" And you can hear, like, behind y'all, you can hear like these murmurs going through the crowd, and Fire Shield walks up and he's like, "You've heard the rumors. We brought him out. The champion seemed worth it. The old master, twist!" And the crowd just... He walks back over and rings the bell. Go ahead and roll initiative.
I was hoping he'd be like the drunken master and he'd take a swig and just be like, oh.
Virtual
16.
fighter.
Roll again. We matched.
22, natural 20.
Okay, he's gonna go first. He doesn't move. You hear from your side, like his hands, he's fully hunched over. He's kind of got his stick in front of him on both hands on it, kind of hunched over, his head on his hands. You hear a very, the crowd goes deathly quiet. Like this, you're kind of like, you're ready. You're kind of waiting for him to do anything. And the crowd starts to get bored and they go kind of quiet for a second. And then they start murmuring and everything, and kind of disgruntled. But in the little bit of time between where it goes quiet, you hear a very faint snoring.
Snoring?
Mm-hmm.
This dude, from my perspective, he looks like a monk, yeah?
He's dressed in military garb.
So,
What's your passive perception?
14.
With the ranks that you've been around, he is a commander.
All right, so he starts sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Is that his turn then at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. I am going to... How far is he from me?
30, 40 feet. Like, you can close the gap if you want to get to... It's enough room you can close the gap and make a melee attack, or you can do whatever you want.
I step back 20 feet.
Okay, so you got like 50 feet of room.
Bringing out the cannon.
Rifle time.
Okay.
Oh no, you got pistols.
No, I'm summoning the other one. And this is the thing that I'm about to click my... Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to, because I'm not about to waste that shot, because if he's what I think he is, this is probably going to turn out... And I don't want to play meta, so I'm just going to sit there.
No! Do what you want, man. You're not playing meta.
Because if he's a monk, then... fuck it. All right, fine. I sit there and, like, I step back the 20 feet, and I sit there and point at him, and then... And summon the rifle.
When you summon the rifle, like you pull out your own pistol and you summon your own rifle, you see Fire Shield, like you see a couple of people start to get concerned and like look around, and you hear a couple like the crowd starts to pick back up, and you hear some murmurs like, "Oh, what? He's not using the right weapons." This is, and you see Fire Shield hold his hand up and he kind of waves it off. He's like, "Go ahead." He's gonna allow it.
Oh shit! You're gonna smoke that old man.
No, because if he allows it, that means there's some serious duty.
I'm not shooting to kill. This is not to kill.
Are you shooting at him anywhere on his person? Or are you trying to like shoot beside him just to gauge the situation?
I'm going to I'm going to fucking regret this because I know exactly what's about to happen. I'm going to shoot center mass.
Okay.
That's a kill shot.
Fine.
Yeah, well, we all kind of have this idea that if he's allowing all of it and this old man's just sleeping, there's something more to the old man.
Yeah.
Y'all are above. So 3 things. He's allowing it. Y'all are above the law, and they got healers on standby.
That too, yeah. You just stabbed the man through his neck.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. With a wooden sword. You know
He's
how
like, I
hard
don't know
that
if
is?
you should be shooting people. I just stabbed someone through the neck.
Not through, but you definitely like severed the spinal column from that.
Yeah.
Not all the way through.
11. I rolled shit.
So you watch. You're lined up. There's no scope on this thing. It's just free sight, everything else. It kind of enhances your vision and gets you close enough. When you pull the trigger, you don't blink. You're used to the sound of gunfire, the expansion of the gas and everything. You watch, like it's just the shot's true. It should have hit him. You kind of lean off to one side, and there's a bullet hole in the stone behind him in the wall.
Like it looked like if I'm seeing this, it looks like it went through him. All right.
You hear the crowd just kind of fall silent again, and you hear the very faint snore.
I just go ahead and then at that point I'm gonna pocket it back. Kind of do one of these little things here. Sit there for a minute. My turn again. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna fire a pistol shot at it.
You can fire 2 because you got both.
If I don't want to up my shield, all right, yeah.
Are you going to back up even more?
No, because actually I'd have to get. No, I'm within range for my pistols. I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold my ground.
Well, I would. Okay, that's fair.
Damn it. 5, 13.
13. Okay, and you're rolling another one, or just the one?
Second attack, 27.
Okay.
For the offhand.
You fire both off pretty quick. When you look, you see one bullet hole.
Behind him?
One new one behind him.
Well, apparently this ain't gonna work. So I'm sitting there, I guess.
The crowd is like deathly silent, and you don't hear the snore anymore. He kind of just looks up at you. This feeble old man, like just frail, feeble, hard life, worked his whole life, leather skin, just kind of looks up at you. Just
I look at him and nod and just kind of like smile, and I holster my pistols. And
when you holster your pistols, he sits down.
God damn it, I do not want to do this. I don't want to do this.
Kisar will message him. Kisar thinks it is perhaps okay to stop taking it easy on him. Don't hold back.
No, I've literally used one of my shots. He's not taking my pistol damage, and I don't want to burn one of 2 spells that I'm about to. Not yet. I'm gonna.
Do it. Do it. Don't be a pussycat.
I tell him to eat shit, and I start approaching him, and then I pull out my 2 Bowie knives.
Okay. Twirl up some knives. Do you pull out 2 wooden knives, or do you actually pull out your full knives?
I pull out the
It's
fake
up to you.
ones. I'm gonna pull out just the fake ones,
Okay.
and then I guess I'll start to approach him.
Okay.
You're gonna beat on the old man.
He's sitting down. He's not sitting cross-legged. He's actually down on his knees with his feet behind him. He's not on his toes, like his feet are flat on the top of his feet. He's kind of leaned back on his feet with his hand just kind of like this, and his essentially his walking stick is laid across his lap. He's just watching you.
As I'm getting close, I'm like, how the hell are you doing that? And I guess I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna get within see here. I'm gonna get within 10 feet of him.
Mhm.
And then I'm gonna look at him and say, I'm sorry, I need him to roll a save.
What kind?
Give me 2 minutes. Or not
I
2
bet it's
minutes.
wisdom.
It
It's
might.
like 90% of saves.
Yeah, no
Wisdom or
shit,
dex.
right? Where is this thing at? Abilities. It's just a. I would assume it's a wisdom save because it's for my Nephilim shroud.
Okay, so yeah, it'd be a wisdom save because that's fear.
Yep.
Okay. What's your DC on that?
14.
Also, I love the weight of these dice. They feel so good to roll. He doesn't make the save.
He is now scared of me.
The crowd watches as Hutch pulls out these wooden knives, twirls them around his fingers, and is holding them ready to go, and just kind of pacing toward the old man sitting on the ground watching him. He kind of pulls his arms out, and starts pulling them up, getting ready and taking a fighting stance, and there's these wings of black energy and white specks of light popping out of them come up over him, and the cowl comes over his face completely.
So
Like you could hear a pin drop in this state. It was like, ah! It's just like somebody died and you're at a funeral, kind of silent. Like you're at a funeral and somebody else died, silent.
all right, so for the next minute, he is considered scared of me. He's feared.
He cannot move towards you.
Yep, he cannot move towards me. I'm going to. I mean, that's my action, so my bonus. I'm going to. I mean, I guess just take a few steps back.
Okay.
Commit him.
Would you take a few steps back? You're full cowl. You got the wings, everything. He's just kind of looking at you still with his hands crossed. Poor child. We don't have to fight. Make a wisdom save.
Hang on just a second. I lost my.
They're both going to be afraid of each other and just like, I'll kick your ass. No, you won't. I'll kick your ass.
17.
Yeah, you want some, bro? Come get some. Yeah,
Come
you
get
want
some, bro.
Come
I'm right here. Come on, Doc. 17.
Hold me back, bro.
You
Swing
drop.
on me, bro.
How to do this without?
Hold me back.
Um,
Hold me back, bro.
you feel compelled to put your weapons away.
Oh, that's fine.
Woo.
You have this sudden urge that there's no reason to fight.
Okay.
It's your turn.
Oh boy.
But, I mean,
Just right at him, yell, booga, booga, booga.
I kind of just, I look at him. So,
No.
am I, well, what's my condition then at this point?
For charmed adjacent.
Charmed adjacent.
It's a flavored charmed. But it's not.
I sit there.
It's close to charmed, but it's the closest thing I can think of. So.
Damn,
I'm
that was
going
good.
to kind of just sit there and cross my arms, and for my action, I'm going to take the dodge action.
Okay. So you're going. Where you are, you're going to get close.
I'm about 30 feet away. I'll stay at the 30 feet, and I'll just cross my arms and I'll take the dodge
Man,
action.
run up, booger, booger, booger. He's afraid of you.
Okay. After you sit down, he gets up, rolls his walking stick up, starts walking towards you, gets right up next to you.
He can't unless it's been a minute.
He can make the save every turn.
It's the...
He can make the save at the end of his turn.
Okay.
Gets in front of you, sits down.
No, it says he's just frightened of me until the end of my next turn, so this would be the end, so it would be over.
Yeah. Walks up, sits down in front of you, puts his cane back in his lap, puts his hands down, looks at you. Are you ready?
Shake my head and be like, not really. Well, let's go.
When you say go, like as soon as you enunciate the O, we're gonna see what happens. That is a 19 to hit.
Shield, miss.
Shield spell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your instincts kick in just in time as you enunciate the O on go, and you look up or you look to the side, and his hand is like this close to your face, being held back by the shield force. He puts his hand down and looks at you, nods.
And we're just sitting cross-legged from each other. Is that what's going on?
Yeah,
This is
well, not cross-legged, but yeah. He's on his knees, kind of leaned back, but yeah.
You're playing a game of slaps with an old
I
man.
guess basically we're slap boxing at this point.
Like the crowd is just like, you're super confused. They don't understand what's going on.
I'm gonna, I guess, sitting there. Am I still adjacent charmed?
As sitting there, you don't feel it.
I'm going to, from this point, I guess. Where are we?
Now, I will say, you have to remember, this is how people seek promotion, is by doing this kind of stuff, so.
Yeah. I'm going to, then I guess from where I'm at, I'm gonna just crack him with the Bowie knife.
Okay, so you kind of got your hands down, same way he did. Reach, grab, and go for the cut. Go for the cut or go for the backing stab.
I'm gonna, as I'm reaching for it, I want to come back and I want to hit him with the brunt of the handle.
So you want to like pull it out and just quick.
So come from my side, and as I'm reaching out, because I want to hear, I want to crack him with the handle on the way back.
Oh, with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, roll for it.
Excuse me.
16.
As you're both kind of sitting there, and it's like one of those. It's essentially slapped, but with more than more than that. It's you reach, like you're waiting, and just on pure instinct, you go for it and you reach back and go to pull it across and slap him with the handle, like kind of like a backhand. When you you don't even pure instinct you're going on whenever you come back to and realize what's happened. He's got his stick up planted in the ground, and your hands on the back of the stick, or the back of your hands on the stick.
Mm-hmm.
After he realizes that you're aware again, he puts the stick back down and puts his hands back.
Did I make contact or no?
For the sake of the fight, no.
At
It
this
was more
point,
of a armored.
I'm kind of confused, and I use telepathy, and I reach out, I'm like, what are we doing here, old man?
He's
And I'm
like a
talking to him
mime.
directly.
You two have a conversation in your head for a minute. What you get from what he answers, because I don't really know how to. I'm going to make a charisma roll, more or less.
Mhm.
You get that this is he's able to use his magics to put the terms of the fight in his favor, and it's a fight of speed. It's a first contact wins. If you are able to contact him before he is able to make you submit, then you win. You need one hit.
I'm trying.
I know.
I'm trying so hard. All
Um,
right. So I'm sitting there.
Now,
I'm
bear
like,
in mind, he's a frail old man.
yeah,
It wouldn't take many hit, or like he can't take many hits,
right.
and his hits aren't going to be that bad. They're just fast.
Kesar reaches out to the ring and talks to you. Don't you have that little puppet thing that you do? Can't you just make it wave its arm around and go, I give up?
No, I gave that up for something else.
Oh, I see.
I will say, from what he's seen, he doesn't know that you have magic.
Other than that,
Other than the defensive shield, yeah, and the cowl. Like he would have the impression that you have some magic, but he wouldn't know what magic. And you're not sure if his, like, from what you've seen of him, he has some kind of charm, mind bending kind of effect, and maybe some movement stuff. But outside of that, you haven't seen anything.
Kesar would not
I stand up,
dishonor you.
and I'm
but,
like, well,
want to be to cheat and charm him for you?
no, I don't fight dirty like that. Otherwise, I could do it myself if I was trying to charm him.
But that's something.
I will say, there is more than one way to win this fight.
So I get up and I stand back and I'll be like, well, I'm sitting there. I'll be like, obviously, if I can't hit you, then close my eyes. Take another step back, so I'm about 10 feet. Look at him, keep my eyes closed, and then you hear open my eyes, electricity, and then you see me reach up to the sky and just look down at him. I'm like, I did not, and then I cast Shatter. So he's either taking half damage or full damage on a save of
What kind?
I'm looking right now. Erupts 10-foot radius sphere centered around the point. A con save.
Oh wow. Oh crap.
He dies.
I was expecting a dex save. Ooh. I have to think about this because I was like, okay, his wisdom would be this, his dex would be this.
He's just like,
I haven't even thought about his constitution.
And whatever this does
Okay.
is if there's something magical about his little staff, it's going to damage that too.
Really?
Yes, it's part of the spell. It's going to destroy it, essentially.
Son? Dang. Okay.
You failed? You failed to save?
He rolled an 11.
Yep, that's a fail.
Yeah, so roll your damage.
Yep.
That's before. No, that's before his modifier.
What's his modifier on his con?
He's a frail old man.
So it's a negative
-2.
modifier? Okay.
You keep using the word for I'm assuming it's at least -2.
I need another dice, actually.
That for huh? He's like
well,
80.
Between this and that, yeah.
Yeah.
Like 100%, his whole shtick is his speed, and that's it. He's got nothing else going except for a little bit of magic.
What I missed? I was pooping.
Shit got real.
So Hutch casted a spell. Well, we realized that he doesn't have much defense at all. He only has speed. So Hutch is casting a spell, and it should take out half of his health.
We don't know yet.
Or more. So
We don't
there's
know.
some serious shit going on right now. We're in the middle of trying to figure out.
Don't tell me how much yet.
Okay.
I have to think.
Kisar offered to run inside and try to sneak attack or help with it, and Hutch turned it down. I don't think anything else happened.
How much health do you have? You're in the 40s, right?
Me?
I had a good poop.
Yeah.
Y'all are in the 40s? Okay.
Yeah.
Trans?
Yes.
Another level 4.
The new soap. It smells good.
Did he wash his hand? Yeah, with his own tongue.
Okay. Go ahead. How much damage?
Of course he's going to say yes on the internet.
Yes.
10.
He would tell me the truth if he did.
10 total. The
Mhm.
staff takes 10 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what kind of damage is it? It's
Thunder.
Thunder damage.
Mm-hmm.
So
Thunder.
the crowd
Feel the
being completely
thunder.
silent, everybody just hears this as it comes down from the clouds, and you just this sound wave just impacts, and you see this dust fly off around the old man. He doesn't move. Where his staff was kind of laying across his lap is just splinters of dust in his lap now and on the ground on both sides of him. And he's just instead of looking at you while you're doing, his head's just down. You don't hear any snoring. Fire Shield kind of gives it a second and looks at you and gives it a second. And then when probably about 10 seconds of waiting, the old man still doesn't move, and he waves, and the medics rush out to go help him.
Hutch is just sitting there shaking his head.
After just a little while, and Fire Shield walks back over and kind of leans back, and the crowd's the champions of Vollarune!
They've
bested
Are you
our
not
best.
entertained? Is this not what you wanted?
Kesar goes, did you kill an old man?
I don't
Sick
think so.
son of a bitch.
I hope not.
It's all right. I killed someone with a sword.
Yeah, but he was a young kobold, not an old man.
You watch as, after everything's kind of calmed down, he's gotten the crowd kind of back under control a little bit. He's like, they've bested 3. And there's one more. And he motions this, come, champions.
Quad fight.
Everybody's in this one.
Yes.
No.
He walks back behind him. He turns back around and walks back and grabs his shield off the wall.
This is what I was afraid of.
It's
Yeah.
him.
Straps it to his arm, and he says, I will return. Walks out the Coliseum. And everybody starts whispering and murmuring, and the crowd.
When I see that happen, I immediately just kind of sit down on the ground, and I am going to try my damnedest to take a short rest while we're waiting to figure out what's going to happen next. I have to. I don't have a choice, man. I got nothing now.
Yeah.
I got
I would
nothing.
like to also, if I can meditate super quick.
Can the medics assist us at all to regain any kind of health or strength?
So I would
or-
say everybody's at full health. That's fine.
Ah!
The abilities.
Maybe one combat support. I can't
I'll give
say
you one of those back. I won't give you your action surge, and I'll give you back your spell slots.
Okay, that's all. I mean,
Thank you.
without my spell slots, dude, I'm a fucking one-trick pony.
Like it's a while.
But you're
before,
such a
like,
cute pony.
Oh, thanks.
It would. It's
Don't
at
be
least like
apples.
30 minutes before he comes back, and when he starts coming back, you start hearing it. Like the crowd's just kind of gotten quiet and bored at this point, and just kind of like general talking, and then you hear this
So,
approaching.
does Kesar get any spell slots back?
Yours are long rest. Sorry, buddy.
That's what I figured.
Thank God for the warlock short.
Where they were opening up, so the gates on both ends are these massive, like the size of your house kind of gates on both ends, and y'all, what they've been opening is just like little barn doors for individuals to go in and out of. Whenever that goes off getting close, and it's a couple more minutes, and you hear it again, and it's closer, and you hear it, and it's very close, and then you see the whole gate start to crank up. And he walks out, and he's got the shield on his back at this point. He's tied off in his beard again. And behind him is a monstrous sized drake, and the dragon Kim without wings that walks in behind him. He's kind of got it on what would essentially be like what you would expect, the equivalent being like an elephant tied to a stake with a little bitty flimsy piece of rope. He's got like a little leash on it, carrying on his shoulders, walking it. It's walking with him, and it kind of looks around. It looks terrified at this point.
Oh shit. I mean, that doesn't matter. The fight was over. I had another D8 I could have rolled on that thunder damage, but the fight was over. I didn't scroll fast enough.
You see the dragon kind of, as soon as the drake kind of puts his head in and walks in, and once it raises up, it's just a little bit taller than where the top of the gate is. And you see it kind of look around and get panicked for a second and go to take a snap at Fire Shield. And the dragon's head on his shield just erupts a dragon's breath, like an actual full red dragon's breath on this drake. And you hear him laughing, just kind of give it a little tug and keep walking. And the drake
As soon as I see that, I drop the wooden shield and the wooden sword, and I draw my real shit.
Yeah, he's kind of walking directly at you, and he sees you do that, and he says, "Good, get ready, champions!" And he goes back into his loud, booming voice, addressing the audience. This is Betsy. Betsy.
She's cute.
And he takes the leash. Betsy. He walks. Like he keeps his back to her the whole time, and he kind of circles around her to the side, and he gives the leash like a really quick jerk. Have fun. And he backs up, takes the shield off, and puts it back as Betsy's coming at you. Go ahead and roll initiative.
17 for Hutch.
Oh,
All right.
God. 4.
11.
21.
I'm last.
4 plus.
You reckon it's okay if before we get into sad combat, if we take ourselves a 5-er?
Sure.
I feel like it's a good spot.
That's a good spot to take a little break.
Ooh.
Man,
All right,
roll my bagel.
We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Will Andronicus have a bagel? Stay tuned.
The answer might surprise you.
What kind of cream cheese? Bacon and garlic.
Here we go.
Oh boy. Let me get my stat book here.
Hey, Clove, why don't you go ahead and make the first move?
Yep.
Yay!
Who's up first?
Woo! Okay. I guess I sneak attack with my arrow at its eyeball. Its
Okay.
eyeball.
Right now y'all are kind of clustered up in the middle of the arena, and it wasn't even brought into the arena. It's just inside the door, so y'all have quite a bit of room. Y'all have like 100 feet of room.
Oh, okay. So at this point, is there like a weapons table still out, or anything I can kind of duck behind?
The only thing that's left in the room left in the floor is the shield on the wall and the 2 files on the wall. Smallfoot didn't come back. Like he got out of the arena while Fire Shield was gone, and Fire Shield's still just standing there underneath the shield. So it's just him, the shield, and the files, and y'all, and that's it.
How far is Fire Shield from me?
40 feet ish.
Okay, that's too. Well, if
I
dash,
I would say that if you ran to him, you would be able to get to him.
that'd be funny.
And I would say that you wouldn't have to use your dash, just as a.
Okay.
You can make it to him if you wanted to. Since we're not using an actual map, and we're just using Theater of the Mind today, if that's what you want to do, go for it.
I'm gonna run toward him, and as I'm just barely hiding behind him as a shield, I'm gonna just let off an arrow and just go for the dragon's eye, or not the dragon, the
Drake.
Drake,
The
the Drake's eye.
Not the performing artist.
No.
I can't
Betsy.
think of my
There you
songs.
go.
I mean, if he's up in the, maybe we go at him too. But first things first.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack. I don't like that AC that they have on this thing, so I'm going to adjust that to. What are we going to adjust that to? We're going to adjust that to. How about this? That sounds nice. I will say this is up around this range. And then we'll use the rest of the stats over here. How about that?
So I got 17 attack, and then I got 15 damage, 5 damage plus 7 for the sneak attack.
12 damage total. Is that magical or anything special, or is that just flat damage?
It's just flat, yeah, because it's just a regular arrow.
Okay, yeah, that definitely hits. So we're going.
Just
Okay.
a plain old arrow right in his eyeball.
As Clove sees this Drake come out, everybody else hears in their head kind of, oh, and you all kind of see her out of the corner of your eye start running pulls their bow out, notches an arrow, and she's running over toward Fire Shield and kind of gets right beside him and pulls an arrow out and shoots toward its head. It's lined up pretty good, and it gets really close and kind of skates off of its cheekbone underneath its eye. Its eyes are kind of what you would think. Good example. What you typically see on like a T-Rex render eyes. They're kind of sunken back, and they have really high crowns on both sides of their eyes for protection. Skates off the one underneath it, and it just doesn't even realize that it hit it. Does do damage though. Does do damage.
Does he get blood all up in his eye and he can't? He's got one squinty eye now.
You don't really see any kind of blood or anything. It skated off the scales. Like there's a little mark in the scales where the scales were kind of cut a little bit, but there's not really any blood. It didn't make it deep enough to make any blood. What was that number? Hutch.
How far is it away?
You got some distance. It's on the edge of the arena. Y'all are kind of in the middle.
All right, I'm gonna
So
pull
like
out
100
the,
feet,
I'll start
150
calling
feet.
it the Thunder Bus at this point. I'll pull out the Thunder Bus.
I want to ask, since it uses manifested ammunition,
Right.
is it a special ammunition or is it flat?
I mean, it says it's magic. It's all it says on this sheet. It says it's magic damage.
Do you want to make a call? Do you want to phone a friend?
Do I want to phone a friend? I've never been offered this option, so sure.
You've never asked.
Okay.
You've never reached out in the middle of combat.
I mean,
We have information on Drake's on this phone here.
what am I phoning a friend about exactly?
You have
No,
a patron.
I'm looking up on the D&D wiki.
I mean, I guess. I mean, like,
It's up to you.
the ammunition itself says it spawns from the ether and all that jazz. So,
Where does that come from?
Non-magical attack with another weapon.
I don't know.
Sure you do.
I
That's where
mean-
all of your stuff comes
Well,
from.
I mean, it comes from my patron, and at the end of the day, it's either coming from either some kind of like celestial power or some type of fiend or devil type power.
So I'm trying to just give you a heads up. Like
Yes.
serious situations, a cleric will call in their god and be like, "Help,
Okay.
empower me, send aid," that kind of stuff. So if you want to like reach out to your patron and try to beseech your patron for like a favor,
Okay.
there might be a price. Like
Yeah.
it being a patron, there might be a price later, but you also might get some help. You never know.
I'm just gonna pretend like I hear in my head like my patron kind of just like, hey, and I'm like, I sit there and I'm like, Alana, what is it? Do you know something? Can you help me out here? As I'm sitting there, summon that big ass rifle.
You see me doing something? Fuck, what you want?
What you want,
You-
girl?
You feel the way that the trigger as you manifest the rifle and hold it up and steady it, the trigger feels heavy.
Feels heavier.
The whole rifle feels heavier.
So I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh man, something about this is a weird one. I'm like, cover your ears.
Before you pull, when you pull the trigger, it doesn't go off. You feel a lump. Like after it's like, you feel a lump kind of in your pocket.
Reach in, kind of like I did
How
before.
embarrassing.
Sit there and pull out what I'd assume looks like some type of ammunition.
You find like
A cartridge?
a pretty large canister in your pocket.
I'm gonna take the top of that barrel and slide it back, and just I guess put it in that tube and sit there
Okay.
and be like, "Oh, bitch, this about to be a doozy," and I just fucking and I shoot.
Where
this
do you
Drake. I'm shooting for.
Shooting for center mass, shooting for the neck, shooting for the head. Or like the shoulders. That's what you got.
I'm
looking
gonna
at
go
you.
for if I'm in front of it. I'm basically going for this area.
Center mass.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
These rolls have not been with me very well. All right, let's see.
Roll a d20.
Come on, Hutch. Shoot that bitch.
13, 14, 15, 19 plus the magic. So it's like 22 or 23.
That is.
Ouch!
All right, let me grab my d12s. Please hold.
How many is it normally?
It's 2d12,
Add an extra one.
3d12.
Do we get that +4 bump from Hutch?
On
That's a-
saves.
On
Saves.
saves. On saves.
I asked it earlier.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
On actions.
if you have a patron, if you have a deity, if you have an otherworldly entity that funnels your energies and gives you power, and you're in the shit, and you want to call on them, go for it. And they may answer, and they may not.
What if you're agnostic? Can you call on science?
Almighty alchemy, help me, help me.
Fuck.
Maybe
All
in
The
downtime.
common sense of the world. Oops.
29 points of magical damage. Twelve, 2, and 9 plus 5.
Oh, this math's hard.
Oh, I rolled a d20. My next roll is a
Okay,
d20.
so that's-
The next one, it's ready.
10,
You mean a
that's
natural
22.
20?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
Ah! Ah! It's upside
you
down.
watch
Nice.
Clove run off to the side. Everybody else is ready in their weapons. You reach out with your pistol and pull it back into the rifle and choke off. Feel it, pull it, slam it,
I rolled
pull
another
it
one.
back up. Like it rocks you back. Where you expected to see like this quick trail of dark energy shoot out, it's not slow by any means, but it's not like the instant speed that you would expect a bullet. Like it's more of a magic missile kind of speed of this giant growing ball of fire comes out of this thing. As it shoots, it gets close and it shrinks down to nothing. And then you see this explosion from the chest of this drake as it's engulfed from like the chest up in flames. Everybody there hears this. That goes on entirely too long, and it's very uncomfortable. After the everything, like there's flames coming up it from in between the scales all the way up over its shoulders and up its face. It's still alive, but there's a giant patch on its chest where scales are missing and everything.
Aww.
You see fire. You see, like you're kind of like, and you're looking around and like everybody, and you're like, and you look over and you see Fire Shield look at you and go, like he literally go, damn.
I'm
Okay.
gonna just with my movement, I'm just gonna back up.
Okay. I'll give you like 10 feet back up.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it's Bessie's turn. She don't want any of it. And
Aw.
she tries to back up and like feels the portcullis behind her and turns her head for a second and looks and it's closed. She kind of
Aw.
looks at everybody in the crowd. And the walls are too high, she can't get out.
Can we adopt Betsy?
So she just charges, like she's coming for it. She charges at you.
Oh,
She
never
gets, she moves up to her full movement. She's still about 30 feet away. And while she's charging, you see kind of her shoulders kind of bunch up next to her neck. And then she takes a step and plants her step and stretches her neck out and her shoulders go back. And this spray of acid rolls out of her mouth. You three are still there. Not your typical acid. I need you all to roll a deck. No. Yes. No. Make a strength save.
Now you add your 4. It's me and who else is there?
Kisar and Andronicus, you need a
Okay.
strength save.
I'm hiding behind our friend.
Yeah,
I'm,
you
I'm
moved.
rolling that strength save too. Yeah.
Plus
Okay.
4, 22.
+4.
Oh boy.
Plus
Uh,
4. 7 plus what?
I got 7 plus. I got 11.
Plus 4.
15.
No, I
Okay.
rolled a 3.
Oh, you have
Yeah.
an 11 total. Okay,
Yeah.
Hang
Yeah,
on.
you're on
My
acid
character
now.
sheet's gone.
You're
you're fine.
tripping out on acid.
11 for Hutch.
Literally
Also an
tripping
11.
on it.
Oh,
Yeah,
me
you're
and
tripping
Chamber
out on
both
acid.
got
You're
acid.
just on a mission, on a journey. Tripping
As this acid starts to billow forth, where the rumors and everything you've heard about the acid, you're expecting this dragonkin, this black dragonkin, to be spitting green acid that melts things, and this thing like starts to what looks like just like a stream. You notice is more of a gas, this brown colored gas, as it billows out very forcefully and quickly toward you. The three of you, I need to take. Give me my die. What die do I want? I want that die.
Something's beeping.
Think
That's
it's
probably Chambo's oven.
combos.
It's
Oven alarm.
Kisar's battle music.
It's this is my internal rhythm.
You all take. I'll tell him when he gets back. You all take 9 points of damage,
Whew.
Including Kisar?
including Kisar. Oh no, Kisar, you take half.
So 4?
You'll take 4.
Can I actually roll a superiority die and do Scout's evasion on that?
Can you add those to saves?
Um,
Because I think that only adds to your AC. But if there is one you can add to saves, then yes.
well, I have survival superiority. However, it's in application to certain skills, so that's your call if you want to allow it.
Let me.
Athletics, nature, perception, stealth, and survival.
No, you wouldn't be able to use that one on that.
Okay.
There it is. Oh, he needs to come back. This is important.
I can hear you, man.
Oh,
That was
okay.
our jam.
Well, that's all I needed to know. So yeah, you and Hutch will take 9 points of damage. All three of you. Well, let me do it this way. Kisar, you will lose 2 points of strength. Hutch and Andronicus, you will both lose 4 points of strength.
Fuck.
I need to know.
Ignore that.
I need to know what armor and non-magical equipment Andronicus and Hutch have.
I have medium armor. And
What kind of medium armor?
leather. And then I have 2 hand axes and a short sword
2 hand axes, a short sword.
and a shield.
I thought you had like chainmail or something,
No.
because all the leather armors are light armor.
What kind of armor do you have?
Is it? Because I
What
could
kind of
have
armor
sworn
do you
that
have?
in the handbook it reads as medium.
All the leathers are light. Fighter, you haven't had any armor upgrades. I can look.
What kind of armor do you have in?
You
I
have.
think studded leather might be medium.
Andy, which kind
Oh no, he can take leather, so you just have straight up leather. It's not medium though. It's light.
It's just leather. That's all it says.
Yeah, it's
It says
just leather. So
Oh,
that would
hold
be
on.
light armor.
Wait, do you mean hide?
No, he's a fighter, so he hasn't. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so your armor's fine. You don't have either. What kind?
Leather.
Okay. Your weapons are that. Which one of you has the magical shield?
I think technically me and her, or I have one that
I have a standard shield.
You have a standard shield. Okay, it's a
I
+2,
have
right?
the one that's the shield of
Right.
true aim.
Okay. So the only thing that you two notice, you heard you take 4 points of damage to your strength as well. Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. On top of that, Andronicus, you got your sword of dwarven strength out. You got your shield out. You notice your shield starts to decay and fall apart on your arm. Over the next 10 seconds, your shield at the end of it is just the straps that were on your arm and the wood on the back of the shield. You no longer have a shield.
Ah!
I'm gonna go ahead and just drop that
Okay.
or at least stow it. And I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I got it. There's a thing in Fantasy Grounds for two-handed damage on the dwarven sword.
Kisar, you were able to you breathed in a little bit of it, but you were able to get out of the area just fast enough that it didn't really hit your equipment too much to be any kind of effect for your equipment. I will say, just as a heads up, that's like a one-off kind of thing. She might get another one if she makes a special roll to recharge it, but that's a very low chance. So you don't have to worry about that happening again, more or less.
More or less.
I mean, there's a very small chance that it might, but for now, it's pretty much a one-off. That puts it to Kisar.
Kisar will look at the beast and her whole reaction and throw his wood sword down and pull out his violin and play a very long, loud, slow, mournful song.
Okay.
And begin to sing.
Okay.
He is trying to perform to calm everybody.
Okay. Post the spell.
I'm just performing.
Oh, okay. Roll a performance. Benny, I know. Give me a little bit. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Never mind. 7.
Okay. Kisar, in the heat and everything, and everything going on, he sees this thing doesn't want to fight anymore. It's acting on just pure, I got to do something. I got to protect myself. I can't get away. Pulls out and starts trying to calm this thing down. Which he kind of gets out of the way of the blast that comes out of it, and then kind of moves back in front of it, and is trying to get it alert and like trying to draw its attention. Kisar's dancing in front of this thing, and it's kind of watching him and just kind of following him around, and he's playing his instrument. That puts it to Andronicus, and I will be back in just a second because I gotta let the dog out, and then I'll have to check on it and make sure I have to let it back in because he won't shut up.
Mm-hmm. Vegan pigs in a blanket. What's good?
Aww.
Actual pigs in a blanket?
It's like a fake hot dog and a croissant. So
No,
yeah.
I know.
Yeah. It's not a tortilla and a hot dog. Get the fuck out of here.
Is it a tofu pup?
So it's a which brand
Tofu
is this?
pups are so good.
These ones are, oh god, I can't remember the name.
I like lived
Field
off
roast.
tofu.
Field roast.
All right, it puts it to Andronicus.
I want to see the dog.
What dog?
Come back in a minute.
What dog you let out?
Oh. All right.
For Christ's sake.
Where am I in relation to this thing?
It's right in front of you at this point. Like it's within 10 feet in front of you. It wouldn't take, like you could just step up and start trying to hit it in the face. Right now it's distracted. It's kind of doing the snake charmer thing with Kisar in front of it.
So would I technically have the ability to kind of sneak attack?
I would give you advantage on the hit.
Okay, I'll do that. I'm going to two-hand with the dwarven short sword of strength, and I am going to attack the living shit out of the damaged area on its front and try to see if I can get between some damage scales and
Okay, go for it.
do something.
Kind of wait for Kisar to pull it off to one side, and when he pulls it off that way, you can take a step over and come in from the other side with both hands.
That, my friend, is a nat 20.
Oh shit! Witness. Yes.
Nat 20.
Truth.
Okay. That's a D10. So roll a D10. Your strength is down,
So his modifier will change.
so your modifier will change. It will be. Oh, it'll be you'll just have a flat damage modifier, so it'll just be whatever you roll. So roll a D10, roll a D10
But do I get the +4 for magic because of the sword?
because you get you get -4 to your strength, so that'd be. Oh no, it'd only be minus. So you have a +2.
Okay.
You're right. You're right.
That is a 10.
22. Damn.
A 10.
Okay.
And then, yeah, +2.
Kisar kind of gets this thing's attention and is doing a horrible job, but given the circumstances and given that Betsy's just as curious and confused as she is injured and just not wanting to be there, she's fixated on him, and he brings her around to the right, and Andronica sees the opportunity and takes a step to the left and has both hands on his sword and lunges forward with both hands and stabs it right into the spot where the scales have been blasted off, where it's just burnt skin and flesh. You lose the grip on your sword as she rears back on her behind legs and just starts clawing at the air. When she sets back down, she Fire Shield grabs your shield and starts running out to get in between you. About the time she goes to just like rear back and go to snap real hard, like actually just like full on animal instincts, rage, tiger back into a corner, going to just tear apart anybody and everything. He gets in front of her with the shield and backs her up. Fight's over. Congratulations.
That was quick.
Teamwork.
Damn. The nat 20 and the nat 10.
We made the dream work.
If you hadn't hit a 20, it wouldn't have mattered. Like it would have been a while, but that after the big blast and he don't want any good job, champions. You've proved yourself.
Pat Andronicus on the shoulder, but I can't reach.
Is Betsy alive? I hope.
Betsy's still alive.
Can I throw her an apple?
He backs her down. The crowd's like going ballistic. He backs her down. He's like has one hand with a shield, and he has the other hand going, trying to calm everybody down. The shield is like spewing dragon breath at her and everything, and she's kind of curled up back against the gate. The gate's slowly coming up. She's backing up into it a little bit. You see the healers kind of funnel in around the gate. He gets her back behind the gate, and the gate goes back down, and the healers start casting their magic through the gate. He looks at you and like, we'll get your sword back after she calms down. He puts his shield, like he takes his shield and he just kind of slams it into the ground in front of you. And he says, "The champions of Uldan!" And everybody's, "Ah!"
Pizza kisses, pizza kisses, pizza
He walks
kisses.
over and he grabs the files and he hands them to Clove. And then he holds out.
All this was for files?
He holds out his hands and he says, he shakes these silver hands and he says, "Well done, champions. You have my shield. When do we leave?"
Oh shit, he's our new teammate.
I mean, I think it's pretty chill if we get some food and something to eat and see if there's any more information we need from here before we just coast.
And definitely take a short
We got
rest.
this man's shield. We can look at whatever we want here.
Is he saying he's going to be our teammate?
Yep.
Wow.
Does the
He
Drake
has-
come with us? He's so cute.
Sadly, no. But he's sworn himself to the.
Wow.
He's sworn himself as liege to the champions of Uldan.
I thought of
So he
him
is-
like in Star Wars, that man that cries over the creature.
The Rancor.
Yeah.
The trainer.
That's how I imagine him, like the Drake the Rancor, and he's just crying.
So yeah, y'all have an NPC that is military trained,
Ooh.
military experienced, high-ranking officer that has left service to fight and to serve the champions.
We have a
Congratulations.
minion.
And his
You
name
can
is
do-
Fire Shield.
His name is crap.
Fire Shield.
I have it.
His name is Fire Shield.
I mean, he goes by Fire Shield. Razug.
What?
Razug Fire Shield
New friend.
And he's a commander.
was.
Was.
Was a commander.
I will do this.
Hey, Clove. Why don't you take a look at them documents and see if that redaction's no more? Because that was part of this deal.
Yeah, this was all for files.
Right.
Andronicus.
The Molder, the files, Molder.
No! Always with the files, Mulder.
Aliens.
Oh, now I gotta change music again. That was fun.
It was fun.
Damn.
How long will our strength be down?
Y'all, after everything kind of he sends everybody kind of back to do their routines and gets everybody back on track, and the festivities are done for the day. He has a couple medics hang back and they restore everything. So y'all, after this point, y'all would be considered full rested, no negatives, so y'all are back to normal.
Sweet.
Whoo-wee.
He walks up while they're tending and everything, and he goes, "Man, was not expecting that."
I want to shake his hand and just be like, you have a very impressive group of people here.
I have spent most of my life fostering this place into what it is now. I've spent most of my life training every military branch I could as I worked my way up, and it is an honor to
I'm
serve
gonna use
the
telepathy,
true champions.
and I'm gonna reach out to all three of our party members, not him. And I'm gonna say, y'all reckon we should just come out and ask him about Andronica's situation? If he's been around here that long, if he is indeed with us, then he might have some information that we could use.
I think we should wait until we are clear of his people and we outnumber him before we ask anything.
True.
Okay.
So he was the only person that he answered to in the military was Davenport. He was an actual branch commander of the military. He was over all training of all recruits and all promotions and everything. Like he was the field marshal of any kind of training in the military.
I want to talk to him.
Well, should we get somewhere safe?
Yeah.
Is there anything else we want to look up before we go? Oh wait, no, we were gonna so are we just standing in the middle of this like arena still, or
Right
are we
now,
somewhere pulled off? I think we should go maybe to his office. Like,
Okay. He says if you want to talk, just give me a minute. I need to go calm Betsy down, say my goodbyes. And I
aw,
raised her from a pup, and
aw.
it wouldn't be right to not let her know. And you see, like, Betsy's kind of back behind the portcullis and is calmed down and everything. And she's just kind of looking like almost like a lap dog that knows something's going on. Is just kind of like,
No.
When
I
he
have
says that
Drake.
he's gonna go say his goodbye, Kisar goes, "Yeah, it's because torturing your pets. That's how you say goodbye." And then he angrily turns and walks off.
I walk with him, like, yeah, nothing says loving like forcing your animals to fight,
That's
walk
true.
away
It's
with
like Pokemon.
which is fucking dirty when you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pokemon.
I like Betsy though. She seems cute.
we'll get there. After a few minutes, he comes back and he's carrying like a few scales and everything, and from like they're kind of charred and whatnot. And he's like, "These are y'all might want these. These are yours. You part of it, and don't worry about her. She'll be fine. It's the first time she's been injured in a long time. She's more of a shock value for the trainees than she is ever put to harm. That's why we stopped the fight when we did."
How many Drake scales do we have?
We'll say like 12. They're like the size of if you were to like flatten a basketball into a pancake, they're like that size. I'm gonna go check on the dog while y'all talk.
All right. Well, I guess we're gonna go have our conversation with this feller now.
I think we should be really careful what we let him know that we know and what we let him know that we don't know.
I also need to take a look at those files, and I also need to talk to this guy and ask if he knows where other clones of me may be stationed.
I agree, and I think we should all have that conversation. Either we can have it back on our boat if this knucklehead's in fact coming with us, or we can go have it in his office alone. What do y'all think?
Is he sworn to protect us? What
He's
if
basically sworn his sword to us, essentially. He's basically going to be fighting with us. He's like our lackey.
So his oath was to us, not to Davenport.
as far as I can tell, but by proxy, we're kind of an extension of. So we
I'm
could
just
also be
thinking of
spying on
his-
behalf of. We don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what was his precise oath in public? He seems like a man of honor, but what were his exact words?
He said we have his shield. Those were his exact
Have
words.
his shield.
We got his shield.
We have his.
Kisar is glad he clarified. He was about to take the shield and walk off.
Right? I thought I was like, oh, cool, new shield. I don't need this one. Who else wants it?
Honestly, when the acid started spinning around, I was thinking about just jumping up and dropping that shield down and then just shooting things over that.
But no, we
Okay,
have to fight a poor little animal.
It was
Yeah.
cute.
Kisar has just gone back to the ship. When you guys find him, he's down tinkering with the engines.
That's fine.
Do you think we can get some more weaponry from this area before we leave? I mean, this man has to have some pool. We've got pool with Davenport, and he also has pool with Davenport. So we could try to get some upgraded weapon systems before we leave.
I don't know if they're going to be willing to give us any type of upgrades, but if they could, add further to our armaments, I don't think that'd be a bad idea, whether it's ammunition or honestly fix the ship so it can fly.
Worth asking for something, and then we could use that time to investigate what's going on with Andronicus.
I feel like that's a good idea. Let's go have the conversation with him in his private chambers, as it were, and then we'll ask him those questions and ask him if they can fix the ship so it can fly.
Because at this point, we won the public display of strength, and I kind of want to message Kisar, let him know that we're gonna try to get something more out of this deal, because I feel like some files probably is not enough.
I agree. We'll share that information with you via comms.
I'll check on him again in a second. He's not back yet.
So we have decided that we are going to go to this dude's chambers and have a conversation while Kisar goes back to the ship.
What are you doing, Andronicus?
I want to inspect the files.
So you're coming with us?
Yeah, is that guy going to be meeting up with us shortly?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're going to see him.
Okay.
We can just. It's probably 30 minutes or so when he comes in.
Okay. Can in the meantime, am I able to look at the files before we talk to him?
Sure. After you're handed the files, everything's there.
Is there anything that I learned that I may have forgotten from before or anything like that?
You see some notes on where you've served. You've been to Utrenin, you've been to Yada Red, you've been to the North Files, you've been all around the world while you were in the military and done various things in different places. Always served with distinction, never had any kind of reprimands, anything like that. Hi, Kitty. But as far as any kind of new information about where you came from or anything like that, that it's pretty basic what you remembered before Ossian died.
So it's just basically a carbon copy of all the information we already know, verified, that was redacted, is brought back.
What's the next of kin on the document?
Just the mom and dad. There's no other relatives listed.
And is there any kind of medical record, like any reason why he would have been taken to the medics to be examined or possibly cloned?
There's some injuries listed in that he sustained while in duty and everything. Nothing as far as was never killed in battle or anything like that, and they had to be brought back or was rescued or anything like that. He never was hostage or never had fear of death. It was more just, oh, well, you had a pretty bad gash on your arm and went to see a medic and they fixed you up, or oh, you got cut pretty good, or you got stabbed a few times, that kind of stuff, or you got shot here and there. But it's nothing that was ever, your life was never at danger per se.
And not to be too nebby, but I have two more questions. One is, who was he fighting before? Was it the Drow or whatever? Remember how he was focused on a certain group? And then the other question is, what was it? What's the very beginning of his file? Where did he very, very first start? Kitten!
Patch from shoulder time. He started his first service, or he went to training
Look at this guy.
where you are now.
You have to roll a cuddle save.
I think I succeeded. Ow.
I was gonna say, remember,
No.
you can willingly fail.
You're failing the cuddle save.
Hi.
That cat is just gonna destroy you.
Hang on.
Your
give me
AC
just a
is like
second.
1.
Is he purring? I can't hear it.
Oh, I hear it.
Yeah, I hear it.
Kitten!
Did his training where you are now, was put on guard duty and worked his way through guard duty. All trainees go through guard duty in Rayori for so many years. He spent like 5 to 10 years as a guard, and then saw his first actual active duty tour. Was defending part of Yadare. He was on Elf Relations. Went as a liaison, helped to defend part of their territory, and from there he's been everywhere. His last listed one was the trade agreement, and before that he was somewhere else. It had nothing to do with Drow. Just the trade agreement was the only thing that had to do with Drow.
Mr. Razug, how long have you been here for?
Since I was a lad.
If you were to put a year's definition on that, how long would you say?
I've served in this capacity for the last 100 years or so.
Alright, I think, Andronicus, if I start stepping over the line, you just smack me right in the back of the head at this point. How many times have you seen a gentleman that looks like my friend here come through this area?
See a lot of faces.
Specifically this one.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. He distinctly remembers one. He doesn't. It's just been too many people. Like it's a camp of 10,000 soldiers. Andronicus came through like 400 years, or like probably 250 years ago, and he's trained just generation after generation since then. He remembers Ossian because that was like 50, 60 years ago, but back that far, it's hard to remember a specific face.
I want to ask him if he knows anyone else at this camp, like a medical doctor or anything like that, who might know or who might remember.
I'm assuming by the records that you have the information there in front of you.
Okay, well then the only thing I can assume is that the other clones are outside of this area. They're far away, and probably perhaps in different cities and areas.
I would like to message everybody without Fire Shield knowing, and just say, do we just come out and ask him if he would be shocked if we had found a clone of Andronicus? Would he be shocked, or is this standard military procedure?
I mean, I'm all for asking him at this point. I mean, we can just go for broke and put our cards on the table. I mean, it's really up to Andronicus. It's his situation.
I mean, I feel like the more information I know, the better.
So I'm just going to look at Fire Shield and say, we've traveled a lot, and, we've won a lot of battles, and it's been an honor to fight and now serve with you. We've seen some pretty wild things in our time, and we're just trying to get to the bottom of some of it. Our friend Andronicus here, we really found a member of your army, which he used to be a member of as well, and served proudly in,
Yes.
who looked remarkably like him, did not react to the fact that they are mere images. Would you be surprised?
I thought your name was Andronicus. I thought your name was Ossian.
Well, that was a lie.
I'm investigating Ossian.
No, wait, did you ever tell anyone your name was Ossian?
Yes.
I thought you didn't.
No, at the very, very
Yep,
beginning.
he lied when he got here.
Yeah. You have to understand, Fire Shield, that I don't owe anybody here anything. I was here to find information by any means necessary. Ossian is actually dead.
Mm,
And the reason that I am
you look
inquiring
just-
about
You look
clones,
just like him.
right?
That's the problem.
And when he died, I absorbed a piece of my soul. It allowed me to gain knowledge of the past. It allowed me to become wiser. And there's more of them out there.
Many more.
10 to 20. It's hard to
You know.
say. I know where they are, but there's none near here. I feel them as I get closer.
My shield is yours. I will help however I may.
Are you
do
surprised to hear
appreciate it.
about this? I
Very.
mean, in all your military service, you've never heard of there being clone soldiers. That's not standard procedure.
No, we instill memories to remove the fear of the fight, to give the soldiers purpose, to make it easier to fight, but nothing like this. Not that I know of.
Well, I don't think he's not telling the truth. Like I kind of thought from the get-go. I didn't think he was really gonna know, but we do know. Go ahead.
After the fights, I'll just, you can kind of tell the fact that y'all are champions of Voldan. He's kind of fangirling a little bit.
Can I would like to just kind of scan him for the truth after he says that.
I mean, you can roll an insight. Anybody can roll an insight.
I got 23.
That's pretty good.
I believe him, so I'm not gonna.
15.
For those that have rolled, you have no reason to doubt his word. He's 100% sworn. It's like it wasn't so much that, and I'll let you know, it wasn't so much that Davenport was like, yeah, if they win, you go with them. It was that he asked Davenport, hey, if they win, can I go with them? And Davenport was like, if they win, sure. Like, even Davenport was just like, they're not going to win. What? So, like, Davenport's going to get a call in a little bit that he ain't ready for.
I want to look at him and say, you know, I really appreciate your honesty and that information. Now, before we set out here, is there any favors you can pull or any kind of assistance we can get to better arm our ship and shield our ship before we leave?
You said that was Davenport's ship, yes?
Once again, we had to say some things.
No, I
It is Davenport's ship.
Well,
I was asking more as I've heard rumors that he had something special that he was working on, and I'm assuming that is the ship.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there was even a point when it was able to fly, but that ship has sailed. Wait.
And that's what
I did not mean that on purpose, but it worked out.
He kind of looks at you, and then he's like full guffaw, laughing like.
I legit made a funny, and I wasn't even trying to.
Well, seriously, if you want that
that's a
ship
good
to
one.
fly, we're gonna need some help.
Oh, he'll enjoy this even more. And he kind of gets a grin, and you get the impression that like getting one over on Davenport is kind of like just this big thing to him that he's really excited for. And he's like, just a minute. So he puts on the bracelet, and he's like, yes, sir. It went well. They did good. They've had some troubles with the ship. They need you to help make repairs. The computer, from my understanding, is it won't fly anymore if you can head this way. Oh, and you might want to bring your replacement for me. And as soon as he says it, he pulls it off and stuffs it back in his coat pocket.
Ooh.
He'll be here soon, I'm sure.
I'm sure. In the meantime, is there anyone that you work with that may be able to answer Andronicus's questions a little more intimately? I mean, I'd really hate for him to leave here without the answers he's come here to look for.
After talking about it some and getting more specific and trying to narrow down what kind of information he might be able to find on the base and everything, that there's nothing else here. Like those two files and what the information in those is the only thing that might be here. He even goes so far as to like he calls a few people that he trusts directly, like his personal guards and stuff that he had while he was out in his own regiment, and he sends them barracks to barracks and building to building to turn it from top to bottom over, looking for any kind of secrets or any kind of hidden stuff that might, like somebody might have started this operation under his nose, and there's nothing.
Damn.
There's no like secret base where they might be cloning people. Okay.
Whatever it was that
Worth
happened
a try.
to yeah, whatever it was that happened to Andronicus to make him and Ossian to make them this way happened before they enlisted.
Or happened somewhere else.
I want to thank anyone who's helped us out with that search and just show that we really appreciate it. And as the Knights of Valdan, we'll remember this kindness and
Champions.
I use
Champions.
telepathy, and I reach out to Clove directly. Nobody else can hear it. I'm like, you reckon you should ask him about this mark for death stuff?
I will say, as y'all are walking around the camp and everything, doing kind of your own thing while you wait for Davenport to get there, because it'd take a day, maybe two, even by at least a full day by air. If he has trouble getting the person he wants to come with him, maybe 2, 3. Everybody that you meet is, oh, it was amazing, and they kind of just go over the whole combat thing, and then you have to pull yourself away from them before a crowd gathers, and it's like everybody wants to stop and talk if they're off duty or not doing anything.
I mean, Hutch, I could call on Silas. We have a lot of protection right now. We have a lot of friends. We could call on him, hear his side of the story, but you know, with every action, there's obvious risk, you know. Silas was the man who brought me into the guild, so I don't know if I believe that he really did all that, and if he did it, that it was for no reason.
You know, I might not have any kids, or any family, honestly, at this point, but I would. That's not that funny. Don't be rude.
He's doing this thing.
But
haha, you have no family. I don't either.
yeah, but if I was,
you're an orphan.
Right? Basically, yeah.
Me too.
High five.
But you're like an undead orphan.
Yeah, I'm kind of weird. I'm basically a zombie. It's kind of weird. But
Zombie orphan. That's even more
I might
inspiring.
not know your situation with this individual per se, but I would go as far as say if he essentially raised you, I would think that you would have to be a fool to believe that what you're hearing is true. And I think that just from what I'm seeing, that you're absolutely right that this Silas guy is not the bad guy here, and I think you should definitely have that conversation with him.
Sidebar with JD. So when I had that moment where someone was trying to contact me at the inn and they slid the guild symbol underneath, did I know that's Silas or did I assume it was Silas? I guess that's a leading question, but do you know what I mean? Like, would I know who it was? I guess would be a more fair question.
What was on whenever they slid the sigil under and everything, what they had presented and what the information that you were given, they were the person that was asking to be granted access was giving off the impression that they were Silas. It might have actually been him. It might have been somebody assuming his identity and using his seal and that kind of stuff. But for everything that it seemed like it would be him.
Okay, so you can assume somebody else's sigil by like just presenting it. You don't have to like actually be that person to present it.
Oh, it's the same way that you have, like your signet ring can put the stamp of the champions of Valdan. If somebody else has that ring, they can put that same stamp.
Okay, I want to communicate that with the group that it was his mark but not necessarily not or actually is him.
Yeah, we can neither confirm nor deny the fact that it was or was not him.
There's no way to confirm or deny it was him. The mark, with everything going on, it would be hard to trust it, because in the kerfuffle and before he went into hiding, and with Valeka under protection and everything, it might have been, who knows what happened and who has it right now. So it could have been him. It could have been anybody else. There's no way to confirm that.
But there's definitely. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. When you asked, or whenever they slid the sigil under, and you said identify yourself, and they sent under a sealed, his signet, like a wax seal of his signet. That's all the information you had.
See, what we're saying is there are known knowns and there are known unknowns, and then there are unknown unknowns.
Yeah. So yes.
But there's one known is that there's definitely a death seal as we walked off our ship. So, I mean, we could obviously have people scan our ship for safety while they add procurements, but...
Have you been back to the ship yet?
Kassar went back.
On the ship.
Yep.
Okay.
You
didn't point out the mark to Kassar, did you?
I did,
You told him about it after, but you didn't point out where it was or anything.
I thought I told them all about the mark I saw as we walked down the ramp.
Right, but you didn't.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Right, but it wasn't like oh, it's right there. It was just a, hey, I saw this kind of thing.
Yeah,
I thought she told us. No, yeah, we saw the symbol, but we didn't. She told us what it was, but not where it was.
Right,
I think that's exactly what I said. Was like I was walking down the ramp and I saw it, but I didn't say where.
Okay. I'll say if you were looking, like even Kassar, if you were looking for it on your way back or when you got back to the ship, you'd be able to find it.
Okay.
Unless they'd moved the ship, but they haven't moved the ship, and the plank's still where it was. So.
All right, then yeah, I'll give a look for it.
I say all that, and I ask, it's gone.
Tricky
DM.
How
the puppets are dancing?
How much time is passing between now and when we're ready to leave?
Are you waiting for Davenport to get there, or are you leaving before?
I thought we were waiting.
Well, if we're waiting, roughly how much time?
Because we want him to add shit to our ship, right?
If you wait, well, you'll also have the it won't fly currently.
Yeah.
And the hull on the front is still damaged because you'll have the supplies on the ship, but you never.
He's gonna be so frustrated with us.
I would say for him to find a replacement, knowing what that means and everything, him to promote somebody or he would have to have a few people in mind for promotion, and then they would have to go to the arena and figure out who gets promoted. So he's got to get all that organized and get them back and all of that. 4 days for him to get there.
Okay. I just wanted to obviously remain active with the group, but in any downtime that I would have, I would like to do combat training because I'm pissed off that I didn't find more information. I had hoped for more. So I'm taking a trip down memory lane.
You start to work your way into training, and the kobold walks over to you, and you exchange some words, and he's really hard to understand. He talks. He has a very squeaky voice, but it's all like it's a weird kind of thing. It's a low voice, but it has like the peaks that you would expect in a squeaky voice, because he's a kobold, and it's just entirely weird. So his voice is kind of like this really low voice that's just like really fast and really punctual and poppy, but super low. You spark, like he's like, hey, no, we're gonna train together. That was fun. Let's go, man. And so like for the next 4 days, you and him are training together, learning how to defend against him, learning him, kind of showing you different ways to move and everything, using something that heavy, and the way that he doesn't, like he just takes the hits and whatnot. You have a +1 permanent to your AC. It's from more training experience.
Good job, Andros.
Thank you.
I'll say
you're going to add
Hutch.
that in?
Yeah, I can do that real quick.
Okay.
Hutch, you get from training and everything with like the people that y'all fought, you kind of work with y'all, and they're really impressed by the fight and everything. Hutch, you're gonna have a +1 to your AC from working with the old man, and also you're gonna have like a +5 to your speed, like your movement speed.
Okay.
Kisar and Clove, both of y'all are gonna get a +1 to your AC.
Yahoo!
Y'all will also get. Actually, you know what? Y'all get a +2 to your AC.
+2.
Yeah.
How do I?
He's gonna change that.
Oh,
Oh.
it
On
doesn't
top
just let
of
you
that-
make your own AC 50. Apparently, you can't.
On top of that, Kisar and Clove, y'all have proficiency in improvised weapons.
Oh,
from this point
nice.
forward.
That's fun.
Nice.
We crafty.
So the sisters come up and start talking with y'all, and it's really weird because one of them will start a sentence and the other one will finish it. It's really 100% like they share one mind.
They're so cool.
But training with them
They
and spending the next few days with them and everything, they kind of just they start trying to show you how to fight kind of as a team and in unison, and you get how to just fight with whatever's on hand. So they'll take you and you'll be walking through like the dining hall and the mess hall, and they'll just charge you out of nowhere and expect you to fight. So you're like grabbing plates and grabbing cups and trying to defend yourself and bashing them over the head and everything. And then, like, you know, after just a couple seconds of this little squabble between the four of you, it's like, okay, we're good. Yeah, y'all are doing good. We're do this a little bit different. Do this a little bit different. That was awesome. Instead of reaching for this, reach for that. And it's like legitimately like they're teaching you how to just be constantly on the guard.
On the last day, can Kisar and I try to sneak attack them playfully, but the same way they do it? But we're charging together, like in unison, except I'm like real small and he's like real tall, and we're just like, ah!
That's even better. So on the last day, you both kind of, Andronicus and Hutch kind of know what's going on, so they're kind of in the back of the mess hall having lunch, ready for this to pop off, and you four of you walk in and you go to get food, and whenever they go to jump you, you both sidestep it and like run to the other end of the mess hall, and then instead of being side by side, you're like backpacked on Kisar's back. With like your feet kind of tucked into his belt, just holding on. And whenever he jumps, you jump off of him and go over him, and you both like tackle both of them at the same time.
So wholesome. During the downtime, is there a place that I can go study maps and try to find maybe some future locations for us to scout out or anything like that?
It being a training base, there wouldn't be much field knowledge there. It would be more distributed to the outpost, the relevant places where it was needed. You able to add to that atlas would just be like a general layout and a really well done map of the base itself.
Yeah, I want to add what I can to the map.
Everybody that comes up to you over the 4 days and is like, oh yeah. After like 2 or 3 days, it kind of dies down a little bit. But you'll still have a few that come up. Everybody that does is like, if you ever need anything, I'll always help the champions of Voldan and all this other stuff. So you'll have like a few thousand people that have come up to you by the end of this and been like, hey, you need me, just let me know. Just let me know.
That's awesome. We got
a fucking army, chaps.
Yeah.
I want all of you to
Did they give
go
us
on
both?
to no. That gave you alignment.
Alignment.
Reputation. In Rayori, you are recognized as true champions of Uldan. In all of Rayori. The guards, if anything comes up, if there's a murdered body or anything like that, and y'all are found in Rayori, or if y'all end up in a fight, or y'all end up on the wrong side of the law in Rayori, every guard will defer to you and say,
We got
what
street
happened?
Because
cred
they
in
came from
Riori.
here, right? I got you.
Yep. Because they came from here, and everybody that leaves here is spreading the word of everything that they've seen, and pretty much y'all write the law in Rayori at this point. Will be whatever you say it is, and the guards will back you up always.
Damn.
Well, Mandronicus,
I can now live a life as a bread thief.
No.
after we have this conversation with Davenport, you said that you felt one of those U's back in Raori, right?
I think. I mean, it's hard for me to pinpoint. If we go that way and it starts to get stronger, then we'll know that it's working like that.
I
But
mean,
as of right now, we don't know that it works like that.
That's true though.
it is on the way back to Voldon, where we gotta go get this ship fixed-ish. It could be on the way-ish. It's not too far out the way.
Did Davenport get here yet?
Well, after y'all have this conversation, he can show up. I was getting ready to be like, hey, and Davenport's here.
Okay. I want to make sure we don't leave before we try to get something out of him because we solved this mystery for him.
I mean, you
And
got a
for
pretty...
you.
Okay, we'll see.
I mean, we did just
No?
get some. I mean, that was worth it, man. That's permanent stat bonus. That's good shit.
We got mad back now in Raori.
I'd be very surprised if Davenport suddenly crossed us at this point. Everybody around here.
So we'll just jump to that then.
Oh my god, we could overthrow Davenport anyways.
My AC's
Sorry.
going 19.
That's in my head.
That's a lot.
It's in my head.
A few days go
And
by.
I'm not trying to do that. I feel like we can get a lot of things out of this relationship, and he can get a lot of things out of this relationship. So,
4 days go by. Y'all are hanging out in Fire Shield's office and everything. Y'all have shared stories. You shared stories about going to Namro and things like that. Kind of caught him up on everything that y'all have done since you became champions.
So you do shit on Namro. Fuck it. Don't go there.
Too many bread things.
You hear a very quick knock, and then the door starts to open up, and Davenport walks in, and he's got his big wide brim black hat, and he takes it off, and he's got some officers behind him, and he's like, "Go do your thing. Just go get ready." He seems like he kind of pissed off, and he closes the door pretty hard. He doesn't slam it; he just kind of closes it pretty hard, and he goes, "What happened?"
We won.
We won.
And he looks at
It's a full Don, buddy.
shit.
he looks at Fire Shield, and he goes, "Who did they fight?" Well, they fought the sisters, and
We
they fought.
bow.
They fought the kobold.
You bow.
They fought the old man,
You bow.
and they almost killed Betsy.
We all.
And he looks and he goes,
Betsy.
We
"Wait,
didn't want to kill Betsy. It wasn't our
who fought the old man?" He kind of points to Hutch, and he's like,
Tip my hat.
walks over and he grabs a chair and he kind of drags it and thunk. He sits down and he crosses his legs and he leans back in the chair. Tell me about the fight with the old man.
Well,
And Fire Shield starts to like jump up and do his little he starts to like get ready to be the announcer, and he's like, he kind of just waves him down, and Fire Shield sits back down and he goes,
well, long story short, I couldn't shoot him. I used some gifts given to me in my deal I've made, and that was all she wrote.
He looks at Fire Shield and he goes, "Is it okay? Who fought the sisters?" "You two, okay. Kind of makes sense. They're buffoons. They're good, but they're buffoons." And that
It takes buffoons to fight buffoons.
who fought the little?
Send a
Who fought the
maniac
little?
to catch a maniac.
Who fought the little one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I stabbed him in the back of the head.
And he's still got his legs crossed, and he's still sitting back, and he's like,
That's true. You did do that.
"What happened to Betsy?"
We didn't want
He's sitting there. I look up. I was like, I get
stabbed
the.
her
I'm getting the impression, gentlemen and Clove, that our friend Davenport here, I think he underestimates our capabilities.
It's almost like he doesn't wish for us to succeed.
Yeah, we can have this conversation out loud.
Curious. What happened to Betsy?
Well, she came out, she attacked, we fought back, felt bad, and she retreated.
Right.
She almost
But-
died.
Yes. How did she almost die?
She
I
got stabbed and she got shot.
And he looks at Fire Shield and he's like, and Fire Shield's like, he shot her with something. And then they almost stabbed her in the heart. It missed it by like that much. I stopped the fight because she doesn't deserve it. And he's like,
I want to call with the group and kind of like caution anyone from exposing like Hutch's like power, because I'm kind of worried about Davenport knowing about it. It seems like he's very focused on whatever magical action Hutch has, and I don't think he needs to know about it.
well, I expected you to win most of the fights. I expected a few to go the other way. Either way, you would have had the files, but to win all the fights was impressive, to say the least. And you've cost me a lot of paperwork, but since well done, champions.
I
We are
Can I-
quite impressive.
can I
And
communicate?
like after he's had a minute to talk and everything, and kind of get the lay of the land, and he's not really pissed off. He was just really confused, and he kind of gets his normal demeanor back and everything, and he goes from kind of sitting back and to more just kind of sitting back and like, oh, hey guys, what's up? Yeah, okay.
I would like to come with the team and just ask, like, yo, should I ask Davenport about these clones? Or if
I
he
mean, he
wanna-
already knows that you've been
This
looking
is
for that
a
information.
revolving conversation that we
He
have
may-
every so often.
where some of them are, I don't know.
I kind of
Yeah.
want to sweeten Davenport up right now. He's pretty happy with us.
He's kind of sitting back and he's like, well, you'd be happy to know. You didn't know it was supposed to be under the cuff, but I guess they're just flaunting it everywhere, which is it's fine. And you can handle yourself more than I realized. I did find more information for you. It appears there is another you in Midtown.
Dun dun dun.
In Midtown.
Back in
Midtown.
rivalry.
Dun
A Midtown bandit.
dun dun dun.
No, nothing like that.
Kissar pulls out his viola.
Shopkeep runs a general store. Nothing fancy. Has led a normal life and never signed up for the military or did any service.
Know
About
his name?
her name, actually.
A girl.
Her name.
By what I've been told, although I can't see you as a woman. But the backstory checks out. Same mother, same father, same history, same. Just didn't sign up for the military and took over the family store.
What's
seems
her
odd.
name?
Her name? Adriel.
Does she
Oh, it
believe the
begins with an
same
A.
story about her family being murdered by Drow?
No, her father died in war service, and her mother died in town in the shop, and took over the store. And her father never came home. She never married.
Well,
You turned into an old spinster wine?
Andronicus, you don't remember having a sister, do you?
No.
And if you don't mind my asking, how old is she?
Roughly the same age, middle age, maybe late age elf. Might be a little older. It's hard to tell with elves.
True.
Why? And Ossian went with y'all. Where is Ossian?
Nearby.
Yeah. So about that, you should really look at the front of our ship. It's got a beautiful figurehead.
Now
Oh, did
just-
y'all actually tie him to the ship?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kissar did, yeah.
I'm gonna have to figure out where this lady's gonna go on the ship.
I want to say to Davenport really quick, like, the whole time we've been here, we've said nothing but wonderful things about Davenport and how he sent us here to figure out this mystery. And, I'm sorry if we approached it a bit more publicly than he had planned. We didn't understand that it was a private matter. And
no.
furthermore, we'd be happy to continue being the champions of Aldan, but it's hard to be champions with a ship that doesn't fly and hardly any protection or shields. So if there was any way he could pull some favors for us, that would be very much appreciated.
I will spend some time. We will get the ship back in the air.
Much appreciated.
Apologies. The petal deserves to fly.
And as people talk about the champions of Aldan and how exciting our feats were, we do say that we are sent by Davenport. So this reflects positively upon you as well.
Well, it's not so much
Whether
that
you-
it's.
Whether you wanted to or not.
I didn't know if you would keep it under the cuff. It was more under the cuff for me. It's good to see you using your status and coming into your own as what is essentially royalty. I'm glad you're accepting what it means to be a champion.
I do got a question for you. So you had just assumed that we would just come up in here and that we might win some things, but we would probably lose some other. Why are you so surprised of our capabilities and our skills? I mean, do you doubt us? Like, do you doubt what we're bringing to the table here? Like, I just need you to be transparent, man. You know I've had our problems, but...
My apologies. It was not intended as an offense. I've seen many champions put forth by many countries. Utrinin put forth the last set. Yada Rays put forth theirs. They come from everywhere. Even the Savage or the Dark Bloodlands will put forth a group of champions every so often. It's been a long time, and I have grown accustomed to champions not using their title, not caring,
Not living up to the hype.
Dying.
But you see us living up to it, so I hope that you support us as we proceed. We really appreciate you supporting us in fixing this ship and in helping arm it, and helping us create more successful champions of Aldan.
Given my status and station, there's only, I hope you understand, so much forward help that I can give, but it would appear that, and you kind of looks over to the side and you see kind of a group of people kind of around the windows, and whenever he looks, they kind of scatter, and you notice the other people that are around other windows kind of scattering. That you have made quite a few fans here on your own, and if you do need something, please you can call for me. I plan to send word to the other countries within the week that there is a new group of champions and to be expecting something eventually.
I do have a pretty serious question for you if we're in a safe place here.
Of course. And apparently you're surrounded by friends.
Have you heard of what has happened with Silas?
You watch him kind of be sitting there and he's like grinning and everything, and he's just friendly conversation, and his face just kind of drops.
I know this is pretty serious, and I'm really looking for some guidance here.
We'll talk on the ship.
I appreciate that.
I will, if you will return me to Rayori, we'll talk along the way.
We saw the mark of death on the way in, and this is why this is urgent.
You should be safe here. We'll talk on the way back.
I appreciate that.
It takes, so Davenport kind of gets with Kassar. He's brought a handful of clockwork tools, and they're very, very. He has like very small tools, and he has some that are very long, and like these massive tools, and just all kinds of different stuff. He brings in him and Kassar work on the ship. It takes another 3 days to get the ship operational again. It'll fly. It needs to go back to Polaire because it is in rough shape, but they get the adjustments made to the front of the ship and everything. It's since you haven't had any ship combat yet, for now, they've reinforced the hull on the front and everything. Like you had set out to do anyway. Instead of having the swept hull, it now has kind of a wedge hull that goes out the other way. Like it would be designed to cut through instead of almost like a ramming hull. But it's been reinforced a lot. It's been repaired. As far as if you're sailing, like on the sand sea or a body of water, it's perfectly fine. If you're in the air, it won't move as it'll still reach top speed, but doing any kind of hard maneuvers, doing any kind of strenuous stuff on the ship would be a large risk. And he really, like Democrats, really emphasizes the fact that Polaire needs to have some time with it.
All right, well, looks like we gotta make our
That
way
was
back
our
there.
next stop after these.
I agree.
Will Polaire have the supplies he needs to make these repairs?
We have
I've
on
made
ship,
arrangements.
don't we? Have...
I've made arrangements, and
Okay.
you will have.
I just wanted to
supplies
make sure we don't make
way.
the whole trip and then find out we don't have what we need.
Of course.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So like the next 3 days are the same stuff. Like it's more training with your group or your partners matched off kind of stuff, and just more. By the time Davenport gets there, like y'all attend the secession of the field marshal for training, and it ends up being somebody who's not really that important to anything that goes on. Again, everybody that they talk to, they kind of get frustrated with hearing about the champions of Voldon and everything. But they won't go against you, because if they go against you, then none of their people will work for them anymore. That kind of thing. But it's really just a pretty relaxing next few days of downtime. On the way back to Rayori, he waits until you've made it away pretty far and y'all are in the air, and about halfway back, because to fly there only takes like half a day. Y'all are probably in the air for 3 hours or so, and he's about Silas. I heard grave news. I heard he turned on the guild. Doesn't make sense if he's the headmaster of the guild. Valeka and a few others, handlers, and hang on. Where did it go?
Silas trusted you, and I trusted Silas, and that's where my trust for you began. So to hear that he disobeyed the group that raised me, it's a little unbelievable.
Of course.
What have you heard happened?
I haven't spoken with Silas. I've reached out. I've received nothing in return. What I've heard happen is that Silas has turned on the guild and taken the warehouses and the supplies and the storehouses and has destroyed them, in essence. The only thing that remains, to my knowledge, is the trade agreements and the favors and the unintangibles, the contracts, the deeds. And he's the only one that knows where they are. And the equitors and the handlers apparently have split down the middle.
I feel like he must have good reason to do so. I mean, you've known Silas like I have known him. I mean, why would he go through all of this for nothing? I mean, are there any rumors spreading about that? And also, has he ever not contacted you back before? Or is he usually pretty reliable with you? I mean, I'm pretty low on the totem pole here. Like, sometimes he sends other people, sometimes he shows up. Last time I saw him, he seemed distracted, but that's basically all I've got.
I understand. No, I'm happy to answer. Our friendship is sporadic at best. I'll reach out. He'll get back to me when he can. He's busy. I'm busy. We do see each other very rarely, but usually messages are relayed. The fact he hasn't reached out at this point, it's been 2 weeks. I'm very surprised. Usually he would at least send a message. He sent nothing. If you're getting warnings, I've seen many coups, and I'm not sure if this is a coup or if this is him weeding out the chaff. and trying to better the guild down the road. It's too early to say. There's no information. I
Would you
wouldn't
like-
be surprised either way.
Would you like to join me in trying to contact him?
I'll keep reaching out, and if I hear before you hear, I will send a message to Polaire.
I appreciate that. Have you heard from oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness. The man Silas supposedly Valeka?
I haven't heard from Valeka. All the equitors and all the handlers have kept to themselves. I only really ever had contact with Silas and friends before he took over the guild many years ago. If I hear anything, I will let you know, but I would be cautious with anybody, including Silas.
Yeah, I don't know if it's best to actively contact him at this point.
Do you need anything? Can I help?
I mean, if you hear from Silas or Valeka, please let me know as soon as you do.
And even while sitting, he like leans over and like does this really deep bow over his knees and everything.
I also want to let him know if he sees any kind of sigils or marks from our guilds to let me know where those are and what they are. I can't really think of anything else to ask of him. I just want to say that I really appreciate him getting our ship operational, and that I hope that we can build his confidence as the new Knights of Voldon.
He after the bow and everything, he reaches over and grabs his hat off the back of the chair, and he's like, "My lady," and gets up and walks out. Before you took off, while he was looking at and overseeing the repairs and everything and tinkering on the ship, he did take some time to look at the remains of Ossian and what is left over, the clockworks and everything, and very impressed, very confused.
It wasn't really that hard. We just used some rope and went around the
Yeah, of
spur.
course. Do you mind taking it down for a while? It's just an afternoon.
I mean, it's really kind of bad luck to do this, but I suppose.
Have you seen anything like this before, Davenport?
A moment. And
Thank you.
as far as bad luck goes, it appears that you already have it, so why not? And he takes it down, and he has people
We
help
certainly do.
and bring it down.
The
It's
triple point.
the blank face with the mark and everything, and it's still kind of caved in the back. He like pulls back, cuts off, and like carves into and pulls off pieces of the wood and everything, and to get to the components underneath. And he pulls out a little notepad and he's taking notes and everything. He's like, "This is fascinating, unbelievable." They've copied Polaire, but they've went further. It appears that not only is this the equivalent in the same degree, but also it has a housing here, and kind of leans the head back and pulls it up and open and everything. And there's like this glass canister of this molded glass with what looks. You all, when seeing this, instantly think of the scepter that Zorak had a few weeks ago. I mean, it's a soul containment. Fascinating. I don't know how they tied the two together.
Zorak.
Oh, Zorak?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
scepter, the glass top on Zorak's scepter looks just like it. The fact that they tied the two together, and you said that it looked. I know it looked. It was awesome. It was you. So the wood, and he takes it and he kind of holds it up in his hand. He starts casting a spell, and it turns to flesh. In his hand, it turns to flesh, and he's like, "Transmutation spell." But
This is what Kisar was thinking.
but to be a whole person, and not just all there, but even a soul is unheard of.
So are you
You
saying
can-
that we could make Polaire look like whoever we wanted if we
This-
had the correct spell?
This is beyond me. It would never work. See, these are, and he kind of very carefully pries up a piece of the wood on the other half of the chest that he hasn't taken off, and you see like these little. They almost look like hair, but they're wire and metal, and that's like blending and bleeding into the wood. They're tied together on the. When they were built to do this to Polaire, you would have to unbuild him and rebuild him.
Well, how would they get part of Andronicus in this thing? The super confusing part. We don't. This is the problem. This is what we got to find out.
No,
It must have happened when I lost my memory. Like
I'm
something
not
happened.
Sure, your memory is what you think it is.
Who would you know that's capable of something like this? I mean, you've been along far longer than us, with far more power than we could ever imagine. Who would outdo you?
Or maybe what might be a better.
And he kind of
question.
walks over to the rail of the ship and he puts his hands up and he's
What?
Okay.
What would outdo you?
What?
What?
He walks over to the rail of the ship and he kind of is putting his. The council could. You've met them. If they wanted to, they could, but they don't use technology.
Bunch of drippy shitheads.
The elves at Yaldaray, but this is too mechanical. No.
I mean, Zorak seemed a lot more rotting flesh and gloom.
They're too disorganized.
This is far too alive for that.
This is too elaborate for them. They're a hammer when you need a scalpel. The elves are too. They won't touch the technology. Utrinin won't touch. The magic is too advanced for Utrinin.
What was Kokoth's parents' names?
I don't know. Everybody, if everybody was to pitch in, it could be done easily. But the issue is, it's too advanced for anybody
to work together
on their own.
What about Kokoth's parents?
Rosario?
Please.
And Serval?
Whenever you say Rosario, he gets really tense and he just. Ugh.
I mean,
we know you have a relationship. Let's not bullshit that at this point.
No. Not even, like before you even have a chance. Ugh, that bitch.
I feel like Hutch would agree with you.
We've had to deal with this quite a lot. I mean, just ask Hutch.
Yeah, I'm like the boyfriend the parents don't want your daughter to be with. I'm living that life, but like on like the next level.
Yeah, you could just date somebody else, and then we could go like, fly our ship through a forest or
the other
Fortune and Glory. Yeah.
Servil, I'm not even sure is alive anymore. Rosario, I don't see often. It's usually to ask for a favor, and I try to be very careful with how I make those deals. Understandably, even more so now. But you were the last deal that I had to uphold.
When did Servil disappear / die or whatever you're calling it? Because I could have sworn that
Servil was at the first meeting. He was at the arrangements for Rayor's protection, and I haven't seen him since.
Are they capable of magic this powerful?
If
I would assume because Hutch came back to life, so
if they had
a hunk of junk stuff.
They didn't bring Hutch back to life.
No,
their daughter
Hutch
did.
is something special. And he kind of looks at Hutch and
you special.
And
don't go around saying shit like that. It'll give him a big head.
That barely even fits in this hat.
Heads over here. Fucking 3 big heads over here.
The Nephilim is. I do not know of another.
What about this power from our missing friend Flynn? Would they have anything or any capability of producing something like this?
If they have Flynn, I fear for not only his, but yours and the world's future.
I think
they will do a good job. The rest of you, I wonder about.
They may have Flynn. I mean, Flynn's missing, so him being some elf omen of the moon, the 7th moon.
Any
wait a minute.
Trace of Any trace of Flynn and Raori is gone. It's like he vanished into thin air.
I'm gonna try something, and I don't remember if this is gonna work or not, but I take the little glasses out of my pocket. I put them on my head, and then I pull out Flynn's finger that we think is his finger, and I focus on the finger, and I'm gonna see if I can see Flynn.
Look at the Flynn finger
Hey,
with the
hey,
glasses.
Hey.
Roll an investigation.
Okay. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm gonna try something.
How gross is this finger? Also,
Oh, it's
I wanna
probably
know.
just.
It's not
Had
decaying.
it for a while.
It's not decaying. Oh boy.
That's gnarly.
Investigation.
The
Natural
second
20!
The finger come,
No.
the
Nice.
second the finger comes out and he
Plus
starts looking
2.
at it.
Or
Okay,
plus
so I
3,
guess-
sorry.
Wait, real quick. Let's get some ground rules. We don't talk about shit that summons spike demons on the floating battle anymore. And then when we see shit get put down on the floating battle, we don't yell it might be a bomb until you know it is a fucking bomb.
I never. I
And
mean,
that-
Kisar
Davenport kinda
cannot
looks
keep
over and
having
goes-
his shit break.
Y'all have been through some shit.
Okay, Dad.
You know, when you think it might be a bomb, you should probably treat it like a bomb instead of just holding it and hoping it's not a bomb.
Yeah.
Then
Oh no, it is a bomb. Boom.
Bye.
so let's talk
You
about
know-
that roll.
Yeah, let's talk about that
Yes,
roll. Let's
thank
talk
you.
about.
turn the airship around. I'm going to turn the airship around.
We've all been doing a very good job.
Let's talk about this investigation. So, you asked Chloe for the glasses, and you asked whoever had it at the time. You go retrieve the finger and bring it up. You do this in front of everybody. Put the glasses on, and they adjust. to
Retrieve the
you.
finger.
You have this weird amber glow that you see the world through, but when you,
It's my roll command.
even though it's this amber, like you're looking through the amber color sunglasses kind of thing during the middle of the day. Everything seems more crisp and more clear if you're close to it. So you unwrap the finger, and it's like it's still attached to his body, not decayed. It's been a week and a half since it happened, and it doesn't have a hint of anything on it. Not a smell, not anything. The blood stopped, and where it was bleeding,
Don't
where it
say
was
shit.
where it was bleeding
Just pick
before.
your nose with the fake finger.
Walk over it. Take a star, scratch his chin with it.
No,
Where it was bleeding before, it's actually healed over.
Oh,
Wait, what was that part of the bleeding?
it healed.
Where it was healed or where it was bleeding from before, and where it had been severed,
Ew.
it's healed over, and there's no wound.
Kisar is
Healed
curious about
Flynn
something.
finger.
Kisar runs to the galley, comes back with a small pitcher of water, and takes the finger and
But-
drops it in the pitcher.
The
If it's a witch,
I'm
it'll
not done.
float.
oh, I was
Okay.
like, yeah. I'm like, my whole idea is to try to locate him because this is basically scrying glasses.
No, this is
gonna
investigation.
turn like the
Oh,
compass?
those glasses.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's
thought
what
you
I'm
meant the other
doing,
glasses.
man. Yeah.
Oh,
I lent him my
I forgot about
fancy-
those glasses.
I've been wearing them the whole time.
I forgot about
Look
those. He's not
at
using
this.
those.
Scrying
He's not
ones.
using those. Okay,
Yeah.
I lent
back
them.
that up
yeah,
a little bit. Here we go.
buddy.
I actually have amber colored glasses. I could put them on if that helps.
You have the investigation glasses, but we have another.
Right. That's what I thought you were using.
Yeah.
So
We
We get
the
extra
other
points
pair.
if I'm actually wearing glasses.
Okay. So you pull
No.
out the other pair, the crystal pair, and you put those on. And you start examining this finger. You notice that it's healed over. It's not bleeding anymore. Bleeding stopped. There's no wound anymore. It's not growing the other way. Like he's not growing a new Flynn from the finger to the whole body. But it's fine. You immediately get the impression that whatever wound was there is either healed over, or even on the hand is probably healed over as well. You start reaching out for Flynn. You start to look for his essence on the corresponding astral plane that the
Flynn's
glasses would let you look through to bridge the gap,
But
and you catch a hint, a flash of Flynn shackled, tied up on a ship in the air on the deck.
Ooh.
I can smell you, Flynn.
The second that you actually see Flynn and you see the surroundings, you see somebody in a hooded, like a full robe hooded figure standing behind him. Their face is painted or something. They have no eyes anymore. Their eyes are been where there was eyes. It's almost like their skin has grown over it, and they never had eyes. Like they don't have eye sockets.
Ugh.
They look up at you, and their face has been painted pure white, and they look straight at you, and then your vision snaps back, and you're gone.
Creepy.
Ew.
Oof.
100%. The instant it happens, you understand the fact that somebody's keeping Flynn hidden, and you hit just a half a second of a gap in the defenses at just the right time.
Okay.
Because yay, a 20.
Yay.
Because if you hadn't had a 20, you wouldn't have found shit.
Kisar
Wow.
realizes that he's not wearing the amber
You
glasses.
did
Using
it. You did it.
Did you just?
Yeah, he
and
checked
you-
out. Like his eyes rolled back, and you could see his eyes through the glasses. They were rolled back, and he wasn't there for a second, and then he was back. And there you go. You're back.
I feel like I look a lot more natural in those glasses. You kind of got this weird, creepy, rolled back eyed look. Like,
Yeah, kind of look like a hipster cowboy. I'm not gonna say you're wrong.
No.
It's fine.
But the Kisar is curious.
Yeah.
Did you? You did the thing. You with the finger. You looked for Flynn.
Yeah, I found him too.
That's how we got spike demons on the damn ship.
I
I'm
didn't
looking
do
for
that
it.
last time. Actually, the glasses weren't in
No,
play.
no,
I
but-
said something out
No,
loud.
but you doing things about
Did
Flynn.
anybody ever
that
tell you
someone's
that
not
you're always
flying.
super scared when obviously I feel like we can handle ourselves at this point, and obviously we're probably gonna have to get ourselves into some trouble if we're gonna need some information. But from what I have
Okay,
gathered,
hold on, come here. And Kisar pulls him aside and just in a low tone, like starts talking about like you keep talking about fear and keeps just like this little rambling monotone. And every time you try and talk over him, just keeps talking. And at the end of a minute, I need you to make a save. Give me 1 second. Wisdom
And
save.
what are you casting?
quick question: Are we soaring through this air right now, or are we?
Yeah, y'all are on the way back to Rayori.
Okay, we're on the way. Thank you.
What are you casting
What?
on me,
Not casting.
or what are you doing?
It's an ability.
What's going on? I'm sorry, I was typing a message.
I don't know.
What's the save?
He muttered
Wisdom.
to Hutch for a minute, and now he's making Hutch take a wisdom save.
Why? What was said before anything?
They didn't really say.
Because I was getting
Oh,
ready to tell everybody what I found, and he was cutting me off, and he kept rambling and rambling and rambling and rambling. And
He doesn't want you to say it on the ship because he thinks that someone's
No,
here.
not while we're flying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
because
fine.
last
right now.
time the demons came.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
we-
much
we-
for that
we-
sub, Swartz. I appreciate that. We appreciate that.
awesome.
Thank you.
Huh?
We're flying right now, though.
Yeah. That's his whole thing. Just stop doing shit while we're flying.
Lick my sweaty, gross toe that's been scratched by that toe because I just rolled another natural 20 for a total of 23.
Yeah, but do you really want to tell us and maybe take on whatever the hell is gonna happen when we make it clear that we're coming for Flynn, or do we want to keep that a secret?
I was
Okay,
literally just
then
going to tell
you
you that he's
I
alive.
have absolutely no idea that anything happened.
Just remember the last time we said we were going to go after Flynn. They sent us another thing.
Yeah, but it's not good if Hutch doesn't even remember what he knows.
I know
No,
that
it's fine.
I
He
saw
talks to
him,
you for a minute and then nothing happens.
and
That's
he's
cool.
alive. That's all I know.
So we didn't see anything now.
No, Hutch just told you that he saw Flynn and Flynn's alive.
Wait, so what happened with Kisar's thing? I'm so confused.
Nothing.
Oh, because you. Okay.
I saved against his check.
Okay, I will just.
But the thing about it is, he doesn't know what was going to happen. The type of save is it either does it or doesn't.
Oh, okay.
Got it.
Do
I
I,
put
do
my-
I do I know anything's even been done to me?
Literally, I just ramble about stop doing this stuff while we're flying, because that's how
Also,
we crash and die.
you wouldn't have been able to cast that on them at that point. because it wasn't private conversation.
No, I said I pulled him aside and I talked to him for a minute.
Yeah, you did say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's neither here. Like, legit, just stop doing this while we're flying through the air. You wouldn't wait till we're on the sand sea. Do whatever you want. We won't crash and die then.
That's true. Until we get the better ship.
Do
Is
you
our
hand
ship-
me my
Also, he would have had advantage against that.
Okay.
do you hand me my glasses back?
Sure. Did our ship get repaired? I thought, or we're flying now. Okay.
We're
You can
repaired,
have the
but
glasses
we
back.
didn't make any like crazy.
Moves.
Yeah, no sudden crazy. What did I say? No hard maneuvers
At full speed.
at full speed.
Okay.
We need to get it back to Polaire. With these glasses on, where is Flynn's finger around me? Do I see it in passing, or is it like tucked away somewhere at this point?
Hutch is still holding it.
So he hands me back my glasses. I put them back on. I see the finger. Do I see anything?
He didn't have your glasses. He had the other glasses.
There's another
two
pair. You have the ones for investigation. There's the other pair for scrying. The ones that were given to us by Davenport.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's on me. I got confused for a second.
Okay, I wrote down the wrong thing. We're good. I'll just keep an eye for any kind of beast on the horizon. If someone wants to keep watch on the back half of the ship.
Sure.
And I guess we're just headed back to Raori to drop off old Davenport at this point, right?
Yeah, and I gotta. Well.
I mean, do you guys want me to call on Silas, or do we want to wait on that?
If you want to do that, I think that's now's as good a time as any. I mean, he can obviously get on the ship, so.
So Mr. DM.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I make an order at a pub. There is no pub here. Is there like an improvised emergency scenario for my guild, or do I have to wait till we get to Raori and order a drink at the pub?
Given that the guild is in shambles, that the guild has pretty much been disassembled, like everybody's kind of on their own until the handlers and the equitors and the guild master is reestablished and there's a network reestablished. There's no to call out to Silas. You would do everything like he would have to be watching directly. You wouldn't have to order anything. You could just, hey, you pour 2 drinks of whatever, open the book, do the thing, put out the money, like the amount of money that you would need for Silas. And if he's watching, if he's not watching, the money will be there when you wake up.
Does anyone want to be my buddy while I call on Silas? Do we think this is a good idea as a group? I don't want to put us at risk unless everybody thinks it's worth it.
Kisara would, but if you're going to do that, I have to be up here.
Like commanding the ship?
Well, unless we land and do it that way.
Okay. How does everyone else feel?
I'm indifferent. You could do it.
I'd take it or leave it.
How does Hutch feel?
I'm fine with it.
We could wait till we land. I mean, it would endanger the ship less, and we've had plenty of problems with the ship at this point.
Yeah.
So with everyone being indifferent, I think I'm going to wait till we hit land.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Is Midtown going to be close to where we're going?
Yeah, I mean, if y'all want to, you would have to. You pretty much have to stop the ship and get off and all that. If you're just dropping Davenport off and going to keep going, that's one thing. If you want to hop off the boat and spend a day or two in Raori, you could make your way to Midtown and do that stuff. That's up to y'all.
Well, if you're comfortable with waiting until we get to Raori, I would like to check out Midtown once we're there because there's apparently another clone. So,
we have plenty of supporters in Raori, so if I call up my guild and things go south, we can call on the military to help us out. So I'm cool with that.
Cool. All right.
We could also go back to the inn and see if that boy we paid off a week ago found anything.
I forgot about that.
Oh,
That's also
shit.
true.
Yeah, Keysar with the details.
Let me ask this: it's 12:30 for you guys. Everybody's kind of in different time zones for the most part, but yeah, how long do we want to keep going? Do we want to wrap it up here and pick it up next time in Rayori? Do we want to?
I don't have work tomorrow, so it does not matter to me.
We have to be up semi early. So
Because this would be a decent stopping point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. If
I could either. Well, we have to take the car to get serviced at 9 a.m.
Oh, I just.
I feel like we could do like at most a half hour extra, and I don't know what the story looks like from here, but we could do either maybe like 30 more minutes, or we could stop here.
I say we go and call it because I got to go make sure my 3-year-old's actually asleep.
All right. Well, in that case, we'll pick it up next time in Rayori. I'm gonna go talk to somebody else, an errand boy, more or less. My camera got taken. And maybe look for another Andronicus, and see where we go from there. So, until
you can't recreate perfection.
Until next Sunday at 4 p.m.
I'm glad you think
talk to
so,
y'all soon. I think he's pretty good.
I can tell the difference.
Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate you. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the follow. Sincerely, thank you so very, very much. We will be back here again next Sunday at 4 p.m. Pacific. If you want to catch up on any of the other past adventures prior to this, you can catch the YouTubes. And
I will say that last week's is not up yet. I'm going to try to finish it and get it up today. I've had some stuff going on this week, but it'll be up, and then this week's will be up sooner.
Nice.
We appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Love the group. See you next week. We appreciate that. Thank you so much, Schwartz. We look forward to having you back. Until next time, we love you, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Yay.